Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. I'm one of your co-casters. I run Chib here with my co-cast Dogman. How are you doing today, buddy?
Doing great, Chib. It's going to be awesome to watch some more MRC. We're heading into Season 3. It's incredible that we've been at this for 3 seasons now. And, man, it's going to be an incredible weeks leading up to the finals of MRC.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time that we start seeing some really unique compositions. We talk about new faces, some, there's going to be returning faces as well, showing off what they got, maybe some different compositions. Things are changing with the balances, obviously, with Blade now being out here playable at this level of play. So I am very excited to see what these teams do. I know, there's been some conversation of maybe some Blade Groot combinations out there, which is really strong into strategists, but any idea what there's going to be so much opportunity on the table of things we could see today. But yes, I am very excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up the best point. I think the reason why we have people tuning in, the reason why you should tune in and tune in every week for MRC, for the championship, is for this, obviously for the Chrono Storm and the in-game client that's going on right now with the 2 times Chrono Storm event going on right now, Shib, in the in-game client. But obviously there's a lot, like you said, going on in the in-game, and we could talk maybe about MRC specifically later.
Yeah, so the chrono tokens, 2,000 additional chrono tokens. These are the tokens you use during the battle pass. And for those who maybe don't know, at the end of the battle pass, if you get extra chrono tokens like this, you can actually use them to convert them over to currency in game to buy some skins. So definitely check these out, go out there, get some challenges done, and get that 2K chrono tokens. And yeah, I've already converted a ton, so I'm looking forward to using more of them.
Yeah, and this is going on until September 12th, so you still have a lot of time left in that event, like you mentioned, Shib. And another thing that we talked about before the broadcast, and something that I've, thought is the best skin in the game so far, is this brand new Venom skin, right? The new skin through the Ancient Powers Awaken event that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, one of the coolest things, just, not necessarily lore-wise, is it's just inherent with Venom, but being able to have Eddie talk with some of those voice lines through Venom and hearing his voice is so cool. It is so different. So let your might lie dormant no longer in our Ancient Powers event on August 21st. You got to make sure you complete these matches to earn some experience to unlock Doctor Strange's old man skin. That's, in my personal opinion, my favorite skin in the game right now. So make sure you check out this pass. It's a free skin in the pass right now. You can upgrade to get some of that Venom stuff.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I gotta do that too. And as well as another thing, the last thing we're going to talk about is the new emojis that we have going on in game with the Scarlet Witch, with everybody else as well, with the with Hela, the new Hela skin that's came out, as well as we have specific emotes and emojis regarding her. The thumbs down, we get some cute little, trash talk back and forth, some banter, and that's something that we both love, Shib, for sure.
Absolutely. So yeah, you get to, a little sneak peek at some of this stuff, and got to shout out this Scarlet Witch skin. Really cool. Getting a little throwback out to the Phoenix combination, a little bit of chaos in the Phoenix Force, man. Love the look of these skins. We talked a bit there about Eddie Brock sneaking out of Venom. I think that kind of stuff in this game is so cool as a giant comic nerd and somebody who loves the MCU. So really, really cool to see that stuff in action.
Absolutely. And speaking about action, Shib, that you mentioned, we're going to be heading to the action today, taking a look at the schedule of MRC. And today is going to be an incredibly early match for sure, for a lot of people. But we had, in previous weeks, the ignition rounds. We didn't get to watch those on the official broadcast, but you could watch them in the in-game client. You can still watch these matches live in our in-game servers, which is so unique about Marvel Rivals specifically. And today is round 7 through 9. That's we're going to be on August 30th. But like you said, Shib, or like we've mentioned, we've already seen rounds 1 through 6, right? In the very beginning of MRC, it's been going on at the same time as the Ignite qualifiers. So, a lot on the plates of these pro players currently. I think this week is a bit of a breather room, I guess, because of the fact that it's just going to be MRC by itself. And finally, we get a focus on the Marvel Rivals Championship, sort of the mainstay in Marvel Rivals esports as we head on to next week as well to finish off the lower bracket finals and finals on September 7th.
Yeah, and we talk about in the MRC, you can create your own team. I think that's something that you always want to see in a game that is competitive, especially when you can get a piece of the pie. 14.5K up there on the table. The champion going to take home $6,000, runner up 3. And going down from there, everybody going to get a little piece as long as you can climb up. Being able to make a team here just with some buddies and climb up in these tournaments to try to get a cash prize, in my personal opinion, is one of the coolest things that games can do. So big shout out to Rivals for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, a lot of people were a bit confused specifically about MRC. Is it a tier 1 event? Is it tier 2, right? Where do we lie in terms of, MRC? Like, how does this event rank compared to everything else? With Ignite taking over, with how big Ignite's been, with that future grand finals coming up, with the mid-season that's happened, people kind of figuring out where MRC is. It's still up there. It's still one of the top events, I think, in the game. And we're seeing a lot of tier 1 organizations still competing in this, even teams that are going to be in stage 2 of the MRIG.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not stay frosty, right? Keep up to date with how the meta looks and make sure you can compete against these strong teams. You got to stay frosty. Obviously, Ignite was insanely fun. That whole experience was so enlightening to watch. You learned a ton. I'm sure a lot of folks at home learned a ton, but these teams want to stay competitive, and these tournaments are how you are able to do that. You really start to see your competition, some new teams, some new players come to light, and new strategies, and that is going to continue to develop indefinitely with how fast this game updates.
Yeah, and if you want to stay up to date with the Marvel Rivals esports scene in general, you can follow us on all social medias, and specifically on X at Rivals Esports. That is at Rivals Esports. Our Twitter page or X page, they do a fantastic job, the SMM does, of keeping you guys up to date on everything that's happened, and then also telling you about the future of this game. And speaking about the future, we're already into it, Shib. Already Map X versus the Beast in round 7. Right early on in this tournament, gonna see the bands come through, and these are global bands, Shib, like we all are aware of, just in the MRC and then also in the MRAG qualifiers. Kind of how it works is that both teams get 3 bans, 2 protects, and they will be global, so both teams cannot play the heroes that are banned on both sides.
Great call out there, as we do see the lockdown of not only Groot, Wolverine. This is going to be a little different, I think, during the MRC, for those, who maybe had watched Human Torch, a very, very much a bannable target. And after that, it was Mantis, not only due to the Guardians comp, but due to that damage boost. And we've seen some very different stuff here already off the rip, getting rid of Phoenix. Torch obviously is there, but Groot with an early ban as well. So that may be more targeted to somebody who specializes in that hero.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to watch in the in-game client the Beasts play as well. This team is pretty solid. They got John Porky 2002 and DeBacon though, so I think these names have been around for a bit, oddly enough, and John Porky, but like you said, getting rid of Phoenix, getting rid of Torch, getting rid of those two heroes that are incredibly strong, the duelists. This is kind of the meta I think we're getting across Shib, is that, you see that Luna Protect, you see the Loki Protect, a lot of teams prioritizing on getting rid of certain heroes, right? Certain duelist heroes specifically, right? With the Wolverine getting removed, Phoenix, Torch, you see a lot more priority towards those heroes instead of tanks and or strategists in Vanguards, right? With the Magneto and the Punisher Protect coming through as well. I mean, we'll probably see that those two get played in tandem, like you always mentioned, Shib, with how strong Magneto Bubble is with heroes like Punisher.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's almost a necessity if you're going to be running Punisher to have some sort of protection. Obviously, shields in front while using that judgment is going to be, necessary. But we've been seeing a ton throughout Ignite and also in Ladder. The Storm combination with Punisher, right? You're going to use that damage boost there to help ensure that your Punisher can just output wild amount of damage and help shut down some of that height, up in the sky if they were to run flyers, but outside of that, make the front line terrifying, especially if you're going to run something like Strange, as we see here from the Beast. Emma going to make her way through as well, the most played hero in terms of time in all of Ignite. So, while we did see a fair amount of Emma bans, not the most focused target, about 6 down there, only 20 bans across Ignite. So definitely a strong hero, but maybe not a priority.
Yeah, that is interesting that you point out, Shib. I wonder why that is. I guess this kind of comes back to the sort of at the pro level, a lot of teams are prioritizing getting rid of duelists, right? And Emma, as strong as she is, I guess you talked about it, Shib. We talked about it before the broadcast. I mean, why do you think it is that this hero, like as strong as Emma is in the neutral, you mentioned something about the ultimate, right? Like maybe you can go into that, why Emma Frost doesn't carry as hard as some duelists maybe do.
Yeah, so I think about Emma, she's really good, in the neutral fights, like you just had mentioned, really good at finding value, but when it comes to ultimates, that can carry team fights. Although it is a great setup ultimate there with Psionic, it does not do enough on its own to warrant a full win of a team fight, especially if the strategist all is ready. So something like Groot with that strangling prison is very different here, as we start off now up on the left side. 1.7 gonna put out some damage here. Pop PvP gonna lose that turret pretty early on. The team electing to portal up on a high side there for Map X, or excuse me, for the Beast, who I like that strategy. Force teams up, use that to your advantage. Not a lot of teams start off on height in Ladder, but it is always going to be advantage if you're looking down. You do have more access to that headshot, just similar to like a basketball idea where you put more arc on it and it allows you to land that shot a little more frequently. Similar with headshots here on height, just is more consistent. As here we go now with Luna going to start the clap and move forward. Zay going to take this space, and down goes Jag on the side of Matt.
Well, and this is the interesting thing with specifically the Beast composition. I mean, Namor, by the way, goes down to Bacon, but right now, a lot of teams are thinking that Namor is still good even without the whole team up. You could play the Namor just with the 2 squids, but the problem is they are against that Storm and they are against Punisher. So anytime that he throws out those squids, the Bacon's squids are going to get pretty much deleted by the Punisher, but both Loki's use the copies, waiting to the very last second before they use the ultimates. Obviously, you still have 14 seconds before you have to pop the ult, so we're going to see Fingal pop this very late.
Yeah, Beast having to pressure in there with Albium's ult to bring out the dance floor. Right down we go. Nice throw there from Giovanni, who is going to find one, but pop right back at him with 2. Make it 3, 4, 5 as they clean up the entire team and walk them right back to the spawn door. Well played here again by Map X.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you talk about how strong ultimates are, Shib, and the Beasts are prioritizing it as well. Sometimes in the neutral you think, okay, maybe this character's not going to be as good. Against Map X specifically, they did use 4 ults in the previous fight. We'll see if the Beast can finally take advantage of the ring condition, which is having that ultimate advantage.
Yeah, they do have that ult advantage, like you had said, up by 1, but they do have some scary ults with Eye of Agamotto off the rip here, but can be shut down there by Zayna. That's another bit of strength from Emma, being able to shut down ultimates, especially readable ones like Strange. Pop PvP PvP gonna keep the damage out with staying right near that Storm, who is gonna elect to stay on the low side, as you see here from Storm, just giving that damage boost. Remember, when you're lower with Storm, it does extend the radius of that AoE damage boost, and that is what these Storms are doing at this level. A ton of movement as well, vertically, and in the Z-axis, making it tough to hit, but Jag is gonna find PvP, and down goes one from that back tool already at 92%. Up we go with the Meteor M, doesn't land, shields go up, and not enough time. Bought, well played again. They're still walking forward. Agamotto goes out, doesn't get followed up, but it does. Bacon finds 2 with the whale, make it 3 as Albium's gonna pick somebody. Yeah, down was running, excuse me, and Jag gonna find Zay.
And that is the most important thing, like you mentioned, Shib, before, is that ultimates are one of the strongest things in this game in Marvel Rivals. And, you know, Bacon, though, took advantage of the positioning he was in with the ult and followed through with Jagen's Eye of Agamotto with the whale. So that was a great combination with the Horn of Proteus and the Eye. But we'll see if they can keep it up, right? We already saw 99% on the board. You can build up ultimates again. The Storm did commit the Hurricane as well, so that's at least some value into that Beast defense right now. But here comes running on the backside with the Storm ultimate.
And here we go. Final judgment again. Going to be matched on both sides. Dance floor's out. Out go Crystals to buy some time. Ton of damage on the Meteor. Giovanni going to buy PvP. Make that 2 as up goes down. And now Beasts are owning the space with 40%. 99-40. Alts are off the table. We got a neutral fight coming up here shortly.
Yeah, with the double shield, they're just able to kind of sustain in the back while Mapbacks, you know, have to walk in sort of, you know, are a little bit more, not necessarily stationary, but right now there's just a lot to juggle with Jagen and also Giovanni just committing all those shields to block off the healing from that Storm and also the follow-through from their very own Punisher ultimate. So right now, the Beasts are playing well, and they've also gotten a lot of good ults out of Mapbacks.
Yeah, we talked about winning the point early in domination, how impactful it is, getting that first hold and buying as much time as possible. But at this point, it looks like Beasts are doing a good job of winning some of these fights that they may have been down in all. And that it cannot happen as you climb up in this tournament. Jag going to take the height there, is blocked off by the map, does have Eye in about 5%. That Bacon's going to be there. Albium now going to bring out the dance floor. Right matched on the side of Fingal. Both of the Lokis copied up here with the Luna Snow, and the claps begin. Again, another dance floor. Agamotto goes out to the back line. Can they follow up? But the Crystals are going to keep the teams healthy, and now they're walking back out. Alts are going to be on the side. Actually, dead even, roughly up here for Beast with Giovanni and Foch. And there goes another dance floor. Up we go with the Hurricane in a 2-piece. Giovanni finds 1. Up gonna get a 3rd, and that is up again for Mapbacks, who will likely take this whole map.
Yeah, huge Meteor M committed from him. And like you said, I mean, they're probably capping up, but the portal's going to eventually, actually, no, they're not going to be able to portal. So nice work for Mapbacks there to win round number 1. And it was really close, right? The comeback had to come through, but that's the benefit of capping out 99% in the first place before giving the point up, right? They had so many fights to come back and get the W, and it was well played, adamantly played by the side of the Beasts. But, you know, like you said, that Meteor M was just huge, able to get through the shield that time. And, you know, that's the strength of having such strong ultimates like that, like that. And with fantastic Magneto players in North America in the side of Up, right, to connect on the 2 members of his team, even through some shields from Giovanni, results in Mapbacks in the first round. And, you know, they're already getting 1 step closer to winning Hell's Heaven, which is huge. However, now they don't have the Meteor M for this upcoming fight. John Porky does have that Punisher ultimate. They also have a teleporter to go through for a kidnap. And Mapbacks obviously don't have their own Doctor Strange, so we'll see if they're aware of what the Beasts plan to do in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, I think a kidnap's not a bad idea at all. To try to get ahead here. They used that portal early last time to take the height from the side of Beast, and that did work out. I think the copies, like you're saying, I think Up was crucial in that fight. Once we saw Luna get copied up there on the side of Albium, it just did not, you know, it bought some time. They were able to double dance floor up, but when Up lands a meteor like that finds a 2-piece in the beginning of the fight, only 1 fight left when you're at 99 like that, you cannot allow that to happen. So great patience there by Up to win that fight as we start the map 2.
I mean, I don't even know why they're peeking and like giving a point, maybe trying to bait people in at the current moment, but I wouldn't give the other team ult charge, just kind of wait the point unlock. They're going to have to go to the point eventually anyways, and then you can hit the Punisher ultimate. It's a little bit risky because you're giving ultimate charge towards Mapbacks to potentially have a counter to the Punisher ult coming up from the Beast, but they even know they're fully out of ult in terms of ult tracking.
And fight begins again. Ult advantage. Ooh, Map with a nice pick there by Runny, who's going to find the back line of Foch, and that is going to be very difficult to come back from. As you're down a strategist, the whole team going to have to play a lot safer and reset, as you see here now. Those who are not KO'd are going to try to get KO'd really quickly as you see the rest of them fall.
I mean, there's two odd things with how the Beast played that. They have ultimate advantage. They have portal advantage. They could go for the kidnap like we talked about earlier, Shib. They didn't go for that. They went for the point. And then they also just, knowing the other team didn't have any ultimate charge, just let them build ultimates. Also just kind of walk on through. And in the neutral, that Storm and that Punisher just do so much damage. So they really let their own team down there by not going for an aggressive play with the Punisher.
Yeah, I'm curious too if we missed maybe a portal retake opportunity they tried to make happen and then obviously just didn't work out in timing, or what may have happened there. But there we go. Zay gonna pop the Psionic really good into that regeneration aura from the side of Loki. Breaks those crystals quick. Pop's gonna find some follow-up on a Jag. Down goes John Porky. Make it 3 as Bacon goes down. Giovanni and Vosh, and that is a penta here for Pot PvP, who is showing up in this moment and showing the power of that combination with Psionic.
Yeah, that was a fantastic combination between those two alongside that Lunar Snow dance floor. So I just love how Mapbacks are playing this so aggressive, making sure the Beasts are always on the back foot, having to commit ults in a weird spot. Beasts now still have that ultimate advantage, so they're playing very, very passive. This case, Mapbacks don't want to go aggressive. Maybe force out some early ults and then fall back.
And off with a nice neutral pick there onto that Bacon again. Mapx doing a great job finding value while Beasts are still up in ultimates. They got to make something happen. Another goes down as Jack goes. Once again, up we go with the Meteor. Giovanni going to turn this back. The numbers are even now. Can they press through and take the point? Frozen up we go once more. Jack still has all Bacon. John very close as well on the side of Beast. Can they take this point? Great patience there by Map to drop back together behind the shield. Out goes the Psionic Seduction again by Zay. Can they find value? That was really quick to get that all back, but John Porky going to find Zay right back, and up we go with the Kraken Impact follow-up by John Porky. Another Meteor, and does this land? It does not. That Bacon finds one.
I mean, they slowly walked back into it, even though they found 2 picks earlier on. You know, they still had the dance floor, able to walk forward, was able to find follow-up eliminations. And for MapX right now, they're at 99%, have to go back to the spawn doors. At least the Beast, you know, because they play so passive, because they sort of are incredibly conservative with their ultimates and the ultimate usage, they kind of come back into fights like they did in the previous one.
All right, and down we go. Agamotto goes out now. Jag gonna get pushed backwards. We see Dangy with the dance floor there for the side of Map, walking them forward again. Still, Mapbacks, although they do not have point control, looking dominant in these fights as Beasts are now walked backwards. Comes right back as I say that, John gonna find one for Beast. They want to turn the tide around. No damage boost quite out yet. Up we go, up trying to find some value. And no, does not land that Meteor as it is blocked again by Magneto. There we go with the domain. Likely soon. Albion trying to find good positioning. Pot gonna get 2, make it 3. No way. 4 again. Pot PvP just turning up when necessary, giving them the point. And at this point, a portal is necessary from Jag, and I think it is coming through.
Yeah, I mean, they have to touch last second overtime, like you said. Jagging with the portal will have to be here into the neutral versus Storm. It's going to be rough as well. There's just so much damage coming out, but they could potentially do it. I mean, they swapped the Iron Fist. No, they picked out Runny.
Yeah, it's a nice pick from John Porky onto Runny, and that could be enough to give them the momentum to press forward. Gonna use the Healing Fist. You'll love to see that out again. We go with that aura. Gonna get caught here by Psionic, and still John Porky holding on to that HP. Remember, Fist with a new team up can actually give the entire team additional HP over shield, as you see it right there. Overhealth trying to happen, but no, block goes out. Still buying more time, but at this point, looks like Mapx will be 6'd up for the next fight. So, alt advantage for Beast. It's all about can they get value. Agamotto is huge. Can they follow up? No, the dance floor. Gonna shut that right down. Again, we see Final Judgment. Alts being used for Beast, just not quite finding too much value into these strategist line ultimates. And the Maxwell Pulse gets shut down. Good job by Bacon.
Good job by Bacon. The fight's just gonna extend out. Poppy, he trades it back. The Iron Fist gone. That's huge. However, without ultimates, I mean, they can maybe match when this Meteor M comes out for that Star-Lord ult, but they're gonna need to sustain on the side of the Beast.
And everything being used here from Mapx. They need to get value now. Nothing lands in terms of the Meteor. We do see Final Judgment again. This time for Map. Giovanni with a 2-piece and Jag gonna clean up a 3rd. And wow, the Beast. Way to stay patient and now get control of the point.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely take it back. I just love how the Beasts are playing now. It's just so slow, so passive and methodical, and it's kind of working out right now that they have the Iron Fist to sort of stall on the front line to sort of help out how Jagan is playing, setting up those Agamottos as well, forcing out some, you know, suboptimal ults from Mapx, and now they're sitting in a spot with basically no ultimates. I mean, they have the dance floor to build up some other ones, and the Bacon those going to keep sitting with that Galactic Legend, going aggressive with the bubble. We'll see how they play, and oh my god, they're able to find follow-up hits.
Yeah, and Beast at this point up 3 ultimate, soon to be 4. This is a huge advantage for them as they are walking down the rest of the map, and they're not going to allow the portal to happen. Beautiful play here by Beast. Going into map 3, potentially with ult advantage is potentially game winning. Oh, they are going to get that portal out. Can they shut it down? Iron Fist looking for a kick through, and they are to shut things down, but no! The portal goes through. Great block there by Magneto. What a good idea, but wow, MapX, can they clutch up right now?
It absolutely could. I mean, they're in a weird spot. Half the top, the dance floor perfectly timed for the side of the Beast. They still have ultimate advantage, but we'll see how the side of MapX play this. If they build ultimates in this fight, that's huge. I mean, they've layered both Albion and Foch's ult, so if they can't sustain or find picks here, it might be over.
Giovanni finds one. John Porky, Foch. This is enough for Beast, I believe. But what a retake by Map. Beast doing a great job staying patient, and they do shut this down. Map 2 goes to Beast, and we will see a Map 3 game 1.
Wow. I mean, absolute good, clean gameplay from the Beasts, and, you know, you got to respect it, right? I think that, you know, not panicking in situations where they would lose 2 members, down like 80% on the board, I think that they just have such a clear mind, and you can tell that this team is well practiced. So now we're going to Eldritch Monument, the map to decide it all, Shib, with some ultimates as well, right, on the side of the Beast, but crucially, they will not be strategist ultimates, and you've talked about how good Giovanni has been. I mean, those Meteor M's have been huge. He's going to have to go big again, yet again, Shib, against the side of MapX, who have also both Vanguard ultimates, too.
Yeah, it's all about can Geo shut down Pot again here when this final judgment comes out. So, John Porky ready, obviously, with that Chi. I mean, Fist, we saw a little bit of Fist in the Ignite series. I think Fist definitely still has a place here in the meta. Can be threatening to the Flyers, as we've seen in the past, but also just very much a pseudo-tank, right? Can draw a lot of focus and into shield tanks. You know, it's very difficult to handle Fist, especially when you don't have the Emma to find the chokeslam, and we are going to see double shield up for Map X, but there could be portal play now on either side as we start up on Map 3.
Yeah, absolutely could be, and Pot constantly going aggressive with the grapple, like we usually see him. And I think that is the deviation, the bit of a difference of opinion with the Bacon, though, going also over to the Star-Lord. You know, understanding the Punisher is sort of a target, a priority for that Magneto whenever he comes in with the Meteor, even if you have double shields, sometimes you just break those shields out. But here goes an aggressive ultimate from John Porky, and then the follow-up is there.
And up we go with the Meteor M, does not land in PvP. Gotta find Jag, make that 2. Do I hear 3? Absolutely popping off here with this Punisher damage boost. It is disgusting, and they are playing off that every single time as Map X once again will start the point off with control.
And that's the tough part when you're against teams with Strategist ultimates. If you don't connect on that Meteor M, it's basically over, right? I mean, MapX walked in, they committed that Punisher ultimate. They also had the Fate of the World with Singles copy onto his own Luda Snow. But oh, Kabeke, though, hiding in the back line, finds running. What a sneaky play!
Yeah, that is a massive play. Ready with the Galactic Legend as well, right under the back line, forcing out anything if possible, but instead gonna hold on to Bacon. Not able to use it, does go down from Pop PvP. Wow, that is a tough look. Couldn't get eyes from the strategist up in that position. Very unfortunate. Good focus there by Pop PvP again. It was really showing up on this Punisher. We're taking a little bit of a seat back in the meta, I would say, with the new hit scan on the side of Phoenix, but Phoenix being banned out in a lot of these maps does bring people back to Punisher. Zen gonna find Jag now, matching that Doctor Strange, and they are still holding on a point with 50 on.
And this is kind of brutal now, right? These staggers coming through in the neutral fight. Ultimate silk back up yet again. Not even having to use the Loki and his comp, or sorry, rather, not able to take advantage of the fact they're down the Loki ultimate from the previous fight. So MapX bringing it back through, like you mentioned, 1.7 Pop PvP from the high ground, taking out DeBacon. Going into a huge ultimate fight, though. We'll see who comes out on top. You know, from MapX's side, they do have a Meteor M alongside a great neutral with the Storm, with damage boost from the consistency of that. For the Beast, they're going to have to avoid all of that damage alongside, you know, those potential Vanguard ultimates that can either lock you down or one-shot you with the Meteor M.
Ults being roughly even on both sides with very similar compositions. Who gets more value? Albion gonna find one as Runny goes down, and that's a nice pick through that Hurricane. And they still are gonna pop out here again with that final judgment from the side of Pop PvP. Eye of Agamotto out again. Good usage there of the turret from, for a little known fact here for Punisher. If you use that turret, it is an iframe. You will not be stunned. So very smart play by John Porky there as they walk forward. And now John Porky has the final judgment. But the Meteor lands. What an avoid. It does land on to the Loki, using the Loki clone there as a shield was genius. Up on the high side, Foch again. It looks like Giovanni gonna find a pick, and the Beast should be able to get priority on point, but at this point, 99%. Can they have a huge clutch turnaround like they did on map 2?
Yeah, I think the Beasts, you could tell, like, both of these teams have a very, very different opinion on how to play the game. Map X just constantly going aggressive, always using ultimates. For the Beasts, they just want to, you know, have good target focus and play it slow, right? They came through, they dealt with Runny, who was a bit too aggressive. In the previous fight, also Runny got picked off by DeBacon on the flank. So I think with Runny and how he's playing, it's just a bit too aggressive at points. It's hard to sort of position on Storm, considering that she's a character that relies heavily on that. But meanwhile, talking about positioning, DeBacon going a little bit overly aggressive and actually getting picked off here.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the second time that has happened in these fights, and that is, you know, detrimental. Still having that, you know, Galactic Legend while going down is brutal, but Giovanni gonna press in. We do see the final judgment again. That's a three-piece once more by Beast, who are saying, very patient John Porky with a quadra now is gonna keep pressing forward, and these Punisher ults have been insane. And 42 on, they are still maintaining ult advantage. Beast, just keep doing this when it's clutch time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a good point, Shib, with just like these Punisher ults being so insane. And that's the, you know, when you get lulled into your sense of security, when you're up one, sometimes you can just get turned on like that Punisher has been doing. But for this upcoming fight, Beasts have to win, right? 60% on the board. They've done it before. Can they do it again on this round number 3 to reverse sweep on Hell's Heaven?
And here we go with the Hurricane. Once more, we do see the aura being pulled out once by the, or excuse me, the domain. DeBacon gonna find Runny. That's one early. DeBacon finally getting this Galactic Legend off. Can they find more value? Spin to win very shortly to get that all back quickly. 10% already. 20 almost just from one spin is insane. The Meteor M does not land. Out goes another dance floor match on both sides as they are just gonna try to stall for as much as possible. Foch is low. I'm gonna find one more, excuse me, as Map now are up in numbers on the return. Fingal is going to try to land the freeze, does not manage to do so. And pop out the clones, ready to use that domain if necessary. Runny going to find a two-piece. Zay is going to find that Bacon. Bacon finds one right back, but up. Going to take out Giovanni and Map X. This could be it here. I don't know if there is enough time for the portal. We'll see here if Albium was able to make that happen. Notice teams, good stall here to buy some time for the portal. That may be enough, or is it? No, it is not. Map X are going to be taking first map.
Yeah, what a fantastic map number 1, though, in this series, right? In this first to 2, right? We'll see who can kind of come out on top, but right now, looks like Map X is a very good team alongside of the Beasts, right? Very close teams in terms of the matchup, and I think that there was a multiple fights where it feels like Map X easily could have lost. You know, losing Runny in the midst of these fights has been rough, but you know, for DeBacon as well, going over to the Star-Lord, you would think that, okay, we're in a position where we can take advantage of, you know, Runny pick-off, and then also the fact that Star-Lord's very hard to take down these days, especially with the iframes you get alongside the overhealth that you got in the new changes and the new patch. So there's a lot of things that sort of enable the side of MapX to win that. A lot of times that's actually the work of both Fingal and Denki. I think they were both playing phenomenally. I think their ultimate timings were super good. And yes, you could say that the healing output was more on the side of the Beasts, but at points it kind of resulted in their strategists getting caught out, right? Sometimes committing ultimates either too early or too late. And, you know, you saw like Up as well committing onto the back line, making sure they remove both or one of the strategists of the other side. And you know, if you have 2 strategists, they only have 1, it's going to be very hard to sustain for the side of the Beast. But still a really fun map number 1, Shib, between these 2 teams. And stats wise, what are you kind of noticing from these stats, Shib, that sort of enabled the side of Map X?
Yeah, I mean, you got to showcase pot PvP there with 22 finals, the most in the game by far, right? 8 over the opposition. And we saw some huge ultimates. I think that is where that was coming into play, and some early neutral picks. We saw picks onto Bacon a few times there from pod PvP, and I think just finding that value in the neutral, I think the biggest problem right now for Beast is just they are not getting point early enough. It's a one-fight game for Map X on every single map because it gets to 99% every time before they even take point. If they were able to shut that down a little earlier, they may have had a better chance, but just not really getting kicked into gear until they, you know, went from Bruce Banner to Hulk. We like to say a lot, and you just can't have that happen on Domination.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And you know, moving forward, it does feel like the Beasts, you know, do have a solid chance in this. But like you said, I mean, maybe when we move over to something like you know, these payload type maps, these longer maps instead of Domination, it could help them. But that's the difficulty is, like you said, that damage output by Pot, and the fact that you're against that Storm. I mean, there's just so much damage going down range, and it was just kind of hard to deal with. And like you said, I mean, 50k damage through the damage boost is brutal, and it puts a lot of pressure on the strategist of the Beasts.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if we're going to see in this tournament at all the Mantis boost there with Loki, because I know Loki, I think, gets 25% damage in when it comes to that domain. So that is I'm curious to see if we see some comps coming out with that as well. But Storm Punisher has been very consistent. We saw a lot of effective use there across the board, like you had mentioned. But 69k healing on the side of Map X for both, and then 74 and 72 there for Beast. So ton of damage on the field. Great healing without a doubt here from the strategist. But in that short of a game, or that in that back and forth of a game, 74k healing is just insane.
Yeah, 74k is a ton, and they needed every bit of it, right, to just live in these fights. And I think we both can agree that the Magneto plays were kind of also a big turning point, right? And
sure.
We saw instances where like an Emma Frost would go aggressive and they would get a pick or whatever early on, but then we saw that change up. The Doctor Strange ship, we've been kind of figuring out what heroes are best to be played, but at the end of it, we did go back to the Doctor Strange. Taking a look back at the highlights, I mean, these sort of second by second changes that Mad Bex were able to make definitely enabled them a bit more in the long term of the series, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think my biggest takeaways from this is Map X, they would get to the point 99 and then they would almost play a little too sloppy, right? Like they would not build alt as a team. They would try to make plays knowing that they were pretty much comfortable already on the map, and that almost, bit them in the butt there, especially on map 3. So a little tricky there, but when it comes to Beasts, they just have to, like we had mentioned, they have to get on that point earlier. It cannot get to 99. You gotta give your team a chance to get back to the map as a team one more time. Try to shut them down at about a little before 70% if possible. So tough look.
Yeah, tough look indeed. And I think that when we take back a look at the Beasts, I mean, they have a solid chance in the upcoming series. And we also have to bear in mind that both these teams are very good, specifically for the Beasts. They almost qualified for the last stage of Ignite, right? They were very, very close. They just lost to a team named Blue Lock, who was also very good and is also an MRC. So there's a lot of top talent. They made top 8 in the second qualifiers. And, I think this team definitely has a lot of potential for Map X as well. That shows how good they are, right? They didn't, make it into that top 8 necessarily for the Ignite second qualifiers. But, you took a map off of an incredibly talented team. And I think that bodes well moving forward. And we can both see that this team has a ton of top tier players, especially Celestial, Eternity players that have been around and are trying to make a name for themselves. And I think they are as the series progresses. I'm sure we'll find out a bit more from both of these teams through the ban phase as well. I mean, you don't have a lot of time to adapt, Shib. I think that can't be understated, that in this first of 2 series, you said that the biggest thing for viewers, for you guys to be watching, it is those differences in competition or compositions, because things are changing even sort of slightly, even throughout these sort of patch notes and stuff, right? With the changes to Iron Fist, with the new healing thing, like you mentioned, we saw a little bit of that. It didn't take over the series necessarily, but we saw Star-Lord get a ton of play, and also same thing with Punisher. So a lot of these sort of heroes are kind of making their footprint be known, and you can sort of see the characters that sort of take over lobbies like Magneto still. Yeah,
and it's you got to mention domination as a whole. A lot of teams, we've seen teams that succeed in domination that really struggle when it comes to convergence and convoy. So we may see a change up here. It's a very different game, and you start seeing things like dive become more prevalent and more coordination. So it's a totally different strategy. We'll see how teams fare, and domination is very much can you get to the point and hold it as long as possible? And I'll tell you what, they were looking really good. I think Map X just looked like they always got to that point first. So now that it's going to be a new mode, we might see B start popping off.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we'll have to see how both teams play in the upcoming map type, as domination leaves the realm for now. Actually, no, it may not. I might have jinxed it potentially, because we can still see any map in the map pool. But regardless, on Hell's Heaven, I think, like you said, we got to see some incredible gameplay from them, from Map X's side. But I believe we're going to short break, right, Shib? For a little bit, I believe for like 5 minutes or so. So we'll be right back after this break for map number 2.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, as we prepare for map 2. For those who don't know, when it comes to MRC, all maps actually are randomly chosen. So we are going to see a new map coming up here, and it could be any of the modes. Dog, what do you think needs to be changed here for Beast to take this home?
I mean, realistically, I just want to see them play a little bit more aggressive, sort of the opposite side of the spectrum when we talked about how Map X sort of needed to play that last map a little bit more conservative. So I think that's kind of about it, and, you know, we'll see if they do it. Also, I think in the ban phase, I would like to see some maybe different duelists kind of come through. We saw the difficulty of the Punisher pick enabling Map X, and that could definitely be a tough part. I know one of the teams actually protected it in the previous map, and I believe it was the Beasts who protected it, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a bit of a mistake, I think, on their part. You know, not that their Punisher player was any worse by any massive margin. It's just kind of what happens when you play Storm alongside Punisher, is that Punisher does so much damage with the side of 1.710 pop PvP through Runny's Storm. So we'll see kind of how both teams adjust. Storm getting banned and Group being banned from MapX's side. Magneto Protect coming through. We've seen that as well out of MapX in the previous map. For the Beast, we'll see how they adjust in their protection.
Yeah, I don't expect us to not see Johnny Storm banned much in this tournament unless you're really confident in that Johnny Storm v Johnny Storm battle, right? Human Torch, insanely oppressive right now, especially if you hard pocket them, right? Like, you see these strategist lines run things like Luna, putting that snowflake on the sky, or anything like, well, you know, even Invis popping that shield up there. That kind of protection up on a Johnny Storm in a 1v1 is game winning, especially when he can take over the map with his just raw speed. So banned out again. Emma going to be banned this time out of the field. Definitely saw some success with that on the last map.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one to me. I mean, you protect the Psylocke, but you ban the Emma Frost, even though you get rid of that team up for Psylocke. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange banned for Map X, understanding that maybe if they get rid of some Vanguards, maybe getting rid of Jagan on that Doctor Strange could enable them. So they're sort of targeting the Beast hero pool, and I think they want to get rid of the Emma Frost, because I imagine John Pork loves to play a lot of that Black Panther, and we've talked about how good Emma is at dealing with a lot of dive characters. So we'll see how that enables the side of the Beast this time. But like we mentioned, I mean, it's weird because you kind of ban out a character that synergizes very well with Psylocke just because of the team up.
Yeah, it's tricky when it comes to Emma, right? When you are running that dive, it does take Emma out of the front line and puts her in a position where she needs to land a single cooldown. And if it is missed, it is just a ton of wasted potential from the hero. So yes, absolutely can get the job done protecting the back line, but it is a coin flip depending on how strong that dive really is. And I'm sure John Porky, a very strong Panther, as it is banned out here by MapX, who had a feeling it was coming.
Yep, banning out it again. This time, Phoenix is getting through in the ban phase as they've gotten rid of Punisher, and we've talked about how good Phoenix is as well. I mean, top 3 hero in the game. I think it's tough because a lot of people struggle carrying with Phoenix, for example, especially in, ranked mode, and that's kind of something that I discussed with you a little bit, is that Phoenix, for as good as she is in pro play, it almost feels way harder to play in ranked, and it's just shown in the stats. One of the best Phoenix players in the game, and Taft, newly signed to Team Envy. You can even see his, final hits per 10, comparing it to like a Psylocke, for example, who usually gets about 7 or 14 to 15 final hits per 10. When we compare that to Phoenix, she does a lot of damage, very, very high, in the 20,000s of damage per 10 for Phoenix players, but the final hits per 10 drops off a cliff. Goes back down to 7.6 final hits per 10. So just comparing those two heroes alongside heroes like Punisher, who are also high damage dealing heroes, can do a lot of final hits as well. I think the same player in terms of tap has 10 final hits per 10 on Punisher. So I think Phoenix is just a character that relies heavily off of team coordination. We could see the Meteor M connecting with the Phoenix ult just for one shot. Same thing with the dance floor and the damage boost. Don't really get that as easily in ranked mode when you play solo queue.
Yeah, that's an interesting call out, honestly. I do think the one benefit to Phoenix is really fitting into multitudes of different compositions. If you were to change up heroes around Phoenix, Phoenix can still find a way to make that work. Whether it's a little more brawly, does have peel with a stun, and still can poke. So that is where the success comes in from Phoenix. But that is a good call out in terms of just raw final hits and damage as a whole. Is that Bacon? They are going to set up early here. Beast now taking the presence early on point. Notice they did switch colors for those who maybe be lost in the sauce a little bit here. As we start off the first fight, we do see a lot of cooldowns being used as out goes that domain. And John Porky going to find up early. Zay going to find Jag. Match right back as John Porky onto Zayna once again. And at this point, they are up in numbers as Map X is trying to keep the pressure and is getting walked backwards. Albium onto Fingal, and down goes Danky as well.
Yeah, there's just a beautiful line of fire there from the side of the Beast, spread out in a direct backline engagement, right? Just able to take down take down Pont, remove him out of the fight. And I like the comparison that we've seen from previous MRCs and maybe even early tournaments. It feels like Shib teams are more willing to make adjustments, and I like the changes in terms of the ban phase for the Beasts coming into this, getting rid of the Punisher, and maybe also that Emma. So changing it up vastly from map number 1 at least gives them a different look into this map.
Yeah, Beast here. We talked about needing to get the point earlier in domination if they wanted success, and they are doing that. So maybe this will be the map for them. Giovanni gonna put some pressure on now. Does find Fingal in the back, and that's a huge pick. Out we go with the dance of the butterfly. Does this get value? Team is stacking, but not for long. Is down. Goes Pot, PvP, and Runny as they clean up the rest and walk them back to the spawn door. Very smart play here by MapX to reset. Please do that in ladder if your team is down in numbers and the fight is not looking in your favor. Either try to find a way to get KO'd immediately or get back to your team and start again.
Yeah, and if I remember right, the Psylocke was banned in the previous map, so now that that's enabled for Bacon, they're able to go for incredibly aggressive dives with the Venom. We've talked about the lethality of Venom players in the past. Nowadays, you're definitely seeing it, especially when Giovanni's going for these hard dives, Runny trying to find something on the back with his dive as well. He was on probably Duelist in the previous map, and now it's Zayna now onto the Wolverine. We'll see how that enables them in this map.
Yeah, that is interesting, huh? It is strange, and we always see that Vanguard seem to love to play Wolverine. If you can't beat them, join them type situation there. As 3 numbers go down for MapX here again. Beast looking dominant. Dad Bacon. We see Fox find another. Giovanni now onto Zay with the 3-piece, looking really clean here on the Venom, who is just popping off 90% on, and this looks like the polar opposite of last map.
Yeah, this is the Beast we kind of know and love. I think that with their gameplay, with Giovanni going for these dives, with the Bacon on the Psylocke, it looks a lot different. The look is beautiful out of them. They 100-0'd Map X on Krakoa round number 1 on Cradle. So we'll see how Carousel pans out. I think that it will enable the other side a little bit better, but they look so much stronger not having to play this sort of front-to-back style with a Doctor Strange. I think that ban actually sort of helped them. Maybe not focusing on having to run that Doctor Strange going over to that Venom has enabled them a lot. And for MapX, you could tell it's odd, right? I mean, they had to put Runny over to that Venom off of the Storm. Now Xanos going over to that Luna Snow. Maybe putting Denki over to that Psylocke along with up on the Magneto. So kind of odd, I think, in terms of hero pool, hero changes and stuff. It's very unique out of Map X. I like the flexibility. But we'll see how it pans out on map number 2, where the Beast looks just dominant.
I agree. They did look very dominant there, and they are going to have slight ult advantage going into the first fight here. I think the Beast look like a fully different team here. This is a more comfortable map for them, clearly, and I think that the momentum has definitely shifted, but Map X looked so strong in these last 3 maps that I have no doubt they're going to come back with a vengeance as we start off the first fight. Giovanni going to take the space quickly using that bunny hop there. You can actually do that with Venom. If you get enough momentum, you essentially just keep jumping, and that's where you see those quote-unquote rollouts all over the place on social media. That is what Giovanni does there, getting up and set up early, ready for that dive. Notice how they are climbing the wall prior to the fight so they can ensure they use that slam without burning their cooldowns first, and then you can use your web to get out. Denki gonna find that bacon early, and that's a nice start to the fight here from Map X.
Yeah, fantastic start from him, and not even with the snowflake, right? He's just able to take him down. Fantastic shots. Here comes the Meteor M to try to equalize it from Jagan. Oh my God, he finds it too on his Hanoff. Huge pickoff.
And we begin again. That is a number up here for Beasts, who are holding on. The point not captured on either side. John Porky gonna find some good location. Dat Bacon on the flank, and this is what you need to do with Psylocke here. Ton of damage out. Combined there with the Venom play, and that is gonna work out as Fingal goes down. Pop PvP goes down, and Beasts are keeping the momentum now as John Porky gonna put out some damage and sweep the rest.
And I think you talked about it earlier, Shib, sort of a callback, but great dive there from Giovanni to Bacon. That was beautiful what we saw. But we see that a lot of like pro players will just constantly jump, and you talked about how you can maintain momentum on Venom, on Psylocke, on Star-Lord. Like a lot of heroes do maintain the momentum after, you know, dashes and stuff, or like a hop. You can kind of go faster than you would normally. And you can't really get punished for jumping in this game as heavily as others. There's no like one shot necessarily from snipers, so you can sort of just live in cases like that. But oh my God, aggressive plays from Poppy P, takes down Jagan. This could enable them here.
And we begin once more. Dance floor goes out. Up in the sky we go with the Meteor M. Does the meatball slam? It does. Down goes Fosh. Up 2E with some nice early pick there. Denki with a 2-piece now up on height. Good positioning. Going to keep that damage out. Trying to build back towards that ultimate. Pop PvP with another. And Denki going to find a third. And this will give Map X the point. Good 42% there from Beast off the rip.
Yep, good switch up over to the Psylocke, and very aggressive plays by 1.7 Pot, right? Those Phoenix plays that we do mention, the enabled aspect of Phoenix that you can carry on is those hyper-aggressive plays on Phoenix where we just go, you know, deep onto them, get those animation cancels with the melees, and you saw that even that Magneto player couldn't live. A Vanguard on your team could not escape that damage output. But you're on the backside, maybe trying to force out greens from the Bacon, also going for the 1v1. Can he win it this time? At least forcing cooldowns out is big, but oh no, it cost him his life.
Yeah, that Bacon goes down early. Map X needed that. That's a 2-piece now as Jag goes down. Alvium gonna fall from Zayna. Pot PvP now on a John Porky and Runny. Gonna clean up Fosh. So now Beasts Map X are climbing back up on the percentage. Gonna equal it out and try to get this momentum back in their favor. But look over at that ult advantage. And this is what we were talking about last time. I think the struggle was for the side of Map X. They were getting a little too non-patient with their ultimates and trying to find plays after having that point. But Beasts are being very patient and they're ready to come back with ult advantage and ensure they get this point.
I think the neutral is a lot more important in this round, specifically because of how many, pickoffs the Phoenix can find with the Psylocke. But here comes the dance of the butterflies. The clap is there, though. The constant sort of patty cake that you like to mention enables them to live. But that forced pressure off onto the Vanguards for now doesn't look like it, as they're going to be maintaining health. And John Porky able to find Dink.
Not even needing to commit that ult there is massive. Up we go again with the Meteor M. Will this land biding time? Jag gonna find a pick as that Bacon does. And there goes Phoenix now. Gonna find another. And they are walking through as the Beasts do use that ult to their advantage and come back and take back the point.
Yeah, you would have assumed maybe with, Denki going aggressive, distracting basically 3 members of the Beast with the backline, both strategist and John Porky would be enough. But no, the Beast living on the backside, able to just kind of stay in healthy and also commit that Phoenix ultimate alongside the damage boost from Albium and Giovanni. Meanwhile, the Bacon going aggressive, they force out greens and the Dance of Butterflies is here.
Oh, Giovanni with a huge pick onto Fingal once more. We saw the Unsung Inferno out, and it is combined a lot with these dance floors, but it is not going to be up right now for the side of Map X on Pop PvP. Fosh going to be using that dance floor as well. PvP finds one on a Jag. Now they are up, or actually even in numbers, excuse me. Now they're up as that Bacon finds another, and the Beasts are just trying to maintain this position, but Pop PvP now onto Albium. Portal plays and not going to come through as Strange is banned out here. It's all about touching in the last second. Up is going to find John Porky. They're trying to get this point, but they're still stalling. Beautiful stall here as down goes Giovanni.
And I love Pod's playstyle. What a freeze from Zaynab, by the way. Flick shot over to the right side to Bacon, trying to run away. But right now, 90% of the board, Chib. I mean, there's no portal plays either, so this is going to get really messy. However, the Beast, you know, without portal plays, it's very hard to come back in this case.
And Danky gonna keep that damage out now. Falling off to the back end, using that portal. Good out again, but that just does not give them enough time as Albium goes down. Fosh falls as well. Both strategists on the side of Beast are down, but Up gets one. Pot PvP is gonna get another. Map is gonna try to end this and get a map in their favor, and it looks like they will, as it's all about this touch. Can they get there? They cannot. Map is gonna make this a 1-1 series once more. We are going to map 3. Wow.
Yeah, an incredible round there, and I love how 1.7 Pop plays. I think that he is one of the best players we've seen in MRC, you know, just in this one match we've seen, obviously. But I just love his playstyle on Phoenix, on Punisher. It's just such an aggressive, interesting playstyle to watch from a sort of visual standpoint. But you know, you could say, okay, maybe they overcommitted in that previous fight. 1.7 didn't need to commit that Phoenix Ult because they found 2 picks earlier on. Also, without Doctor Strange, because it was banned, there's no potential comeback for the Beast, really. I mean, the map is so far away. The point, rather, is so far away from the spawn doors, even with the portals that are set naturally on Krakoa's map. So I think they maybe didn't need to use that. Also, the copy came through from Fingal, but, you know, like we know from Loki, once you commit the copy, you have to commit the ultimate. So you're wondering, you know, why is that dance floor so late? Just because Fingal goes for that copy early. But now, that could really punish them on this round specifically as we enter round 3, which is another round 3, by the way. We saw it on Hell's Heaven. Gonna see it again on Krakoa.
Yeah, I think that's a real nuance to Loki, and that's a great discussion to have, is when you use that copy early, a lot of the time it can be very, you know, effective, whether you're playing Luna and you want to use a different cooldown first, like the clap, or you want to put the snowflake on somebody off angling for a moment prior to ult. But then it can bite you, you know, because it forces you to have to use that ultimate within, I believe, 15 seconds. So, you know, you can buy some time and then use that ult, but if it's not the right moment for you to cancel out a duelist ult, it is maybe not as effective as you would need. As we see early here, the dance of the Cutterfly goes out. Giovanni going to be awakened from the freeze, trying to get some value with the feast as 3 go down. Giovanni make that 4. Are you kidding me here with the Venom looking so clean for the side of Beast?
Yep, huge combination, committing both the Dance of the Butterflies alongside Giovanni's Feast of the Abyss, alongside the Fate of the Worlds committed by Albium. And, you know, with those 3 ultimates, you can get one-shots through Giovanni, and they were able to do so. MapX head back to the spawn. They also disengaged the Dance of the Butterflies on the opposite side from Danky, who has built yet another one, by the way, incredibly quickly. But for the Beast, great combination. We'll see how they outlive this one. I mean, they do have the Dance of the Fate of the Worlds as well, alongside that Meteor M. Meanwhile, Running commits the ult, but doesn't find a one-shot in this case because he can't combine it with any strategist ult. Zanya was not even close to their ult, and up 2 goes so low.
Yeah, Beast up here in ult advantage for now. Pod PvP going to be right there with Zay, and this is going to be that combination we will see shortly. Ensong Inferno coming in with a damage boost. It does land, but it does not find too much value. Good height take there by that Bacon. But I'm not sure if the damage boost came through, if it was close enough. But Fingal goes down. Bacon with a 2-piece now. John Porky going to drop Pop PvP. And Beasts are once again up 3. Danky going to make that 2. But Bacon is going to make that 3 once more. Danky back and forth here with Bacon as the Psylocke showing how strong Psylocke can be.
Yeah, both Psylocks are popping off. Both Danky and the Bacon playing so well. Danky, in this case, though, doing it when it's too little too late, right after the fight is over. Lost members of his own team, but that's the strength of the hero, like you mentioned. I want to see some better dives coming through from both Ronnie and Danky. I think that will enable them. However, the Beasts and their strategists are just playing so safe alongside their Phoenix player and have lived every single time. John Porky also committing the Phoenix. The song comes out deep into the back line for the dive.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of Phoenixes use that to not only, you know, find value with a pick, but also it does reset the HP bar, so can be some time with iframes. Danky finds one up 2E now. Gonna find another 3 down for the side of Beast, but at this point, MapX is getting a taste of their own medicine, and they are almost down a full 99%. It is a one-fight game here for the side of Beast, who do want to try to shut this down. MapX now is gonna have to show up in this moment.
Yeah, I think that right now for MapX, they can do it, right? Because we need to see more dives that are running, and that last fight able to do so. Dive in. Denki as well comes late with the Dance of the Butterflies. The Beast now coming back into it, have to deal with the Venom. Poppy comes through. This time, is that ult going to be there to save everybody? It looks like they don't even need it necessarily to stay with the clap.
Yeah, good idea there, trying to combine Feast with Tentacles to land at the same time to get a pick. Unfortunately, a little bit of displacement messed with the timing, and it did not allow that one shot through. Some of those strategist line heals, and bang! Up, gonna find one, but gets matched right back by John Porky. Out we go again with the domains that are gonna keep the team healthy. Numbers roughly even here now. Make that 2 down for the side of Map, and 3 for Map now as Beasts are walking through. Well played again by Beasts, and it's all about can Map get back here and touch or stall until they can get back to point, but I'm not sure that they can now. Can we see Jag stall and hold on? Yes, the Beasts do take this map.
Yeah, what a map to win on as well, tying it up 1-1, and you can tell the Beasts, I think in terms of their overall play style, it's sort of maintaining. By the way, the heroes are so good for them in that ban phase. That was just the perfect ban phase for them to get, putting the bacon on to Psylocke, getting those dives out from Giovanni. Easy MVP for him on the Venom, looked so clean on it. And I think that on the opposite side, right, or rather for this team, for the Beasts, you can tell they're very greedy, I think, Shib, right? They commit their ultimates incredibly late in terms of strategist ults, right? They make sure they have the perfect ultimate, have the perfect timings, and I think that it enabled them, right? At points in the previous map as well, it sort of cost them when they would lose 2 people, then commit a dance floor, right? It would always just be take as long as possible to maybe commit the ultimates just to make sure it's the perfect fight. And sometimes that can help you, and sometimes that can really bite you in the butt, like we saw in Hell's Heaven. But on Krakoa, when we go over to Venom dives, when we go over to Psylocke, and maybe heroes that have a bit more mobility alongside the Phoenix who can help peel, it makes a little bit more sense. I think it adds up a little bit better. And when you have the Loki and the Luna still alongside of those incredible divers and Phoenix, I think it can enable you a lot more. So Giovanni looked like a change main on that Venom. I mean, 16 final hits, 14K damn. That was beautiful from him.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, a ton of really successful ultimates too. I do think you're right. I think, you know, maybe we'd seen a lot more Cap combination here with Psylocke in the past with that knockup, but Venom can very much do the same thing and be very oppressive and just, you know, stall forever, very similar to how Cap does. But yeah, 33-4 from Giovanni is wild with 16 finals, 14K damage, very pointed damage, and that Bacon with 14. It just shows the back and forth between those two on that dive composition, even like biding time through some of these Loki cooldowns and really ensuring they find value every time. Just really clean.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be an interesting map number 3 now that we're leading into it, right? We got to be worried about the Venom. We have to be aware of the Psylocke, right? There's a lot of heroes that I think now that we're going to be aware of in the next ban phases. They banned out Psylocke last time, didn't ban it out this time, and it definitely cost them their Shib. So we'll see how they kind of change it up on this map number 3 as, you know, they're going to definitely have to mix it up now on the opposite side for map X because the Beast looks so much improved, I think, on that previous map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing these teams on a convoy or convergence. I want to see how, I mean, back and forth here in domination, a lot of the times we see teams that, you know, maybe they're specialist dominate. You know, we talked about that a bit in the last game, dominant specialists, excuse me, when they're on domination, but now over here heading to potentially a new mode. We'll see how they shake out, but we're going to check that out right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing cat. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
not done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone. 1-1 with the Beast and Map X. Couldn't have drawn up the first game any better. It's just what we would expect here, buddy. What did you think?
I mean, I think it's just a banger map, game number 1, like you said, in North America, in MRC, when we're entering, you know, round number 7, right? We're deep in this tournament. We've missed a few weeks just simply due to the fact that MRC early rounds, there's so many teams to go through. And now we're finally entering these top tier teams in the Beast and Map X, both teams that almost qualified for Ignite. They were right there, and they definitely still want to be known as one of those top teams, as MRC is that tournament to play in right now. And we're going to go into that ban phase immediately. Round 3, you had mentioned, Shib, you wanted to get off domination to see how these teams would do specifically. And now we're entering convoy between both Map X and the Beasts.
Midtown Convoy, some really strong preferences here in terms of heroes. Sometimes we've actually seen Thing find some success here. Groot, very strong here, going to be banned again off the rip. I'm curious. I know a lot of these teams know the Groot combinations can be insane, but some teams are electing to actually use Blade and use Blade's ult to follow up with Groot, and it really works well to counter some of these strategies ultimates. Virtually everyone in the game with some of that anti-heal. So curious if that has a point here from some of these teams. I'm sure we will find out how meta Blade can be at, as these games develop. But again, we're going to see the lock this time from Emma and Loki.
Yeah, and I think that might mean they might let the Black Panther through this time for Map X. I mean, maybe they'll focus on something else. We see a Storm ban come out from the Beast as well. They don't want to deal with Punisher, Storm for Map X, who played with it so well. They're leaving Punisher available right now. Same thing with Magneto, Shib. So this is going to be the most interesting ban phase and definitely can result in one of these teams losing. You see Map X don't want to play against Groot, even though Wolverine potentially also going to get through. Doctor Strange Protect comes out this time for the Beasts. Interesting, because didn't they... No, Map X banned the Strange last time, so that is focus on Jagan's hero pool, making sure he can play Doctor Strange if need be.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too. Yeah, the Strange was banned out last time. I think really strong in domination and certain convoy and convergence maps, just due to the fact that you can come back early, on something like Central Park, for example, on that first point where you can guarantee another fight. So we see it sometimes there, but on domination definitely is going to be impactful, especially if you find somebody who's very strong with Strange. So another lock in here of Magneto and Emma, both of some of the strongest vanguards for the side of Map X.
So that's interesting. So they still ban out the BP. I don't know. I thought with the Emma, maybe they would try to go for, making sure Emma can counter out BP, but, showing a lot of respect, like you said, to John Porky, who plays a lot of that Black Panther, I assume, and for the B side, banning out Phoenix, getting rid of that hero is interesting because they actually did pretty solid with it. So, they still allow that Punisher to go through. That is not going to have the Storm this time. And Shiv, you talked about damage boost. I mean, we could see that Mantis, like you said, in Europe that we've seen a lot of. That could definitely come out.
Yeah, I think Mantis comps are we saw a lot of Mantis comps when it comes to EMEA region, and they were doing that even with things like Venom, which I know both of these teams are not afraid to run. Venom was obviously not banned out here, so I was curious. Yeah, it looks like Zayna is going to be running the Mantis on this side.
I mean, it's because we're going to have solo Vanguard, triple duelist, because they're going to play that. Like you said, you talked about the Thing earlier, Shiv. I forgot to mention that, that's the great part about this first series is we're really seeing like sort of a recap of MRI midseason, right, Shiv? Like we get to see this triple Vanguard, triple Strategist comp that we saw at Sentinels out of a lot of top teams as well with these spawn holds on Convoy. So we really get to see a ton of the sort of history of this game coming out today in this map 3.
Yeah, and then people are developing metas. Like we talked about, these teams maybe had eyes on some of these pro teams making these decisions when it comes to triple, which is very strong on maps like this when it comes to Midtown. So I think it's a very smart decision. Obviously, Groot is typically one of those vanguards they like to run with triple, but you'll see here the Thing here from Jagan instead. So they are going to start up the fight now with Vanguard. Squirrel Girl too. Yeah, no Vanguard at all. Just try to burn everything.
Yeah, I mean, that is so interesting. So they're playing in Spawn. They have cart cap. Okay, now they swap over to the Emma. That was interesting, though, for sure, Shib, to see just a full duelist comp. Maybe if someone's picked to find a pick off with a Hawkeye or something.
And Pod PvP here, gonna look for a pull. And that, when you're playing here, Bucky, all you're really trying to do at this level of plays, you're gonna be using those cooldowns virtually off cooldown because you're trying to get as much health as possible over health just to keep up with virtually any 1v1. Just when you're constantly getting HP back through some of that additional HP, it makes those 1v1s very difficult to win. On the other side, Runny gonna find Jagged early, and that's a nice pick here as Mapx running the no Vanguard composition. Things are gonna be shifting up now as we see up 2E gonna be coming out with the Magneto. Dat Bacon gonna find Runny now to try to even the numbers, and now Beasts are slightly up as Mapx is going to have to get back in with Runny, and they are taking a little bit of space, but still the presence is known here for Beast with John Porky already ready with an ultimate. Now Mapx up with 3.
Incoming Sonic Seduction, it forces out a ult from John Porky on the backside. They're able to sustain with all this damage. What's the problem with Snowstorm in the game, right? The only damage boost you have is via the dance floor, but they're able to sustain on the defense and come back through with their own dance floor.
And we start once more. Ults being popped from everyone here. Beast being very patient on defense. Smart play. But Runny gonna get a pick here on the Jag once more. There will not be a BRB from my understanding on the cooldown yet, so that should put them up slightly in numbers on that comeback here from Jag, who did have that ultimate. Fingal gonna find one. Runny again onto Albium now, and that could be enough. The BRB is back now for Albium. Runny gonna find 2 onto that Bacon. Up, gonna take out Giovanni, and Mapx are finding their footing here on the attack.
Well, that was the weird part, is I wonder, you know, Giovanni going to go over to that Doctor Strange off of that Magneto. I'd assume they would want Jagan to play that Doctor Strange, so maybe a little bit of variance there, as they will get free fights. Giovanni's going to portal them back, and they have ultimates to come back through with.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this triple strategy. For those who maybe do not know, you start the fight very close to spawn, and at that point you just buy as much time as possible. When your whole team gets wiped, you come back as Strange here before the ambulance, and then you have one more touch to ensure they can't get through point 1. And that's kind of the idea, as Jag gonna get a 2-piece here with these haymakers for days. Make that 3, showing up how strong the thing can be now with these recent changes. Diving in towards the back line now, gotta reset back and use one of those cooldowns, as you see there, to fly back towards the back line and get that damage reduction up for both sides.
Well, absolutely. You mentioned how strong the thing is. He's enabled even more with the fact that there's no damage boosts for Mapx, right? They don't have Cloak and Dagger, they don't have Mantis, and they don't have Storm. The only thing they can rely on damage boost-wise is both Fingal and Denki in their Fate of the Worlds. We'll see what they can find in this upcoming fight, but it will be into Naya Wakamoto from Giovanni on the backside.
And we start again. Damage boost out up to E. Gonna find that Bacon in the backside. Good utilization there of some of these cooldowns from Fingal, who's now gonna copy up the dance floor and pull out the damage. Runny now gonna try to put some damage onto the Strange on the right side. Giovanni, good positioning. Out we go again with the clobbering time, and they follow up as Giovanni and Albium are gonna get 2 now up in numbers. Mapx gonna try to hold on, but at this point, 40 seconds on, Beasts up in ultimates. It's looking dicey. They've got to get their confidence back as we see the dance floor coming in from Denki.
And Giovanni's going to wait this out. Ryan has the Wakamoto knows the threat is always there. Even with the Fate of the World, you can block off the healing here. That card.
Yeah, and we do see Eternal Bond out. Vosh gonna get a 2-piece here now from the Cloak and Dagger. A rare occurrence here through that ultimate. When you use that bond, you do want to make sure you stay in damage mode. Dat Bacon gonna clean up the rest as Fingal, Denki, and Pop PvP fall. And John Porky gonna find up 2E. When you are playing Rocket at this level of play, you actually can play pretty aggro, especially when on triple. I do not think they'll be able to touch here. I think they do hold on point 1. Wow. They do. Wow, what a hold here from the Beasts.
Incredible holding. I just don't feel like this offense ever found the solution. I mean, they were against the thing. They were against triple Vanguards. And yeah, they have Moon Knight and stuff, but they have no way to just make sure there's a Moon Knight can find KOs with the Hand of Conchu. Maybe if they had the Cloak and Dagger, maybe if they toss out that Terra Cape, they could find an elimination in those ultimates. But this defense, they understood. I think the Beasts know, like, if you're playing triple Vanguard, you gotta maybe get off one of those incredibly strong strategists in terms of the Luna Snow. Maybe play something that can give you some damage boost with the Cloak and Dagger. And, you know, through that, as well as playing the Rocket Raccoon with his own damage boost in his ult, it enables the triple Vanguard to still find eliminations and sustain. So for the side of Mapx, man, I mean, that's just unfortunate and really, really terrible decision-making out of them. I hate to say it, just because of the fact that, you know, they got to figure out, maybe we get the Mantis, like you said. Maybe they give up one of the strong strategists to pull out the Mantis to get damage boost or something, because, you know, the KO potential just wasn't there. They could still win, however, right? They could still play triple Vanguard. We've seen how strong triple Vanguard is. but you definitely need to give up some of these really strong strategist ultimates to enable your own team with some extra damage when you play against triple Vanguard, just because of how much they sustain with the damage resist from the thing, and then also 3 entire healers out of the back line from the beasts.
Yeah, we're going to see Map X try to take a page from their book here and try to do the same thing, but electing to run Venom instead of the thing here. So likely going to be a little more aggro. I do think when it came to the attack there from Map X, they just had to get back on that back line, banning out, you know, the Beast banned out Psylocke there, making it very difficult for the dive to try to find a way into those strategists, but you got to get rid of those strategists. You got to find that Rocket BRB. They have to go bye-bye in these fights because all these picks that you get early that put you in favor get immediately negated there by the Rocket, and that's where Rocket has a ton of value in this triple. Out early goes that Terror Cloak with the damage boost, and we do see crystals popped again. Team is going to elect to drop backwards. We see no one fall quite yet as numbers are even, but cooldowns have been used, and that is an insanely quick ultimate there for Dat Bacon, and John Porky going to follow up on the Zayna.
Rez comes through. Can they live? But that Venom dive comes out. Shanka in his face. And Giovanni somehow actually found Denki through 3 strategists. So they're just kind of consistently playing aggressive, breaking the rocket hole as well. I mean, this is some excellent teamwork out of their team. However, they do lose full or focus on the backside. However, Giovanni has just been a threat on the Venom the whole time.
Yeah, since Giovanni jumped over on this Venom, things have looked very different on their attack and on their offensive side. We do see John Porky go down now again from Zayna, who finds some value here with the Emma. Emma doing a great job maintaining this space at the spawn door and can play very aggro, especially when that laser's at 100. Remember, folks, when that laser's at 100, it is double damage, and it is a threat. You can use your diamond form actually to stall and keep the laser at 100 damage, or sorry, 2 times damage, and be ready again for the next fight. So a very strong strategy. We'll see a lot of the top Emmas use.
So here comes the Eternal Bond, met by the Meteor M, perfectly timed, also to block off the other side's Meteor M. Rest in peace, that Eternal Bond. Albion also goes to the coffin, goes down. Oh no, they're breaking apart. And honestly, for as much as I was kind of, giving MapX some trouble, they're actually playing phenomenal right now, bringing themselves back in through Xenon the previous fight and then Runny. So right now, MapX look like a totally different team on the defense. Once they switch up the triple Vanguard, the Beasts, they seem to be making a ton of mistakes, resulting in them losing these fights.
Yeah, this is looking very strong. I mean, still being held here early before even the second fight where you take them near the bridge. So this is what you're trying to see if you're looking for Map X to succeed. It's a pretty mean psionic seduction there. Doesn't get too much value, does force out some cooldowns. Wolverine being switched up here for Dat Bacon, who's no longer on that Moon Knight, which Moon Knight has been pretty consistent against triple, finding some value and getting those ults, as fast as possible. You'll see Pop PvP here. We talked about Rocket getting success there, not only with the healing, but can do some really strong damage up close, and that is the value of Rocket in this triple, being able to really be a danger as teams try to dive in towards the back line. Good focus there on the patty cake. We talk about the strategies back and forth. Again, we're going to see the Eternal Bond out, and the Terror Cloak is going to net some value as Denki goes down from the side of Jag, who's going to reset behind point. Up we go with the Meteor Ram. Great stuff there again by Jag to stop up 2E from getting too much value. And now everyone is popping Qs. Who gets the most value? Good positioning here by Albion and Jag, Zayna, and Fingal. Up 2E, Bot PvP, everyone falling as the Beasts are finally going to get out of that spawn door.
And the switch over to Wolverine has enabled the Beast as well. They've just made sure that they can just do so much damage. Wait, they're right there towards the end. Was that portal even going to come out in time? 3, 2, 1. Nobody touches, and the Beasts, they win map number 3.
Wow, and that is a just very strong display of how strong triple can be on some of these maps.
Yeah.
And if you do not practice a way to get out of that door, and they looked, very clean, not only on the defense, not on attack, but I got to show love to both sides. We're running triple, really well. It's just a matter of who had the better side attack.
Well, that's the thing I think with triple Vanguard is that it's sort of your mistakes aren't punished as hard. Like we saw Zenrod just go really aggressive on the Emma Frost and lose 400 HP, but as soon as he presses that diamond form, as soon as he gets that damage resist alongside just falling back with some mobility, you're able to just live for so long. So you kind of lull the enemy team into a sense of false security when you play triple Vanguard, simply because you can kind of force them to have to make a play right against you. You can kind of just bunker up, just be a threat at all times, and for them, they have to make those plays in the flanks like you saw with Albion on the high ground, or just switching to the Wolverine. You got to put yourselves in a more dangerous position and put yourselves in awkward cases. But regardless, an incredibly close map, like you said, Shib, and an incredible display of triple Vanguard and its strength on a lot of maps.
Yeah, I think the Beast definitely showed up. I think Map X, to me personally, looked very good on the first domination map. Looked like things may be, you know, dire for the Beast, but the Beast just learned, right? They found a new composition. Giovanni over there on that Venom was very dominant. Jag looked really clean on the Magneto. John Porky finding some success with some raw damage. That Bacon not afraid to switch multiple times. I think one thing that we're seeing now, more so than we saw in the past, is just the raw rotation of heroes. It's far less stagnant in terms of composition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing for sure. I think that's what we're going to see moving forward for this game is, you know, teams that are you know, not at the, or that are more towards the top maybe 20 teams in North America. They're more willing to make those adjustments that we wanted to see out of them in previous tournaments, and that's going to be huge, I think, for a lot of these teams in terms of leveling up moving forward, right? And it was like that Wolverine pick as well. Like, it seems like both teams were not really wanting to switch over to Wolverine. They were wanting to play the Moon Knight. So that was very interesting. I wonder if we'll see both of these teams later on, but still an incredible game number one that we get to see in MRC, an incredible performance from both sides.
Yeah, but congrats to the Beasts who now make that happen, looking very clean. But we are going to dive into some more games here coming up very shortly, right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our next series. That was a fun one to watch, and I know you and I had to show some love to virtually everyone but the strategists there, and some of those triple comps were disgusting. What'd you think about them?
Yeah, I was talking to you about it at the break. Like, I just felt bad because I was trying to. I always wanted to say something good about them, and I know you did as well. But both Fascist and Albion were fantastic, right? The strategists just consistently played phenomenal. I think even on map 1 on their loss, they still played well considering, you know, what was happening in the composition. So, you know, shout out to them for sure. And now we're heading into game number 2. And I think that, you know, that's what we're talking about. This is a big sort of change in North America, is that the strategist play keeps leveling up. We keep seeing better and better strategist players. And that's going to be the evolution, I think, for both of us, Shiv, that we're going to see in the esports scene, is that North America strat players are not going to be pushed over any longer.
Yeah, and I think it's like a very difficult position at this level of play because you cannot make mistakes. And, you know, I actually want to show some of the Fingal there. 36k healing, actually 10k more almost across the board. So really good job there on Cloak, showing how strong Cloak and Dagger can be. Trying to hold on that defense there, but did not happen. As we go into our next map, Atlanta PXG versus Ghost FOG. I am looking forward to this next series as we're going to start off in Hell's Heaven once more.
Yeah, a lot of players that we haven't seen too much of on broadcast, and, you know, it's going to be cool. I think that the Atlanta PXG guys have done well in the past, you know, to get to top 32 and high in Ignite qualifiers. Same thing with MRC. So it's going to be fun to see them versus Fog as well. And this team, we both don't have a ton of experience with necessarily. So, I mean, both of these guys get to be on the official broadcast the first time, and Mantis Protection coming out for Atlanta. Loki ban as well is new because both teams in the last series totally fine with protecting Loki and Luna Snow. So already one of the fantastic and really strong strategists gone.
Yeah, and you talk about new faces, right? And I do think that the scene is still developing so much that this is where you want to be seen on the big stage. You want to perform here and maybe get picked up by, you know, another org or show up for your org. And then things really start to unfold for you as this pro scene develops. So a lot of new faces up here right now. Going to be keeping that Mantis, the damage boost composition like we talked about. Luna, no surprise there. Locking in Luna once you get rid of that Loki. So that is something that is pretty much a guarantee when you see that ban and you have a lot coming in after.
Yep, Psylocke ban and Wolverine ban. I think that's a good point that you bring up, is that, you know, it's a big time for a lot of these players as a Phoenix Protect comes through. One of the strongest duelists in the game is getting through alongside with Human Torch, and Psylocke getting removed is definitely a focal point. Same thing with Wolverine. But yeah, loyalty is not really something that you can have, I guess, at this current stage for a lot of these players, right? If you get an offer by a top tier team or a tryout for an org, like you mentioned, you kind of just got to leave for it. However, I think a lot of times, you know, some of these teams that are on, you know, on the up and up, like, you know, formerly Tech EXD and, you know, Self or Ego Death now turning into Odyssey. I think a lot of teams actually could benefit from just sticking together, right? You could benefit from just getting picked up as an entire organization. Even though a lot of orgs and teams want to build themselves, sometimes it's good to just go off of experience and overall team play together as a cohesive unit, because personalities do sometimes clash. And, you know, if you've played together as an unsigned team for a while and you like everybody on the team, sometimes you can take that to the next level and compete as a top tier team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think it's a great call out. I think that you essentially as a team, it's like you start understanding, you know, unspoken things about each other when you play together. It's so long, you become a cohesive unit, and where you no longer need to have communication about a specific aspect of the game. Instead, it's just second nature because you know how that person plays. So I do agree with you that, you know, time definitely is a factor, as we see, you know, even in some of these conversations with Sentinels showing up against 100 Thieves. You know, Sentinels, both teams obviously have a ton of experience together, but maybe in a meta that didn't favor them, just the raw communication and the way they knew how to play together, they showed up and reverse swept. So that is very much on the table as we see Mantis, like you talked about, going to be locked in here. Human Torch banned out, obviously there too as well.
Yeah, I know we have two entirely different teams that we're going to watch in a moment, in both Ghost Fog and Atlanta PXG, which we're definitely going to commit 100% of our attention to while watching. But that, you know, the fact that you brought up Sentinels is crazy. The fact that they've even replaced one of their back line, and then also Amazing, and, you know, Super Gomez going away. So that entire core is now removed. This is the first time I think we get to talk about it on an official broadcast. So that is just crazy that Sentinels have broken up yet another huge part of the core.
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of that, though. You know, you're right. I guess as an example, it was more so for at that moment, but now, yeah, very much a refreshed team there. But yeah, I think that's going to happen to a lot of different organizations and teams across the board. So yeah, we are going to be setting up here domination once more off the rip. This is going to be about very much this first fight, but although that's been the standard, I would say in this last matchup, it did not matter who had point first. It was so back and forth.
When Atlanta PXG, they do play that Mantis, like you mentioned, getting that protection on through, and with the Venom alongside Jeff. Like we see this in Europe a lot, we see this in EMEA. Having the Jeff alongside that Mantis really enables these sort of aggressive dives from the Venom, as well as a damage boost, can enable Star-Lord still, even though you don't get to team up from Adam Warlock anymore with those reses. Regardless, that's so much damage down range with the triple strategist as well to keep everybody healthy. For Ghost Fog, though, they have the Namor, they have the whole team up, as well as those Gamma Squids, like you said.
Yeah, Gamma Squid is very strong in ladder, and we haven't seen as much of it in pro play, but it does find a ton of value if you know how to utilize and where to place those squids. But at this level, they are going to have eyes on those squids, and they're going to be burning them as soon as possible just to help negate a little bit of that damage that can be pulled out. Atlanta going to find point early on here as they are walking back, but Ghost now popping off here as K gets an early pick, and they are going to find a ton more. Rocket Crash in K once more, finding the rest of the team.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit too aggressive from Charisma. They're just going all the way to the enemy team's choke point and getting absolutely just target focused. Even with all the healing from the Jeff and from everybody else, it wasn't enough to keep them alive. And now Atlanta figuring something else out. They're going over to that group. They're switching over to 2-2-2 off of that triple strategist composition, whereas Ghost Fog had built up some ultimates for this upcoming fight, as well as already consistently played that 2-2-2. Crash trying to live on the backside, does have a lot of that support, and now that Star-Lord kind of caught out of position on the top left, but that character can still be very versatile and evasive on those flanks.
Very strong map here for Emma with those off maps on the side, so it's a dangerous position to try to make plays when Emma has diamond form up. You got to break those structures there to the right to open up the availability for the off map, and here we go with the dance floor, keeping the team healthy now, buying as much time as humanly possible, and we see Psionic's induction come out. Does that find value? Does get a few walking. Can they capitalize? Not quite yet, as teams are still 6-6, excuse me. Up we go, SJW on the height. Notice here, folks, if you're a duelist, nice pick there onto Rocket here by SJW. The duelists are consistently on off angles. That is how you need to play duelists if you want to climb the ladder. Force the team to look in a different direction. Up we go now with the Galactic Legend. Does that get much value? K finds SJW, and they still are holding on here as Ghost FOG are popping off now, playing very confident, and alt barely an advantage here for Atlanta.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned it. Just played it so perfectly. I think in that last fight, Yevy as well had a force physics off the map of Charisma. So right now, Charisma is sort of being hard bullied on Atlanta's side. And right now, Ghost Fog don't have any ult. So Atlanta has to take advantage, but early Sonic Seduction doesn't pick off anybody here.
Yeah, A gonna find Charisma with a kick. Redis now is gonna take out A right back. Numbers are evened out, but down a Vanguard. Does not allow as much space. Take SJW now onto Yebby. Crash falls from Silent. SJW again on the Rocket, make that 3. Really well played by SJW now onto the Phoenix, showing the power of that melee cancel.
Yep, SJW is the way forward for Atlanta. I think that through the play earlier we've seen with the pickoff onto Crash, even in the lost team fight, SJW found those opening picks. Redis, by the way, off the Bucky, now going over to that Black Panther. We'll see if that can kind of pan out. There's not really anything that, well, you're going to be against Emma. We'll see how it kind of deals with they deal with the Black Panther. Black Panther was banned out in the last series consistently. This time it goes through. We'll see how Redis does on the backside, though. SJP, or SJW rather, again, finds those opening picks, has been so big for them, and then goes aggressive on the back line.
That was great patience and burst right there. Redis gonna find Beastly though. Make that 2. Yebby goes down as the strategists fall, and they're sweeping Redis now. Axe gonna follow up. Zero cleaning up the final, and they are holding on, trying to even the numbers. 99% off the first fight, and once again, Atlanta are showing up. But as you can see here, Ghost heavily up in ults. This is what you need to do. If you get to 99 like that, it's a one-fight game, and you just need to use this ult advantage to win. This is all about this next fight for them.
And they know that somebody's going to be focusing on SJW in this top left. Though they do have that Luna Snowflake, right? That's why you play so aggressive on the Phoenix, is that you got the Snowflake, you have the self-healing committed. Here comes Redis on the backside. They're waiting to use that Luna Snowflake game for, and here it comes in the brutal.
And everything is being popped now. We see the Psionic. Out we go. Out goes Eternal Bond. Rita's going to find A in the middle of that ultimate. That is a nice pick. Putting Atlanta again up in numbers as everything's being popped. Axri going to find Yebby once more. Rocket falls to Silent, who's finding some more value with the cloak. Rita's going to clean out Crash. And wow, that fight did not go in the favor of Ghost. They still tried to hold on to alts, but it did not matter. It's 99 to 99, folks. What a comeback here by Atlanta.
Yeah, portal out. Here comes that boundary as well to keep them sustained as they walk in with that portal. Here comes the whale deep. Is it dodged? It looks like barely on the backside. Charisma falls so low.
Yeah, I mean, great understanding there, focusing on the healing while still knowing you have the time to walk out of that without having to use too much speed or anything else. Crash going to use that close range damage by Phoenix, who can play virtually any role in terms of any composition. K going to find Silent. SJW with a three-piece for Atlanta, though, to try to even the odds, still holding on to this point. Do I see four? I do. Are you kidding me, SJW, to clean up here on A once more, trying to end this game? Are you joking me now? They're in OT.
How did SJW find so many eliminations even through the dance floor of Beastly? Job done. Atlanta win round one.
Wow, that was disgusting. We talk about the power of Phoenix, and you could not see it more than right there. The most clutch ultimate of all time in that moment.
Yeah, I think that this player is definitely the way forward for Atlanta. I think that the value found from Phoenix, like you mentioned, Shib, is so much. And you know, you can play that aggressive if you are given all the resources, right? The threat of Phoenix one-shotting your backline if they go in with those animation cancels with the flight, you know, because if you change it to what I believe the flying over to hold, you can do animation cancels with the flying into melees and just get so much damage. So you just go for a few headshots, get the resets with the passive and the explosions, and you know, your backline can say goodbye and head back to the spawn door because of, you know, like we mentioned, you can just play aggressive as well with the Black Panther, and you just can kind of full commit on those backlines and make sure they don't get ults off at all.
Yeah, ton of burst potential, right? You talk about the animation cancel for the melee. That is very strong in more of like a brawly situation, or if you're standing on a Luna ult or into a Luna ultimate where you're just essentially going to be using that animation cancel to try to build your ult as fast as possible. So not only does she have poke, Phoenix also with a little bit of brawl potential, anti-dive with that stun, and burst potential with that stun. So talk about fitting into various comps. That is how it's done right there across the board as we start up here on our next fight. Atlanta trying to shut this down 2-0. Ghost trying to ensure they can turn it around. Out we go with a strangling prison, the group hug, if you will. If you're cozy, Regis with a two-piece now to clean up. Zero gonna find Rocket, and once more Regis is cleaning house with this Black Panther.
And this is why we talk about Black Panther as well as being a top hero in this game, and you saw so much priority in banning him in the previous series. Is this character can just do that, right? Just constantly dive over your back line. They're off of that triple strategist earlier as well, so they can't really out-heal these dives either. And right now for Ghost Fog, I mean, this is tough to deal with. It feels probably daunting to go against a Black Panther player who's doing as much as Regis is alongside JW on that Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's the great setup there of Groot. Groot, incredibly strong in this meta, especially now that you're finding more of these non-shielding front lines. Groot has more success with that strangling prison, and right off the rip there, getting an early team pick. And we talked about Domination getting point early, so well done again by Axe. We got to show some love there as ult advantage heavily up here for Ghost. We go out with Eternal Bond. Does it work out for him? Everybody on the side of Ghost is pressing Q. Do they get value? SJW somehow comes through with one through this. Are you kidding? Just still with patience, Silent gonna find Beastly. Yebby, Regis on a crash down. Goes A and again, and wow, Atlanta still not committing every ult through Ghost using everything is wild. What a good start for Atlanta PXG.
Yeah, and they're chasing down this Hulk. Does the Hulk get out of his life? He looks like he does. At least he doesn't get turned into Bruce Banner form, but 60% of the board, even with that back cap. Right now, Atlanta still sitting pretty. Used a lot of ults in the previous fight, like you mentioned. All their strategy ults, but same thing with Ghost Fog. So they need to find a hero play. Brutal committed. Oh no, everybody's here.
That was looking dicey. Silent and SJW gonna find one through that mix. Charisma now onto Rocket, trying to continue to walk through. A ton of pressure out. Down goes SJW by A, and who finds one? Regis now onto Yebby. Crash onto Axri. Numbers, I think, still slightly up here for Ghost, but at this point they're being held at the door, so it is tricky. They're finally escaping, heading back towards point. 90% on. Strange portals out. You can see a ton of protection in the front line there, and they are walking in, taking height. Good decision there. And now gonna try to find this Panther. Regis does go down early. Ghost up now. Can they continue this momentum? But 99% for Atlanta is dicey.
Yeah, the difficulty is that this is one of Black Panther's best maps, and Phoenix is always going to do well on maps like this, where you can just sort of take these angles, you know, help your Black Panther out, sort of hide as well, sort of kind of play like an assassin with your ultimate as well. You can play aggressive like Hella players do with their ult and sort of use it to live. Grab onto the Venom though. Good shut down at least onto the Vanguard of Atlanta PXG.
Yeah, great patience there and understanding using that diamond to find some value onto the Venom. Oh, Zero gonna find AN though. Is that enough? Goes still trying to maintain position, but down in numbers now as the reses are through for Atlanta coming back on a point. Here we go again. And Song Inferno lands, but it does not find too much value from the side of Ghost when it goes with Crash. Crashing onto the back line, but still not managing to get a KO. We see everyone dancing back and forth, maintaining cooldown. As SJW, what do you know? With 2 more charisma onto Rocket, trying to end this now. They do take back point. It's all about the portal back. Can they get there? Everyone is down. Rocket may not have enough time. I think Atlanta should hold on. Trying to get that stun out would have been insane, but just barely missing it. I don't think they can touch. They cannot. Wow. Atlanta.
What a comeback, man, on Hell's Heaven. I mean, a huge plays from them. The portal came out earlier for them to touch, and, you know, after that, it's kind of just all she wrote. You recap the point, you win the team fight, and like you mentioned, I think Redis as well is just popping off on Black Panther, just so consistently getting value. Maybe that's why we've seen that hero sort of focus in the ban phase so frequently now. Right now, Atlanta playing around these duelists so heavily, and it's working out heavily. We'll see what the ban phase looks like in the next one. I mean, maybe there's some priority towards Black Panther yet again, but an incredibly dominant round number 2 specifically in Hell's Heaven, which definitely bodes well for this team moving forward.
Yeah, I think one thing that we saw in previous play, and I think my personal opinion is Phoenix. I think Phoenix was a huge issue there when you're looking at SJW, 17 finals. You're talking about Redis really popping off there with the Panther. I do agree that that combination is insane. You got a lot of hit scan there from Phoenix, and then you got a lot of divey distraction from the side of Redis, making it very difficult. But Phoenix was not banned much initially when we're talking about MRI, but as that kept going forward, the team started electing to make the bans happen. I'm afraid we might see a similar story here where we're seeing a lot of value from Phoenix early on, and then teams are starting to say, all right, you know what, maybe we should remove this hero from the pool to ensure we have a better chance of this win. So I'm curious if that will make a change here over these next few maps.
Yeah, I think that definitely will. I mean, well, this character has always been good, I think, in pro play, and now today we're seeing exactly what happens when you have that Phoenix Protect and then, you know, sort of a Phoenix diff, some might say, on the Crash, sadly. It's not even necessarily his fault that kind of happened, but also, I mean, it's just SJW just had great game sense on the hero, knowing when to play aggressive, knowing when to flank, those eliminations. That looks, you know, it's just so hard to do at that consistent of a level like SJW was. So huge Phoenix performance, and one of the best that I've seen, at least in at this level of play.
Yeah, just really clutch moments, right? We talk about that ultimate finding a 3-piece and then cleaning up the rest of the team in essentially a 5v2 at that moment. That is wild, and it takes a lot of confidence. You're pressing Q in a moment like that where you maybe are down in numbers. You better ensure you get some value. But yeah, I mean, confident play looked really strong, like you're saying. 29-4 is wild on the side of SJW, yeah. And then you go over to Redis 27-5, and that just far outweighs everybody on the opposition in terms of those KO stats. So really well played. Looking forward to seeing map 2 and seeing how these teams bounce back. But we'll check that out right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell.
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone. As we head towards game 2, we saw some different compositions there, bringing out that Gamma Squid, but didn't find too much success. Just a ton of really strong work there by Phoenix and Panther. I'm assuming we're going to see a different ban. What do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could probably get rid of Phoenix. I think that's priority number 1 for me. I think on the opposite side, just because, I mean, no offense to Crash, it was just a really hard map. And I think we're going to see some interesting faces, by the way, not to maybe get some spoilers moving forward, but you know, some really incredible players, I think, on the side of Atlanta PXG, and specifically SJW was just phenomenal in the Phoenix, like you said. And you need to focus on that a little bit. At least maybe take out that Luna or something to do with the Phoenix, because he was just too good.
Absolutely. As we head over to Hall of the Jolly, I'm going to have a convergence map here on point 2, changing up the flow greatly. So now we will see the bans out. Interesting Spider-Man ban off the rip here for the side of Atlanta PXG. Is that a confidence player? Do you think they have? Oh no, they have really sticky over there on the side of Ghost.
They got really sticky. The Spider-Man kid. Is he still considered a young prod on Spider-Man? I know he does like to clickbait his title with that a lot. Yeah, he's definitely a good Spider-Man player for sure. And you know, you can see some focus on his hero pool. I wonder what he'll play after that. I forgot what he plays outside of Spider-Man. But that's definitely fun to see for the side of Ghost Fog. And they need to change something up at least. No target towards the Phoenix necessarily just yet, though, from the side of Ghost. And now there it is. You talked about it, Shib, during the break. We need to see it now. Phoenix gone.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, and we're going to see the Panther gone. Atlanta is going to actually be removing the Panther there, but I do think, I think that might be more targeted to Sticky as well, just essentially removing some of the dives. They want to get rid of
all of his heroes.
Putting him in a more uncomfortable position. Just saw Sticky and Ladder actually running Vanguard, so definitely it has a diverse hero pool, so maybe that's just the thought process out now. And we got Ann now trying to get that Emma locked in, as that is going to happen once more. And now a Magneto thought process, I believe, potentially with a lock-in for the side of Ghost. But yeah, keeping the Luna, you know, when you lose the Phoenix, Luna's just so strong. You know, when you lose that, you know, we talk about all the time, when you lose the Loki, locking in Luna is almost a must, and especially if you're trying to play more of a bunker or more of a pokey composition, which these teams really seem to like to do. So off we go once more, and yes, there is that call, the double Vanguard, keeping in Magneto with the Emma on the attack side.
You know, what Atlanta does, right? They could potentially even swap over to that Hulk comp that we saw to Ghost, and we could still see Hulk Namor come through, and you can see Atlanta doesn't really care about that comp too much. They're getting rid of the Wolverine now as well. So all focus is on duelists. No Human Torch for the game, or sorry, no Human Torch ban this time. Instead, it was Spider-Man ban, so that allowed it to get through. And we'll see that matchup between both Redis and Crash, it looks like. And for really Sticky, this might be my first time seeing him on Psylocke, as we have that Psylocke Emma team up still available as well.
That we do, and I think that is I wouldn't say underutilized, because I think it's incredibly strong. I think it's maybe underappreciated. Teams think, you know, it's not necessary, and I agree with that. But a Psylocke with that team up, not only does it enable more DPS, which Psylocke is very strong already, it also gives you an escape route with that split there, and that split second where you have that iframe while you're invis. As we start once more, we begin. We have the torch through on both sides. It is going to be a battle from Crash and Redis. Who can play Human Torch better? Who is the real Johnny Storm? As we begin once more, and that is going to lend both teams to be running that invis to make sure they can keep that pocket up in the sky.
I want to see how both teams play this Storm, right, or play this Johnny, and you know, with how this character is in terms of the play style, in terms of how Johnny is in the game in Human Torch. I think a lot of people say that this is the best character in the game right now, at least duelist wise. I think Johnny does so much, even throughout the nerfs, right? Just every patch seems like Johnny gets some sort of nerf, and it's usually never enough. So We'll see how it pans out this time. I don't think he's as dominant as he maybe was in the past, but this character can still be absolutely impressive at points. And for Atlanta, they are the ones playing that Hulk Namor this time around, avoiding that Psylocke Emma team up, just going for a Hulk Namor team up instead.
Yeah, and something for those who are maybe climbing ladder that are unsure why he's so strong. Johnny actually has an ability to conform his hitbox actually with the melee technique in the sky. When you're meleeing while you're flying, not only are you very incredibly fast in the sky, it's very difficult to land shots on a very strong Johnny with a ton of movement. So not only do they have very strong movement, but their left click is very strong, the right click is strong, especially when you can dunk at any point to escape and give yourself some extra shield. So it has an escape route, has a ton of damage. It is very difficult to land shots on a flyer. So that is usually the downside of flyers, is that they're more vulnerable, but not Johnny, who can move like crazy. As we start off this fight, both teams just holding on. Notice this focus there on the Gamma Squids. Make sure you take that in the ladder with you. It will help your team a ton, making sure that those are removed as fast as possible. And Blaze falls there from really sticky on this off angle. Make that a two-piece now, as Ghost is trying to take this point early on, and they have one tick in. Can they get through this?
Looks like they've gotten 2 ticks so far, pushed off the point as well. I mean, they do have the dance floor. Here it comes. All with the portal going to come through as well, as 2 ticks are given. 75% on the board. Those have been able to do with the high ground, at least of that Namor, but here comes that Meteor end.
And does it get value? The portal comes through, and this is what you should always do. Make sure you're doing that at ladder as well. If you're a duelist or strategist, if you need to, make sure you're making that transition over to Strange. It can win you games, I promise. Crash now, holding on here. Off we go with the invisible boundary, and we are going to see a retake, or a hold, excuse me, here by Ghost, who are now walking them towards point 2. Really well played here by Ghost, who do not want to give up 2 maps early to Atlanta.
Yeah, right now, Ghost, I was surprised, actually, that they didn't get picked off from the high ground. The target focus on the Namor squids was nice, but honestly, that Namor and Invisible Woman weren't really dislodged at all that entire time. But Ghost Fog still got it done. Nobody went down. They're able to find those picks afterwards with the incredibly high damage output of Psylocke and Emma Frost team up. SJW, though, finally finding a pick, and Redis is now here with the follow-up in the neutral. So this can enable them to get a hold in the street phase of the map with 4 minutes left. But honestly, this is where Psylocke should do better. So I'm curious how Ghost Fog play this upcoming fight. Atlanta finally do have some more combinations as well, though, with that Namor, and then can also go aggressive with the Hulk, just to constantly just sort of play on this back line, make sure they can force out ults early. And Ghost Fog now want to walk back into the cart. Nice kidnap from the Hulk onto the end.
You'll find that this is one of the more defensible positions. It's very difficult to get around the back line of the defensive team at this exact spawn position. Taking this fight early on like this will guarantee at least 3 fights, as we've seen in the past, especially with the spawn being so close to point 3. SJW, though, gonna find really sticky, and that's what we're talking about, kind of shutting down that dive, because every angle to get around and dive the back line is very difficult, as they're all just these tight doorways. So if your team stays up like this, there's only 2 options, and that's left or right, but you're gonna see them coming as Redis gets one. SJW again on the Beastly now. They are maintaining this positioning. Atlanta looking like they have woken up, and they are angry about losing that point quickly. SJW now on a Crash.
Yeah, that was a clean pickoff from Axe3 in the first place to jump into the sky onto Crash. Crash then comes back just to go down again. So not having a good time again on map number 2. It's been tough for Crash in this series. We'll see if he can pick it up now in the streets phase, though, because, yeah, they committed the Namor whale, but regardless, in these neutrals, I just feel like they're playing it so well, PXG is.
Ult advantage, roughly even now. Atlanta going to be slightly down. It's all about who can make these Qs work out. Sticky gets dove on down. Go Sticky from Redis, holding on with his Human Torch, showing the power of Torch as Crash falls once again. The team going to need to reset, and the defensive side of Atlanta not committing any ultimates there is wild. And same with Ghosts, who are playing maybe a little too passive now, trying to allow Atlanta to catch back up. And we're going to see SJW almost coming up on an ult here, trying to even the odds a bit.
Ults again. I mean, you got nearly 6 on board, and Charisma is able to get so aggressive, fall back, and that's nearly 2 minutes off the clock for Ghost Fog, just in these neutrals, just in these single fight territories. So right now, let's see how Ghost Fog do, but oh my god, SJW just like doesn't miss, man. This guy is just hitting every single shot. Haven't really seen a player do as well as he has in quite some time. SJW just absolutely destroying Atlanta every single fight.
Yeah, I think this is a really good composition to be running right now when you do have that Psylocke out there, you know, with the potential here with the Emma team up. It's all about shutting that down quickly, and they're doing a great job of that and ensuring that Human Torch can't even get out here in the sky, as we are going to get matched back right now. Do we see much? Everything's being popped out. Goes the Meteor M, does not land for the side of Ghost, and that is a damage boosted whale as Yebby falls from SJW once more. At this point, just biding time, looking up towards Torch, who is low. Sticky pops out here once more. Oh my goodness, cancel the Cutterfly. SJW through that insane patience finds Crash out of the sky. Beastly falls from Charisma. Zero onto Ian. Are you joking me? Well done, Atlanta, to cut through the fog and just literally cut through the fog of Ghost.
I just don't think this game's winnable when SJW is playing like this. I think if a player is popping off as much as this Namor is for Atlanta's side, it's going to be impossible for any team to win. And for Ghost Fog, they really need to stick together, kind of come back as a unit. I mean, they have ultimate advantage. There's a way into this fight, but Charisma does have that Meteor M ready to go to counter Crash in that Human Torch ultimate. SJW was forced to use his shift early, but the peel comes now back through, and oh no, really sticky. Going back to the spawn again. How many fights in a row has that been?
Yeah, I think Torch is doing a great job marking, and same with SJW. I mean, this side is looking so clean. I don't even know. That is disgusting. Good patience and understanding. Not even know. You know what? Good read. Just knowing where that was going to happen from prior to the fight. SJW is not missing and just putting out so much damage here with this team up. Very, you know, Namor may have taken a little bit of a backseat in Ignite in the live mid-season Worlds event, but very much back now, at least in the MRC, holding on to the whale, ready to damage boost shortly with Zero if need be to try to cut through some of this, but Ghost has no ultimates. Heavy advantage here for Atlanta as Regis now is going to put some serious damage out. Beastly falls, Yeb falls, and that should do it here in OT before point 2 as Atlanta played lights out after losing that point relatively quickly.
I need to literally go back and watch this game's VOD just from SJW's perspective. I mean, that was the most dominant Namor performance I think I've seen in ever. Honestly, I mean, maybe since like early days, I don't know, War of the Realms, or rather like early days MRC when Delena would pop off on Namor on the flank, but that was just front to back dominance. I mean, everybody caught these hands from SJW, whether it be the Torch in the sky, whether it be a backline Inviswoman or the Psylocke. I don't know. I'm just in awe. That was pretty dominant, man.
Yeah, I think one thing that's difficult when you're going against a Torch is just the raw, like landing hit scan shots on Torch. I think Torch is very difficult to do that with, but you know who can ensure a lot of damage on a Torch in the sky? A Namor Squid that does not miss, especially if you land a single spear there and put the focus on the Torch in the sky. So I think it's a really strong choice here for the Namor. I think it wasn't, like you're saying, it was more front to back even. It didn't even necessarily need to be against the Torch. It was all about just putting raw damage out on whoever wanted to catch these hands, and it was literally everyone. So well played once more by the side of Atlanta.
For sure. And everybody kind of knew that Namor would be good this patch, I feel like, with the, you know, change to his, you know, projectile speed and, you know, kind of making it more, not necessarily hit scan, but close to it, right? Just how fast that spear travels and how fast the fire rate is now because of it. SJW was able to get so much damage downrange. Even without the team up, I'm sure he would do as much, because that's what we saw in the previous map, is that we saw the Namor without the Hulk, or sorry, previous years, we saw Namor without Hulk at points. So definitely a strong hero with the ultimate as well. And I don't know, man. There's not much to say in terms of analysis in that last game. It was just, that was the SJW show. And let's go to attack. Maybe Ghost Fog can play differently on defense, but I don't know if anybody beats this man currently.
Yeah, I think Regis did a good job marking the dive too. I got to show love to the Torch in the sky. He was finding a pick early in the fight almost every time, and then then the team just kind of collapsed heavy, and no one was getting KO'd, and everybody was finding value. So I think that helped as well as Regis is pressing forward here. Maybe this composition working a little better for this side of Atlanta, which is almost matched back and forth. Sticky going to find SJW early in the fight, and that's a nice start here for the defensive side of Ghost, who need to buy as much time as possible here on point 1 to make their lives easier on that point 2 push, as the card did not move much at all.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, switching over to the Bucky, they can break the squids quickly, like you mentioned how annoying Gamma Squid or even his baseline squids can be. Just making sure that they can always set up. Also, it does well versus Hulk, right? So Hulk, unfortunately, struggles against Bucky sometimes just with the damage output of him. Also, we're just making sure he can grab him and stuff. So really good work from him just to switch over to that Bucky. But right now, I need to see Crash live. Just play these sightlines better, but
oh my goodness. as Regis gets 2 more there. Make it soon to be 3. The jukes were crazy. SJW gonna find Crash, and they are gonna keep this forward. That was a nasty shot as Ian falls through the duelist line, just walking. I mean, you gotta, first off, I think we all typically, as we're watching, tend to kind of forget about the space taken there by the Vanguards, allowing them to press up and make this happen. The strategist line, who are just keeping everyone healthy here as they're walking, and now Rocket here is gonna find one on Regis, but wow, these duelists in this match, at least in this map specifically, are looking lights out. But they look good on map 1 too. They really are making a name for themselves here, pushing forward in this MRC tournament.
I mean, you can't make a mistake. You got to just play these angles better or something. I'm not sure. It's just not going well at all for Ghost Clock. Now they come back through, at least puts them off this choke point. You found one earlier when Crash went too aggressive, but you have to win this upcoming fight here and now, or Regis rather earlier.
Oh, good shield there, I believe. Potentially Emma, actually it couldn't have been, as nobody was able to stop that, I don't believe. And here we go, holding on tight, but everyone pressing Q. We've got Beastly out with the dance for the Pit of Both Worlds. Yebby falls here from Charisma. Up we go with another. Will it land? Bang! Down goes Beastly. Regis onto Sticky. Charisma onto Ian. SJW to clean up the 5th, and that will likely make this a very, very short game. Atlanta PXG are really stepping up in this moment, and they are likely going to end this 2-0 unless this portal comes through. Sticky is going to start the portal. Will it be there in time? It is not.
What a performance from Atlanta PXG, and they look pretty damn good. I don't know if we've seen a performance as strong as SJW just played in that previous series. I mean, not much to say about it, honestly. I think the name war was pop off. Regis as well, like you said. I mean, Regis was doing a good job following up, going incredibly aggressive on Human Torch, able to just kind of make sure these eliminations, these KOs were found early. And what a performance from Atlanta PXG. I think this is a team to watch now moving forward in the MRC because, I mean, just look at those stats. Just a fantastic performance across the board. And SJW with the 14 final hits. No MVP because of how Human Torch is. 22,000 damage alongside 8 final hits. Only 3 eliminations onto him as well. But damn, I mean, that was a great game out of Atlanta PXG.
Yeah, everyone played well front to back. I mean, just not getting eliminated much at all, not getting KO'd. You see 1 and 2, maybe 3 there from Regis up, but all eyes are in the sky on Torch in these compositions. So only falling 3 times there, and you look over 9 on the opposition there on Crash. I just think the compositional, it was kind of a compositional diff. I think that using Namor in this position, especially when there's that much pocket in the sky and allowing your team to play so aggro on defense, even holding them virtually right out the spawn, was just wild to see. So well played once more by Atlanta, who end that 2-0 into a very strong team who could just not get their feet under them in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the biggest takeaway from that is I want to watch that game back. Now I'm kind of interested in this Atlanta PXG team. I want to see that game in the in-game clients, because you can do that. Anybody can go back, watch these games in MRC back. If you're a fan, if you're missing a game right now, for example, because there's so many teams, you can always go back in the in-game client and go watch these games yourself. And definitely I'll be watching this game later, Shib. And man, what a performance from Atlanta PXG. I want to see them again later, but maybe we'll see what happens in this upcoming series, because we have more MRC games to go, man.
Yeah, plenty more to come. And you talked about going back there and watching some of these games, maybe getting some insight on your favorite heroes, seeing how some of these incredible players play those heroes, and taking something and learning. And you can absolutely do that. And that's why watching these tournaments as a whole will make you a better player. Just so much fun to watch, and always learning something new,
Yeah, something new indeed. And something new is coming up in a second, Shib. We got a new game. Another one in a second. Game number 3 of the day in MRC. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do a short break. We'll be back after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed a dominant performance there by Atlanta PXG. That was just really clean play. I'm looking forward to seeing them more as we move through this tournament.
Yeah, that team is really good, and I think we're definitely going to see them again later on as they move on into the next round. And, you know, speaking about that round, we're going to see more teams, right? This is only going to be game number 3 of the day. We saw in game number 1 a lot of different compositions. You brought a triple Vanguard. We saw Psylocke make its debut yet again in MRC, and then same thing with Human Torch and Phoenix. So there's not a lot we've missed except maybe a ton of Wolverine play, some Bucky. I know that I think EMEA, there's been a little bit more of the Bucky going around. But we'll see in this upcoming series what goes on. Dark Zero making his return, and the first time I think on broadcast we get to see the brand new iteration of Dark Zero. So after they've gotten Hogs away from the team, I don't know exactly the situation behind the scenes, but you know, Hogs no longer on the roster. Now you have impunity from the old Tridex roster, and then for wild cards as well, you have a lot of really good players who've been around as well with like Havoc and Swag.
Yeah, this is going to be a good matchup, I think. Yeah, you get Smash, obviously a controller player over here still for Dark Zero, one of the strongest, controller duelists, a rare occurrence who's not afraid to play hit scan. So I think that combination in and of itself is a huge achievement. Smash very strong. So I'm sure people that play on the sticks are going to be excited to see that. Emma going to get a lock here. And what do you know? Goodbye to Johnny.
Yeah, and we are in the loser brackets, by the way, of round 7. So if either team were to lose now, they may be out of the tournament, right? So no more MRC for them. And this is, one of the only tournaments going on right now is the qualifiers just ended for MRIG. Now that we have to go into the next stage, you kind of have to wait around for the next MRC. So this is a lot of teams' last chance to sort of make a name for themselves. And a lot of bans coming through. We have Human Torch ban, we have Phoenix ban, we have Psylocke ban, 2 Vanguard protections, like you said, with the Emma and then the Magneto. Ultron ban as well. I think this is kind of similar to the last sort of ban phase that we've seen. A lot of Ultron bans, and then a lot of you know, duelist focus, like Wolverine maybe going to be the next focus, or a Black Panther potentially.
Yeah, I think Ultron, you know, for those who are curious about the ban, and you locked in the protect there actually from Wolverine to make sure that does not happen. But yeah, the Ultron ban, I mean, Ultron does a great job at enabling flyers and enabling that composition, and even like pretty strong into dive composition, staying up in the sky and putting that drone on your back line and playing a little more defensively, keeping eyes on them. So they want to say goodbye to that, and goodbye to the storm damage boost on the side of Dark Zero, shutting that down quickly and keeping that Wolverine mag where the opposition's got that Emma and Loki. And you mentioned a lot, Loki is just so strong in the meta right now. We might see a ban of Loki here on the side of Wild.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loki's definitely Luna is definitely a character that is going to be dominant. I think if it gets through, and there we go, Hella ban, Storm ban. That is interesting, shit. Why do you think the Hella ban comes through? I mean, we've seen that character definitely pop off alongside Loki for sure, but it's definitely unique. We haven't really seen many Hella bans be utilized.
Yeah, I think this might be more behind the scenes targeted information, right? Where it's like, you know, the strengths of various players, and you make sure that gets shut down, and that could be information from ladder or from past experience, etc. But getting rid of that storm and then forcing someone to play something like a Punisher instead, right, is inherently a little more difficult. You see a lot more Punisher storm compositions. Getting rid of the storm, we don't really see a lot of standard Punisher without boost compositions, and that's what they're kind of forced into right now.
Oh, yeah, that is interesting. And also, you know, I think on this map too, when we play triple Vanguard, triple strat, you know, Storm is that character that can definitely counter that strategy of triple Vanguard. And, you know, we'll see what happens once teams move over, because Dark Zero, the ones banning that out. And, you know, for their side, it's going to be a cool time to see, I think, this Dark Zero roster. I think they've been really, really good, right? I mean, them to qualify through MRIG in that first wave, and then just this team has been so good in general. For wildcards, they're sort of making a name for themselves in general, right? As a new squad, as a sort of an LFT roster. So we'll see how they play today against Dark Zero, who are already locking out with Velocity on that Black Panther for a quick one-shot with the Mantis.
And everything rides on this, folks, as we are in the lower side bracket. What a throw off the rip. Oh, but gets taken out of the hands. Good idea there from Smash with the toss off the rip and an immediate swap there. I think that's a smart play from the side of Dark Zero. Very coordinated team play. Love to see that. Madara going to try to take this space now and own this angle. It's a strong Emma position, but the Groot from Impunity is terrifying right now. We may have to see potential Wolverine on the opposition to counter. We'll see what it looks like here on the attack. Cloning, or just locking down all of these early plays and allowing your Wolverine to get free tackles. Havoc is very close to falling. Well done again by Smash, who's playing my most terrified. I have nightmares about this hero coming into the front line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once those Loki greens are popped, it's going to be so tough to deal with the damage output of this hero. Just walking at you, like you mentioned, Kid. It's not much you could do about that. Maybe build the Stratus ultimate. They were building it so quickly, but at that second phase, once that Wolverine's walking at you, it's going to be tough. And right now, I mean, no portal play is going to be here in time. Actually, maybe. The Loki's here to touch. The greens are here to delay. 2 meters to go. Portal could come out. Nope. Too late from Havoc. They also now use that portal, I believe, and now not going to have that cooldown. Really fast take from Dark Zero, man. You called it. I mean, Smash just sort of was doing so much with those kidnaps and walking at the side of wildcards, who are right now on the back foot.
Oh, good idea with the tackle there. For those who are curious, when you are using that dive with Wolverine, you actually, you know, it is an LOS where you can grab people that are in front of you, but if you are just in proximity within melee range, you know, if you're very close in a circle around, even if you are, you know, back to back with a hero, as long as you're in melee range, you will get that grab. So it's not only an LOS pull, try to get very close to those you're trying to pull. That is the secret with Wolf. As we begin once more, the next fight out immediately. Goodbye to the green. Smash gonna find one, followed up. They follow up, they do. Another pick here for the side of Intent, and that is going to put them up 2 numbers. Everyone's popping Q here on the offense, as Dark Zero now will have 2 left. Smash and Velocity to hold on, but everyone's going to fall for wild cards.
Yeah, and they kind of have to pop that many holes just to deal with the dance floor from 30 on YDH, so good follow-up. Aiton also committing the Bucky ultimate. It's not ideal necessarily for wild cards, but coming into this one, Dark Zero, they have the positioning to set up. Maybe get a one-shot as well with Smash with this last stand. We'll see how it happens. Velocity also get damage boosted if he wants to go for that copy onto a Luna Snow.
Let us begin once more, and up in the sky we go. Does the Meteor M land? Crystals get popped, and nobody goes down. And here comes Star-Lord with the Galactic Legend up in the sky, but it is going to be matched here by the dance floor. Fate of both worlds keeping the team healthy. Everybody enjoying the music. Wolverine trying to make a tackle. Swag out of the sky. Immediately last standing. Are you kidding me with a three-piece now? They are going to continue walking through point two, and the walls are going to stuff the touch. Oh my goodness, Dark Zero looking lights out.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane performances from Smash. I think that he's played a lights-out Wolverine thus far, and the whole team just sort of upping the tempo and the pace, and Wildcard's committed so many ultimates. Unfortunately, in the sky, Raimai went down to just left-click by Smash, and the follow-ups as well from both Madara, I imagine, and also the Groot who can shoot through that Meteor M. And right now, Smash has just been such a nuisance. We'll see if he can keep it up and kidnap the right Loki, or at least force eyes away from the front line, who's taking a ton of damage.
And we are going to see a hold here. Swag going to set up there with the turret team building around the turret. Unfortunately, not able to hold it for long. Out immediately, we see crystals pop for the side of 30 as they're still maintaining that position. Madara going to own this space now, shoving them backwards. They're not able to hold around that corner, which is very defensible, and that is tough. The momentum here for Dark Zero is palpable. A tackle again. Try to be followed up by Intent, and we do see the final judgment. Does this get some value? A ton of damage out. Dance floors are matched. Does anyone fall? Madara going to try to collapse here, and yes, Swag goes down, but we see now Intent falls, and we are going to see the Psionic Seduction. Are we going to get some people walking? Not quite yet. Looking towards the back line now in the front line. Impunity with a two-piece down. Goes the Strategist. Havoc up again. Psionic right back at him. Raimi does not land that meteor onto anyone, unfortunately. And we have another dance floor, but at this point, it is in a moment of panic. They are just trying to maintain positioning. Good pick there from Aiton, though.
Yeah, good pick. Also coming back in with that Punisher ultimate, also kidnapping the Groot as well on Bucky.
Well done.
Making sure he can't go anywhere. Good retake there from Wildcards. And for Dark Zero, you know, maybe just a little bit too far. Also, ult-wise, it was sort of an awkward fight. Regardless, for the set of Dark Zero, once they didn't, you know, find eliminations with Intent and his ult alongside the fallout from Madara, they really rely, I think, heavily on their Strangling Prison from Impunity. So in this upcoming fight, that could be huge, as well as Wildcards committing basically everything in that last fight. Obviously, Raimai in the neutral could eat that Strangling Prison with that shield on Magneto. Smash as well, though, has been setting up these flanks. We'll see if Wildcards reads it. They're going to be looking towards that left stairs in case Smash kind of comes through in those flanks. But, you know, with those mobility cooldowns on Wolverine, it's tough, and oh no!
Wow.
See you later, kid. There's a kidnap.
Yeah, that is a massive pick there on the Carp, and that is a Strategist down. Smash Intent now on Raimi. There goes that strangling, and it is huge. Impunity with the 3. Should I see 4? Wow, what a Strangling Prison there, followed up on the heels of Smash with a wild tackle. You've got to be kidding me. These feral leaps here from Smash have been invaluable, and at this point, they are going to keep this pressure on. Groot's going to try to make sure the team cannot get in for the touch, but they do. Smash going to try to get a pick early here onto the back line, and there it is again. Raimi falls. Havoc goes down. The Vanguards fall. Swag, Carp, and Aiton, and that will do it as Dark Zero shoves through with 2 minutes on the clock.
I mean, Smash looks incredible, man. I mean, the amount of times he's flanked, found a pick with a grab, it feels like it's been 80-90% success rate or something like that. Like this has been something you got to watch out for, right? I mean, Smash on the left side flank, you know he's coming. There's only one angle he can come from on Wolverine. And it's very close to you, don't get me wrong. As soon as he shows up, he can just press right-click and then shift and find your Luna Snow. But, man, somebody's got to be looking for that at all times. Just how much value he found on those flanks, just playing that Wolverine. Didn't even need the ultimate. And I don't know, for Wildcards, that's a brutal one to deal with, considering, you know, you wouldn't even lose to ults at times. You would just get picked off by Smash and say goodbye to your Luna Snow. 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Shibby talked about it, how that's just an incredible time bank on the clock for Dark Zero, especially on Convoy.
Yeah, and I'm of mind that if you got a Wolverine or if you don't have necessarily a Wolverine player on the team, it can be difficult to keep Groot in there without banning Groot out. And, you know, Wolverine's obviously available for the side of Wildcards. It's a tricky thought process here. Wildcards is going to be attacking Dark Zero, going to run that 3-3 composition that we've seen. This is one of those maps that finds a ton of success and can guarantee 3 fights. So they'll hold pretty tight here. But as I say that, Havoc actually making the switch over to the Wolverine. So Havoc was running that Emma before. So that is going to be a complete switch up, and I think that is a valuable switch in this moment.
4,
we got the triple strat on the defense, right? Ultron got banned earlier, and now we're going to see the Atom instead in this triple setup with the Rocket Raccoon and the Loki. So for wildcards, no damage boost on the side of Mantis or Storm, because Storm is banned in the ban phase. We'll see how they do in this, because, there's going to be a ton of healing, also 3 Vanguards downrange. Swag finds the opening pick, though, onto Squirrel Girl. This character can actually do a ton of damage, even without the damage boost. So, nice pickup from Swag. We've seen this from Solaris as well, playing the Squirrel Girl without even Storm at times, and it already pans out.
Yeah, I do think that Squirrel Girl and Moon Knight even have found a lot of value into the triple comp, and that's one of those meta changes. They coming up out of nowhere just due to the fact that triple has taken space in the meta, and now goes Madara Swag with 2 now on a smash, and immediately everyone right back in the fight here, healthy as ever. Well done by Velocity. You don't even need to strange TP back if you can just res everyone, and that is a new addition to this composition. Love to see that as they retake the point, and Smash gonna drop Swag.
Good read by Intent there, or Velocity rather, who went for the copy onto Intent to bring everybody back. So kind of just acts like a third support ult as well, because you get the overshields now. So Intent built up his own ult. He's also finding picks, and right now this is just pure dominance from Dark Zero, which is, to be honest, expected from a team signed to an organization like Dark Zero is. And for wildcards, they got to figure something out. They still have a lot of time left on the bank, but this cart ship, it hasn't really moved.
And this, I mean, you got to look at Intent's ult charge already, folks. I mean, that is, I truly do believe we'll see a lot more Warlock in the meta, especially with this composition. Already ready for ultimate, is going to fall there, but likely has res and ready for ult after the fact. So team's going to like to try to hold tight. Walls go up. Intent going to self-res like we had discussed. Out goes clobbering time now. They find one as Raimi now falls. Numbers still being evened out, slightly up in the favor of Dark Zero. Oh my goodness, Gear gonna take out Aiton now, and they're still maintaining this space with some ults up. Wildcards, though, is gonna have ult advantage in this next fight. It's all about if they can reset together and make something happen. Swag walking towards the Psionic Seduction, not able to collapse on, but still gonna take out Havoc. Madara looking clean now, walking through and making sure the group cannot escape. But 30, gotta take out Smash and potentially more.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see out of your team on the defensive side as they now come back into it on attack.
Wow. An immediate res again. What do you know? This is wild to witness. This is a crazy rendition of the triple composition. And Raimi trying to find the pick early, walling off the front line. Good decision, but is the res still up? We'll find out shortly. Swag, it is, but it's actually by Rocket, as Skier's gonna bring back Madara. Havoc finds Intent. They're walking him down now, and this is what you need for wildcards to get some momentum while still being patient with those ultimates. Out goes the dance floor. Fate of both worlds. Havoc and Raimi ready for the Strangling Prison and Psionic if they need them, but at this point, they just got to try to get through this dance floor and work forward on the point. Good work there by Swag once more, finding a ton of value here on the Squirrel.
Only 60 seconds left.
And we start once more, folks. Let us proceed, and this is just a dominant turnaround by WoW, but I would still say Dark Zero bringing them down to 40 seconds here is nuts. And here comes the portal through for the second, but not sure there will be a third as the portal's just a little bit delayed. But we will see as this progresses. Great Strangling Prison trying to wall off the back line. Havoc gonna collapse off it. Swag, Havoc and Raimi with an insane combo play as Havoc still is holding on to that Psionic Seduction. Good patience there.
Yeah, good patience indeed. And Dark Zero now back to the spawn wildcards. They also got rid of the portal because they had to retake there, and the stagger's coming out now. For wildcards, this would be huge in the street phase of the map if they could finally get it done. I mean, that was such a hectic first phase of the map, and Dark Zero, they're also slowly going to switch off of this triple shredded composition. Skier's going back over to Luna Snow. They also have that Loki still from Velocity side and Intent off of that Adam Warlock, but a kidnap again onto Swag early because of Smash switching over to Wolverine, finding that pick off. And I mean, how many times have we talked about Smash finding early picks like this? Consistently a force to be reckoned with on Dark Zero's side.
And another strong tackle here by Madara walking through on Raimi. There's that tackle from Smash once more. Last stand very close at 75%. Smash walking forward, now 78. As you can see there on the bottom right of the screen, the sticks on the controller. Nice pick by Intent now onto Havoc. Still maintaining this defense, a very defensible position. We will likely see them try to hold this for a few fights at least, with 2 minutes on for the second point.
Yeah, a few minutes left to go, like you said, and they have at least a little bit of time, but for wildcards, right, they have to kind of keep up this momentum, right, on this attack now, as everybody kind of walks through this choke now on the side of Dark Zero. They have both Predator ultimates ready to go. Wildcards has nothing, and there it is, the early pick off onto Havoc. That's brutal to see on the side of wild cards. They lose both Vanguards, and just like immediately, just makes it even worse on them with that last stand.
Yeah, beautiful double there from Smash after the tackle, and that is a problem. Soon to be potentially 3. Tries to escape. Good tackle there again. Well played. Wow, the strategist line into that. Good focus in that moment. That was dicey. Well played again by Velocity here and Skier, who are making sure Smash can play hyper aggro and try to find another pick. Walking back, the whole team going to reset as a unit. We have that final judgment ready here for Dark Zero, who are up 2 ultimates, or very close. Excuse me, 1 ultimate now, as we see wild cards. There goes the Psionic right back. You cannot be CC'd in this ult, and that is the value. Walking right into the Psionic Seduction because it does not matter. Final judgment, trying to get a pick on the dance floor. Does not quite yet, but is trying. It is still not going to get too much value, but good idea and way to walk forward. Does buy them some space. But right back at them now. Wildcards comes in with Eaton. 30. Going to make sure the dance floor is matched. Raimi holding on to that Feast of the Abyss. Can they get a pick through this? They do. Well done by Eaton. Through the dance floor. Beautiful play as Wildcards now has some momentum.
Yeah, momentum is being built, and for them, I mean, 25 seconds left to go. A lot of ultimates just used, so that's the only worry, right? You do have the Sonic Seduction available for this upcoming fight at the very least. It's 70% building, but Dark Zero do have Smash, and that man's got last stand yet again, so they have to play split, right? Make sure they can poke out Smash, at least get that passive out early. That's the play for Wildcards to keep moving forward, because you have 4 seconds left to go in overtime. If you find an early pick, you can force overtime spawns, which is 14 seconds, and that could be huge for them in this last phase, but oh man, no, the stun and shut down under Raimi.
Yeah, that is tough here as Smash is walking forward. Momentum is looking more in the favor of Wildcards, but we're in OT now. It's anybody's fight. Likely a TP coming in here from Raimi. And yes, there is the strange change. Intent now onto Havoc, who does fall up now 2 in numbers until this portal comes through. Intent very close to ultimate as well. Out goes the dance floor, and that is enough. Dark Zero gonna hold on here and take home map 1.
3.
Yeah, this new iteration of Dark Zero looks really damn good, right? I mean, they no diss, I guess, to the old roster, right? With Dark Zero, who who played in stage 1 with ZQ, with Chime, with Gibbery, with Cyber. So this entirely new roster looks like reformed for sure. I mean, they've got Impunity, they've got incredible backline with Velocity. I mean, this is one of the best players in the game, in my opinion, on Strategist. So just everything has been revamped for this roster, and Intent looks good on Punisher. For Wildcards, I want to see how they could do in this upcoming map, but really just proved to show that this new Dark Zero roster has been phenomenal as well, with CO2 Madara coming in.
Yeah, I think that I even like the innovation. I mean, we could talk about that shortly, but look at these stats here, folks. 16 from Intent, 14 for Smash, 11 for Impunity. You can't let the Groot can be very difficult if you don't have a Wolverine consistently out there. I know Havoc tried to make the switch at one point, but is a very strong Vanguard. So making that switch puts the team in a funky position there into a Wolverine. It's so tough. So I do think that, the Bucky idea was a good idea. I think Bucky does a pretty good job in a Groot 2 with those pulls, but without the Wolverine, it was difficult, and I think we might see a switch in bans.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that getting rid of the Wolverine, but also is protected, right, in that protect and ban phase. So that switch up would be nice to maybe even play it yourself, right? Just make sure you play Wolverine against Groot, I guess. That's the kind of the biggest thing. Like you said, Bucky is it's a solution for sure, but I think we can both agree, Shiv, that, like you said, I mean, Wolverine, it's just too good against Groot. I think that is just the hero to play against it, and when Wolverine's banned, that's why a lot of times you see Groot bans, because of the fact that Groot is so hard to counter when you don't have a Wolverine in the game. And you can attest to that, right? I think that you've grinded heavily on to Groot recently, and that character can get so much value, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think Groot is incredibly strong right now. I think Wolverine is a very consistent ban, so we're moving Wolverine from the game. But in this instance, Wolverine wasn't even banned for their opposition. They just elected to not run Wolf until they had to switch off that Vanguard. So I think you have to ban Groot, and we've seen that actually surprisingly a lot in this tournament so far, removing Groot on some of these maps that he finds a lot of success, especially shutting down some of the retake angles there with these doorways. And I think Groot does that, especially on the Yggdrasil, really well. And we saw some big ultimates on both sides. So yeah, just a tricky position to be in, but they did not make the proper switch. 34-7, 11 finals there for Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. Earlier we see like the group bans even happen, right? You sometimes first ban Groot. So if you can't play Wolverine, I guess that's not a bad solution besides just banning out Wolverine. So anyway, guys, we're in a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for map number 2 between Dark Zero and Wildcards.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone. And wow, DZ looked insane there across the board. Cannot shout out anyone specifically. Everyone looked like they had a role in making that happen, and it looked dominant. What'd you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this team is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And we are in the loser brackets, right? So that's kind of crazy that they even got sent down here in the previous week. So definitely have to look back at that. But for Dark Zero, I mean, this is an incredibly talented team, a solid team in general, a team that is going to be competing in the next stage of Ignite. And for wildcards, this team is just sort of on the cusp of entering that similar tier. So we'll see how they can perform in this upcoming map. I think that, you know, maybe they have some individual performances or something, but we know how good Dark Zero is. It's a matter of what we see out of wildcards. And there it is, Shib. First ban on Wolverine. I don't think we've seen that in quite some time.
Yeah, has been a while, but yeah, I mean, one thing to shout out again, I love the innovation of bringing Adam Warlock into that triple composition. I'm assuming, you know, maybe that's something seen in scrims, maybe that's something they designed themselves, but I think that's an incredible addition with the changes recently made to Adam. I mean, we saw how fast Adam was getting ult back and how effective they were, and coming back in with a ton of HP like that, when with 80% over health off the rip, it allows you to play a little more risky with those ults. So well played across the board. You look at 30 here is actually showing Jeff. Not sure if that's going to happen as we lock in Emma and Torch.
Yeah, locking in Emma and Torch is definitely big, because I think wildcards, you know, they have a really good Emma player in Havoc, and I'm sure they want to play heavily around him, so that's the priority. But right now you're leaving Psylocke available. Loki Ban comes through for the side of Dark Zero as well, making sure that they can't play it on the side of wildcards.
Yeah, I think the Torch battle will begin here, getting rid of Ultron to kind of disable a little bit of the pocket available here for the side of that Torch. But you know, you're likely going to have Invis and Luna still on the table. Torch will be a raid boss as we start this next fight. Burn into T'Challa domination. Remember, folks, all the maps are randomized. It is not given by, you know, to the loser side, etc.
Yeah. By the way, just to reiterate, or to come back to it, I need to correct myself. We're actually in the round of 8, so we are in round of 8 upper bracket between Wildcards and Dark Zero.
Oh, okay.
So that is. Now we moved on, right? We finished off round 7 when we saw the previous games. There was a lot of round 7 games, obviously, but now we're back into round 8. So in the upper bracket versus Wildcards and Dark Zero. So that would make sense. It would be weird if a team like Dark Zero was already in the lower brackets this early on.
There's a lot of talent, but yeah, I think that's a great call out way to address that. I do think there's a lot of talent in here, though. Sometimes you can just be matched up with a team that's, you know, similar quality, and it's just like we saw in a lot of these pro tournaments. It's any given day with some of these players. I mean, we just saw some insane talent already that we have not had eyes on in the past. We were looking at some of those duelists, including SJW in that last matchup there for Atlanta PXG. So, you know, Jay, excuse me. I think that this is the time to start seeing some new teams, some new players, and this likely players that we haven't had eyes on yet that could knock down some of these big teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Wildcards were to lose this, they would have a chance anyways, you know, to kind of come back through. But we'll see how it pans out, right? Dark Zero does look to be pretty good here. And like we said, in MRC, sometimes you can get, you know, unlucky with the maps, right? Sometimes you can get Dark Zero on potentially a bad map, right? As we head over to Burn and T'Challa, like you mentioned. It is randomly generated in MRC, right? It is not, like you mentioned, a loser picks sort of situation. So we'll see how it pans out with the Human Torch getting through. I'm curious how Dark Zero plays, right? Because sometimes we'll see, you know, heavy Human Torch dips. And if now is a time more than ever, Aiden could absolutely pop off on this hero. And Swag also is, I'm pretty sure, a very good Psylocke player in his own right as well. So we'll see how it pans out for the side of Wildcards.
We might be seeing a kidnap composition here for the side of Dark Zero. When yes, they are. I saw this coming potentially here, trying to make a big play with the penny. The kidnap comes through. Does it find much value? It does not. They're going to try to web through and make a play happen on the low side. And unique walkthrough idea, which kind of messes with the portal kidnap strategy. Up we go as Aiden finds one. Down goes Intent. Rymai going to find Skier now. And that is numbers up. Impunity going to fall off here. Wildcards takes presence early on and will get this point.
Yeah, fantastic sort of surround by them, and that's huge. I think Wildcards, you know, in these neutral fights can definitely pop off versus Dark Zero, and right now, they're setting themselves up for success, right? They need to do it again, and Dark Zero going to swap over Impunity to Captain America. Haven't seen Cap necessarily play today much, but we know how strong that hero is in the past, and still is at points. So the Wildcards going to have to deal with that. Also can set up their own Venom dives to Rymai.
Yeah, honestly, I am incredibly surprised with how little Cap we have seen and a lot more Venom play. Cap has been just incredibly strong across the board, has not received any major changes yet. So Cap does have that ultimate, you know, when it comes to the Freedom Charge, it is essentially another strategist line ultimate and can play incredibly divey. And down goes Intent. Nice work there by 30 to follow up. Again, just out in the sky we go with these torch battles, but we have a hit scan Luna in the back line, keeping some damage up. It will go in your favor. Impunity going to walk forward now with the team. Dark Zero slightly up in numbers. Can they take this point before it gets too late?
Well, Dance to the Butterflies, Patty Cake comes out. Can they pop the strat ult in time? They can't. They lose Madara. So that's unfortunate because they had both strats ults in a second, at least with Velocity and Skier. 60% on the board and climbing. Waiting on Madara back, coming back from the spawn as well. Let's see what Dark Zero wants to do in terms of committing ults. But Smash on the top right has to 1v1 a Psylocke without the team up because they don't have an Emma Frost. And of course, Swag wins that.
And he's keeping the pressure forward. Down goes Intent again. Wildcards looking lights out now with 75 on the ticker. Ken, they hold this 100-0. Madara with a nice pick there, trying to even the odds a bit. The res will be coming virtually at the same time as they almost got knocked at the same time. Skier and Swag. Dark Zero, I would say alt advantage, but no, very close. If not, actually, yeah, they'll have one alt advantage here in the next fight as Swag is about at 50%, but still, Wildcards doing a great job being patient with these cues, and they're ready to try to win this final fight.
I am ready to put on a show.
And they walk up. They use their own Fate of the World towards the point because of the Captain America from the Impunity side, forcing now a Fate of the World's on the opposite side. Also, Aiden goes down. So one by one, Dark Zero working themselves into it, also with the ultimates still available.
Yeah, good utilization there of Cap just to force out a strat line ult without having to commit too much. So well done by Impunity, who's going to go right back towards the strategist. Animation cancel those melees like crazy. Down they both go as Intent follows up, and that is the power of Cap. A ton of initiation. It's all about the follow-up, and they do follow up. Psylocke out there as well as Human Torch, both of which can be terrifying in their own right, but together are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talk about with Dark Zero. You know, they in these fights, in these long, drawn-out fights, they can commit both, you know, Strategist ultimates and then have a cap ult to win on top of it. The only downside is that Smash, you know, does have the Luna Snow resource, the Snowflake to sort of give him the potential in the 1v1s, but because of the Emma Frost team up for Swag, he should be able to get a lot done on Psylocke, at least from an individual perspective. But now you have these Captain America dives with Psylocke who can always set up, but no death just yet, and also grab back in his impunity.
Now we go with the Meteor M. Does this find any purchase? Does not. Great shield there by Invis to stop that right before it finds value. Really well done. Gotta show love there. Out we go with an answer. The butterfly. 30 falls. Cart falls. And now Dark Zero are trying to get some point on as they're at a roughly 43%. Smash with a 3-piece. Intent gonna find one. And that is gonna force them back to the spawn door. Will the stagger happen? Oh my goodness. So close to the pick there onto Rhyme, but no, does not happen as they reset once more. But Dark Zero heavily up and alt.
Yeah, 60% in building. We'll see what wildcards want to do. Swag falls so low. Doesn't go down. It looks like on the backside was dealing with some poke. And right now, they're doing a good job. At least the Vanguards are, and Strats, of poking out this Psylocke, making sure they can't find anything. And same thing with Rise. So every time they come in for a dive, it's just to kind of create space. But here comes Impunity, grabbed by Emma Frost, met by a Fate of the World.
And the fight begins now. Fate of both worlds is out. It's matched on both sides. 30 and Velocity dancing together, but who is going to be knocked out? No one quite yet. Out goes the invisible boundary now. Will it be matched right back by Skier? Skier finds it just a little bit better. We like to reference it as with a little more time as Swag. Gonna drop Smash now. And Wild is now up, but Psyche Light Intent gonna be taking out Carp. Madara onto Havoc. Intent falls now, but Impunity gonna take out 30. Swag also falls to Skier, who gets a 2-piece there on Invis. Beautiful play here by Skier.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about the strat line being so good for Dark Zero. You're going to have the potential to touch the point again, but Raimai goes down. And you called it. Shiv, the strategist, just did too good for Dark Zero. Reverse swept it there on Sailor Spaceport.
Yeah, I mean, what a retake there by Dark Zero. It didn't, you know, it was what, 99, I believe, or at least, you know, up there in the high percentages before they came back and took that point. They were down in ultimates at one point. It was all about wildcards coming in and winning, but they just held them in the spawn, were able to battle them in the neutrals until they evened out in ults, and then won every additional fight. Dark Zero with the comeback looking really good, but wildcards, they just got to keep that momentum they had in the beginning and know that they can do this.
And it's definitely an interesting take on this sort of matchup, right? Instead of running the Emma, which is unbanned, to give that Psylocke the extra damage with the you know, the team up to make sure that she gets that clone that can just go for one shots. And you saw, I mean, there were hard points for Smash to even just live because everybody's looking at him at all times basically, and he's also sort of gimped, unfortunately, because you don't have that team up. And instead of, you know, relying on that, they're also giving value into Impunity, right? Going for those dives on Captain America, also the constant shields from Madara to keep their backline safe. So they're going for this sort of mishmash of compositions, at least to enable Psylocke in other means like dives. So I kind of like the idea behind it. And for wildcards right now, they're just running that Venom Psylocke the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of the pros were mentioning to us that they love the cap knock-up play when you're diving in on the back line. It makes Psylocke have a lot more value because it's just so much easier to read the movement when they're falling at an easily readable, you know, up and down angle. And that's kind of the quote-unquote team up there with Cap, like you're mentioning. So great call out there instead of having that additional clone. And Dark Zero immediately walk in and wreak havoc on the wild cards now. And just keeping an eye there towards the back line, ensuring that, you know, Skier can get back to the team, or excuse me, Velocity can get back to the team. Oh, that Swag line smash early.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, that was crazy. But the big thing as well is that we remember from the very beginning with the ban phase is that Loki's banned. So you're not going to have, for at least Impunity's dives, much resistance. Right now, they're able to clap back into an Intent, trades back Raimai. They do lose Smash early on, but they're still coming back into this with the Meteor M from Madara. And eventually, Aiden's going to go down. So with points on the board, you're coming in trying to flip it. You've lost too many people at this point. It's just 2 strats and a Vanguard at this point. Stagger is going to eventually come through. Maybe you can build up Strategist ultimates, but it feels like every time they find a pick, it's not enough, and they've swapped over to Captain America for Raimai, and Havoc's now going over to the Magneto. So they're trying to mirror at least to match out the side of Dark Zero.
And there's that cap value that we're seeing. Nice pick there by Smash. Great tracking on the controller to take out Swag. Mid-dash there, following up on a 30 in the backline. Cap gonna try to shut this down, though. Raimai not able to find too much value, but way to burn some cooldowns. His Intent is holding this angle. Torch is disgusting in these fights, as you see everyone taking a ton of damage as they walk through. Smash, Impunity cleaning up on 30, and they will keep walking them down to the spawn door. 65% and 5 ultimates for this next fight.
And honestly, I think Swag's having a pretty good game on the Psylocke so far. It's just compositionally right now in terms of the cohesion and the dive timings by Dark Zero. It's been perfect. Havoc, though, does find Smash. So, again, these opening picks keep going Wildcard's way. But can they capitalize off it? They have ultimates ready to go. They've got 4 or 5 with that Capel. But right now, they need to walk into this point, maybe force out ult early. Here comes an early ultimate by the Human Torch. They able to find the Dart before the Invis boundary can save it.
Yeah, that was some good work there by Wildcards. A millisecond away from staying healthy there. So nice pick again, up a couple numbers, but can they win this fight with all? So it looks like Dark Zero still being more patient with these ultimates, still maintaining with impunity here. Smash ready to use the dance of the butterfly as well. And down goes Intent from Swag out of the sky, following up on Eaton, and they are keeping the pressure on. Oh, off map goes Smash with no dashes left. Eaton, well done.
Yeah, well done indeed, and this backline is going to live, right? Everybody else on Dark Zero's side is going for the reset. Maybe they'll get picked off, but no, I mean, everybody's going solo, no elims, and like you said, nice push off the map from Eaton. We'll see if they can keep it up, though. They just reclaimed that objective, used a lot of ultimates, as did Dark Zero, though. But for Dark Zero's side, I mean, it seems like the staggers never come through. Wildcards, you know, just can't find those eliminations. Everybody's peeling off too well. In that last fight, I think they committed a lot, but as the Dark Zero, goodbye.
That was a huge dive. Madara, though, going to clean that up. Mid-all, that is some serious value, maybe worth the trade, but you do lose Intent and Eden. So both the torches out at this moment. Dark Zero going to try to retake 38% for Wildcards. Dark Zero does have ult advantage. It's all about this fight now. Now is the time to take it, and a ton goes out as Smash finds one. They see impunity now out of 30, velocity out of Havoc, and that is a dangerous position to be in. It's all about cleaning up the rest, and they do as everyone falls. Will the portal come through? I'm not sure it can as Havoc makes that switch. Will it get here? No, it will not. Can they touch? No. Dark Zero with the win.
Huge win on Bar T'Challa and huge 2-0 to keep moving forward in this upper bracket as, yeah, this team looks good. I mean, we knew that about Dark Zero coming into the matchup, coming into the series, and they still look like a phenomenal team, look like they are actually improved in a lot of areas, right? On comparison, on the other side for Wildcards, because they are going to lose the brackets, and because a lot of these players don't get the, you know, potential view on them as much as Dark Zero does, because like we said, Dark Zero is in stage 2 of Ignite already, now in MRC, takes down Wildcards. But for Wildcards' side, I mean, we saw a lot of mechanical skill out of them, Shib. I think that we've seen, you know, fantastic Psylocke play out of Swag. Actually was really the best player, I think, in terms of this team, in terms of, you know, overall mechanical skill. I'm sure everybody else also leveled up and played well throughout the series, but he definitely stood out. Havoc had his moments as well. But realistically, and Aiden too, Aiden was finding insane picks on Human Torch. The biggest difficulty was that Dark Zero's cohesion and ultimate usage was just better, right? We would see 2 early ultimates in terms of strat ults coming from 30, from Carp, and it's hard to kind of pin those things down when you're constantly changing between teams, because a lot of these guys are, you know, roster hopping between MRCs, between Ignite qualifiers, and for Dark Zero, they have a little bit more stability with an organization backing them. So you can't fully blame, I think, individual play in that regard. But for this team, I think that there's a lot of potential for each of their players moving forward, and I'm sure a lot of people looking at them. But on the opposite side, Dark Zero, man, I mean, just everything looked clinical out of them, except maybe like a few opening picks coming out from their Torch player or their Psylocke.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much with you. I think that was virtually the only issue they had. I think they were far more patient on strat ults, like you're saying, but also just across the board on ultimates. Impunity rarely used that freedom charge until it was necessary. And I think that is where they found value, is just patience. And it worked out for them in every fight. Like you're saying, they were always second to use strategist ultimates, which typically means, you know, it's a better ultimate, right? So they were forced to use them from cap dives, all that kind of stuff, whether it lies on the strategist or the duelist or the Vanguard's not peeling for the back line. It was happening. So just really clean play by DZ.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if there is like criticism that comes out of my mouth or at times for Shib about these teams, it's only because we're nitpicking, because of, how great of a performance that was from Dark Zero. So it's hard to really take away anything overly negative about a team that can play as well as they have throughout the entire roster. So shout out to Dark Zero. I'm sure we'll see them later on at Ignite and then also in this MRC match. But we have more matches for you guys in just a second. We're going to do a short break. We'll come back after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapped trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back as we head towards our next game, and Dark Zero looked amazing during that. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Dark Zero is a team to watch out for moving forward. We have even more matches, like you said, Shib, today, and we're still going to be in this upper bracket of the top 8, or sorry, round of 8. So we get to see a lot of teams still left. Obviously, we're not at the top 8 just yet. There's still, I believe, I can't do the math right now, but we have at least 100 teams left probably. So, you know, going into it, Shib, we got Noir, and I don't know how to say this. I can't speak Spanish. Is this Spanish?
Las Cabras?
Las Cabras?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
I got there.
Yeah, doing our best here as Noir is coming in. We have seen them in the past before,
Yeah.
a very strong team. So they will be a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing us Cabras pop off here and see what they're doing. Yeah, goodbye to the Torch off the rip. That is, you know, like we said, if Torch gets through the ban every single time, it is matched on both sides. There is no question. It has not failed so far. So removing that, if you're not feeling confident winning those duels, makes a lot of sense to me.
Right, and no. All right, no ban comes out from Noir, and honestly, you know what, Shib, maybe this is the strat in the global bans, right? Just protect and don't ban, because like regardless, if you ban, you're banning 3 heroes that you could probably play. Maybe that's not a bad strat, even if he's not there. Another unban.
Whoa!
Is he there? Somebody check on Iffy. Is he okay? By the way, this is the team that qualified for stage 2, right? This is YFP.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, this is.
What were we saying, Chip? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say. I mean, I think it's intentional at this point, and it is blowing my mind. I think, you know, this is just aura. I guess if they win, I'm not gonna lie, that is a pretty crazy thing to do. I think. We talk about how coaches in general, right? Like they are very impactful, and especially with this banning system. I think that, you know, there's a bunch of stats that our folks are taking. They're trying to understand when they win the best based on various bans and protects. But, you know, if you're not confident in handling all of that data, or you don't really want to deal with it, how about you just do none of it and you play with what the enemy wants you to play with as they lock in Luna.
All right, fair play, fair play. They found the Luna. See, this is the thing. Every time I think it's an aura thing, it always turns out to be that the guy was just AFK. They moved the captain over. Look, I didn't even know you could do that. It went from Iffy to Konuya. So I think I don't think it was aura. I think it was the guy probably crashed, I'm assuming, which is, I always hope it is, Shib. I always like, hey, come on, man, that'd be such a baller move. Which at this point, you got to ride it out, right? Like, you've already not banned 2 heroes. Do it again. You know what I'm saying? You protect the Luna, sure. Just don't ban anything now. You got to keep with it, right?
That would be surprising, but definitely on the table. Yeah, I like the idea that, like you're saying, they were just DC'd or something in the moment, but I have a strange feeling based on the fact that they haven't done anything yet that we are going to see another no, they did ban out the Loki. Okay.
Boo. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. You know, you want to ban out the strong heroes so they can't play them, but it does also turn out where, like, yeah, like maybe if you ban a hero that you know, you globally, you're screwing yourself over at times too, like we've seen earlier with you know, potentially Phoenix's protects or Phoenix bans. Sometimes you have a really good Phoenix player that is waiting to play that hero. So, you know, we'll see how it pans out now. As I'm sure in the ban phase, Los Cabras, man, I do not have the accent to say this. I'm sure regardless, they're happy with that ban phase.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's, you know, hey, we'll see here. I mean, that could just be raw confidence here from Noir as we start up the match here. And, you know, domination off the rip. It is going to be difficult. I know 762, a very strong Panther player. Hopeful, looking really good on hit scan, going to maintain that. So not a lot to their standard composition from my understanding. What they are not afraid to run if he's going to be on that Magneto. You got the Emma match on both sides. Right now, Make is on... You know, you see the Strange. I'm not sure if that'll be changed out. Zine going to be on the Ultron. I haven't seen Ultron yet today, so that is a fun look. Damage boost Ultron there from the Mantis is scary.
And by the way, just because I'm in hyper intelligent AI, Los Cabras stands for the goats. By the way, in Spanish, you knew that already. All right.
Of course. Yeah, no, of course. I remember Spanish class, of course. Never forget anything from any of my schooling, as we see a pick with the kidnap, and finally some success with the kidnap. We've seen a lot of, oh my goodness, Tones goes down now. Sora, I believe, is likely how you say that name, or maybe it's Sora 4. It could be that as well, but I'm going to stick to Sora for now. Is pressing forward 33%, and they will likely get this point early on. So good work here by Los Cabras for the portal kidnap play.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difficulty when you don't go through that ban phase, right? Is now Los Cabras just get to play whatever they want. And in this case, like you said, triple strat and also playing on the Phoenix. It definitely helps this Phoenix pop off like crazy with all this damage boost, also with these 3 strategists to keep everybody healthy. So they kind of get everything they want with this, you know, incredibly strong triple strategist lineup. And also it can deal with this Black Panther pretty well too, if ever it comes in and maybe trying to look for one-shots, as you can just kind of heal up all the damage taken by the BP.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Los Cabras knew about the idea of how like 7-6 was likely going to play Panther, because they've got a composition that's pretty strong against the Panther here. So smart play again by the side of Los Cabras, who, you know, maybe did their homework a bit. Sora with another pick. Sweetie gonna find 7-6-2 now. Make that another as Tones falls, and Los Cabras almost 50% on already. Maybe the banning was a bit of an issue, but you know, benefit of the doubt, likely maybe a DC or something like that.
Yeah, Iffy just going out again. I mean, this guy's just can't have his internet online like me earlier. I mean, just having potential internet issues, always a problem on the online series. And there's so many games that we have to watch and kind of get through. So we'll see if Noir can figure it out, because this is a good team. This is the team that just qualified for Ignite via MRC Season 2, so, or 2.5. So I want to see how Noir kind of recovers from this. I mean, down a person, can they even win a fight?
Yeah, I think that, you know, at this point, it's all about getting Iffy back, playing slow, trying to get some ults, maybe forcing something out if he can, but it's 80% on now, so portal play likely going to be a last-ditch effort. Out we go immediately with Ultron, trying to find some value from Zine. Zine, use it to heal. You don't see a ton of that unless necessary. Smart play there, dropping low, getting away from that Psionic Seduction, playing behind Strange. Smart play once again. Las Cabras, although up in numbers, still playing very patiently as they should, damage boosting everyone here. Sweetie on the Mantis. Haven't seen a ton of Mantis today either, who I do think is taking more of a front seat in the meta. So well done again by Las Cabras. Although they are up in an advantage, they are playing the way they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this Noir roster, you know, if they were to win in this series, even with the issues that, you know, kind of, or Las Cabras, even with the issues that Noir is having, I mean, that definitely bodes incredibly well for this team moving forward, because, you know, winning round number 1 against a solid team like this, and you know, to have the situation at hand is huge in MRC, right? If they can continue on moving forward, it is the upper brackets in round 8, so at least both of these teams would have a chance in the loser brackets. But I mean, right now this is brutal for Noir, aka YFP. We'll see if they can get Iffy's internet back online. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing, because in this game, I feel like more than any in Rivals, we've talked about it shit many times, you can't really hard carry in this game. You need a team, right? You need to have solid players around the board, and Noir, they rely heavily on this Iffy guy. I mean, he's so talented on Vanguard in general.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, also, like, being down in numbers all the time is so difficult. You mentioned it being a team game. Having a number down consistently is brutal, but they will bounce back from this likely, at least, if not now, in the next map, and we'll see how they look fully stacked as a team with some solid bans. But Los Cabras got to be taking advantage of this right now, as they are. 3 ults ready here from Valentu, Sora, and F1. And we've got a 4-stack ready on the side of Noir, and Tone's the only one committing ults last time, but it's going to be difficult to find this, as they are going to try a portal kidnap again, just adding salt to the wound. Will it land?
I mean, they're going for it. Everybody's sort of backed up. Maybe they'll wait potentially for Iffy to come back, but no, they want to try to win it. I mean, also bear in mind, there's still, you know, $14.5 thousand for first place on the line, right? So you know there's a lot of money in this game. And right now, Noir, I'm sure, are desperately trying to get Iffy back online. Maybe send him to like a PC cafe or something like that, but they already just waited out, man. They just give up that point for now. I mean, Tomez just kind of poking from the distance. I mean, he drops down. Maybe they could find a pick through Hopeful. That's why they're on this Hella as well, to maybe find like a one-shot. But man, it's tough when, you know, you just deal with a ultra player like Zine is just playing around the map with that damage boost.
Yeah, Zine, that was a nice shot, a really tight angle. Well played again. Las Cabras going to put the pressure on. Now Noir going to just maintain all these ults, likely until they believe Iffy's coming back. I'm sure there's communication, so holding on for as long as possible, but getting shoved right back to the spawn door. There's not much time now. Sora going to find Hopeful now. Up a number once more. Make that 2 as they take and own the height. And notice, folks, every time they take point, they're all as a team trying to own the high ground, especially on this map. It forces you to walk down main on the low side. Iffy back now on Strange, maybe a portal play early on. Will it turn around? That would be a wild situation, and this is why you stay patient with those ults and don't overcommit, because anything can happen. The game is not over until it is over, but ults will be likely even. They are across the board. Who's going to find more value in this next fight? Here we go with Zine. Off the rip of the Rage of Ultron right towards the shields. Matched right back with the Meteor Ram. You see no one fall just yet, using it to heal. Meteor Ram does not find too much purchase, but that's all right. It was more so to eat Ultron. Off we go with the Goddess of Death. Now everyone collapsing. Will they get value? No. We do not see Ensong Inferno land for Sora. And again, Noir still making their way towards the point. Valen 2 gonna take out Hopeful though. And now back up a number again. Eternal Bond out. And Sia makes from Iffy now finding a pick. The numbers now, their first pick, I believe, in a long time here in this whole match.
I mean, they're coming back through with the Sonic Seduction on the backside, but no limbs actually for Cabras just yet. So right now, actually, somehow, Noir are working themselves back into it. They have the Shredder's ultimate. They have Fit of the Worlds. Once Monotone wants to use it, we'll see if they go aggressive with everybody here, just kind of diving onto somebody. But right now, Lost Cabras building up towards ultimates. I mean, they will have that Phoenix ult soon, as well as Ultron. But right now, the pull in from 762 gets rid of Allen 2.
Yeah, this would be a crazy comeback, likely one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in any tournament so far. If this were to happen, granted, Los Cabras are a very strong team and they know what to do. Can they bounce back? Noir, though, up in alts, soon to be even more so as everyone's coming up on alt here, even hopeful, roughly 70%. But Los Cabras, they've got to just make sure they stack as a team, try to force out any alts they can. But great pull there by 762. Can they collapse on that? Way to utilize that team up to stay in Viz and force some shots onto a clone. So well played again. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Does it find purchase onto the back line? It does, but they are unable to collapse. Great bubble if he goes down, though.
Yeah, if he goes down, does have Portal to come back. We'll see if they can sort of sustain until that happens. Tonex committing the Meteor M. Is it waiting for the kills to go out from the Phoenix? And oh, just slam dunked onto the Luna and also onto the Mantis.
F1 falls. Tone's going to take out Sweetie 2 again. Ensong Inferno away to make it happen there with the cloak. 762 onto Zine. Hopeful onto Sora. And can they do this now? Still up in alts, playing very patiently, even through the initial picks from Valen, who finds 762 again. But still, I gotta say, Noir's looking very strong. They are back. They want this, and they're angry about what happened. Iffy making some plays there too as they walk back together and will likely still be up in alts in this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still doing it. And also, you know, like, bear in mind, because Hopeful's off of the Hela and onto the Phoenix, he does sort of soft counter that Mantis on the other side with the Soul Resurgence, right? Getting rid of the shield, coming back through with the ultimate. Here comes an early ult as well, or sorry, ult in a moment from the right side of Zine too. They're trying to walk up and take some space, but Noir still building up to their ultimates as well, sitting on nearly 6 ultimates once Iffy and Monotone build it up from 50 and 62%.
And the space is taken. Up in the sky we go. Rage of Ultron out from Zine. Does it find value? 762 with an early pick there, making one happen right on to the back line of the dance floor now. Who's Pop gonna play a little bit safer, bide some time here. Not gonna get the reset, but that's all right as they are still up in numbers. And Make finds Kanuya, hopeful onto Zine. Kanuya falling likely in that ult as F1 now drops 762. Cabras just gotta clean this up now and it's all theirs. Noir though is ready with some ultimates in the dance floor from Monotone's gonna buy them some time as Kanuya makes a switch over to Jeff.
I mean, here comes Agamotto as well into the Soul Resurgence. You don't know. They're going to follow up, get rid of it, even through that ultimate charge or ultimate overshield that are given. It's not enough, and somehow Noir have worked themselves back into it because, like you said, Monotone with the Fate of the World.
Yeah, and Valen is keeping this pressure forward. Down goes Tones now. This could be the end here if Los Cabras can collect this up, but no. Sweetie gonna take out 762, still up in numbers slightly. Noir would have to do something crazy here to maintain this positioning. Make does have ult here for Los Cabras. Can they close out map 1? Zine is gonna drop Kanuya, and that should do it here as Los Cabras utilize this to their advantage and likely take home the entirety of map 1. As OT ticks down, will the touch come through? That would be nutty. And it is gonna happen as they touch. Will the portal work out? Iffy now gonna try to portal on, but they are cleaning up everyone.
Well, you can stall on Spider-Man forever on this map. I mean, you can just run around this middle pillar back and forth.
Wow.
Here's the portal. Overtime still ticking, but they're now here to touch Iffy's back. But they don't have ultimates yet. They need to build Monotone. And it's Fate of the World. Jeff goes so low. Goes down. Hopeful found one. Monotone 80% right now. Can he live? Nope, gets stunned out. And Lost Cabras, like you said, Ship. I mean, they should be able to get done now. I mean, the portal's about to run out in a moment. Overtime spawns. Sonic Seduction here. I mean, they're trying. They have a Punisher, or they have Wolverine to stall it out, and the Captain America. I mean, you can kind of run around this middle area forever. But at this point, it's not enough. Lost Cabras win map number 1. Maybe due to some internet issues, but man, that was entertaining to say the least.
I mean, yeah, they came back and they sure showed us what they could do, almost pulling it back all the way to 99%. So yeah, do not count them out. In these next 2 maps, we may see a comeback. Noir, definitely a very strong team, but Los Cabras, they were playing very confident, and I like what they were doing, especially at the end. They're holding a lot of ults.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that round specifically, I would never call for a map redesign. But that round specifically with the middle tree, the symbiotic tree in the middle or something, that just needs to get changed or something. Because like we saw that Spider-Man, you can just run around. And the thing is that makes it crazy is it's sort of like it looks like a tree, but because of how, I don't know, the polygons work or whatever, it's like slanted on angles. So you'll see like a Spider-Man run around, and each step he takes, he just teleports. So he's just like constantly flying around, and you could also stall with like Venom 2 and do the same thing on the wall. So I don't know, that map needs, specifically that round needs a change of some regard, just because you can see stalls out. We've seen it before in Ignite. Remember when you just saw like a Spider-Man or a Venom just run around that point for 20 years? It's possible to delay forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's their goal, right? You just get back to point quick and try to stall for the portal, which, you know, did work out for them. So good movement there. I think that was a crazy retake attempt there from the side of Noir with the 0 bans up. So a dicey position to be in. Obviously, being down someone with 0 bans is tricky. Clearly, when they reconnected there, Iffy did get 2 bans off. So they were trying to ban. It was not a play there for ego. So, you know, I think we're going to see a little bit of a change in pace as we progress towards the next map. I think both these teams are going to be a little more evenly matched instead of such a domination.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun series now. Like, it just feels like we're already seeing like a team sort of go through like a bracket reset, right? I mean, Los Cabras, definitely a good team, right? I think that we could tell that, like, to be able to sort of maintain their lead even with a player coming back, and a solid team, a team that's been able to qualify and win MRC before. I mean, that can't be understated. To win season 2 of MRC was a big deal, right? I mean, taking out a Rival 7 previously. Now that team is a brand new roster, which I'm sure we'll see eventually. But yeah, I mean, this is a damn good team, and they're already down a map, maybe due to some internet issues like we mentioned earlier, but regardless, it still means a lot, I'm sure, for Los Cabras.
Yeah, and I believe it was a reverse sweep against Rival 7, if I remember correctly, at least a couple games, if I'm remembering correctly. So, you know, they definitely are not afraid of, you know, being on the comeback if they need to be. And, you know, we'll see what happens here as we head towards map 2 right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Las Cabras versus Noir. I mean, a crazy battle that was unexpected with the no-ban DC situation. Noir started stepping back up, so the GOATs did what they had to do to get that W, got it done. But man, that was a sketchy situation. They almost came back there. What'd you think?
Yeah, they almost did. I mean, I think that this team is definitely solid. We'll have to see in this next map, right? I think that's the big thing. If we see that they're actually banning and protecting things, we know that there's not a problem internet-wise. And it's kind of the nature of MRC. I'm sure there's a lot of people upset. I'm sure nobody's more upset than the side of Noir, right? I mean, in that case, right, you have a guy DC go down. It happens, right, to everybody in an online match. And there's so many games going on. I'm sure eventually we could get like a pause system going on in MRC just to make sure that, in the future, hopefully we would have, these sort of things, these technical issues sort of solved. But that's the nature of online court kind of space. There's issues as well as LAN, with these sort of things. It's kind of the nature of life. And for Noir, I'm sure they understand that more than anybody, right? They have to come back. They are a team that won MRC, right? So if any team that can kind of reverse sweep in this instance, it's them.
They've been in this position before in a higher stakes environment, so you know that they can do it. Can they do it once more? I'm excited to see the banning strategy now. We didn't really get a good look at that. Obviously, just saw the lock of Luna and the ban of Loki. If I'm not mistaken, it might be reversed, but I'm sure we'll see something different here as we head into the next map. So excited to see the change of pace here. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see. Could be a domination. Remember, folks, it's all random, just to keep that in your mind as we are ready to progress forward.
Yeah, and I think that this Noir team, like we've seen, them play the Phoenix pretty well, like we saw from Hopeful. I think he tried to play Hella at one point. On the opposite side, you did see Las Cabras also could play Sora on that Phoenix really well. Like he was just absolutely really good. Same thing with Velen, right? Velen on the Emma Frost was finding pickoffs when need be. Early ban of the Mantis this time around coming from Noir. Getting rid of that triple that Las Cabras ran before because, obviously like to run triple. We just saw that on game one.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, goodbye Torch, goodbye Mantis. So we get to see Noir actually electing to get rid of that Mantis. Probably not want that Ultron damage boost composition that they were running previously. And we saw that Zine did a very good job there finding picks. Granted, was up in numbers, but still some really solid shots. So remove Mantis, a very common ban in the past, actually second most banned in mid-season Worlds here. Emma going to be locked in, and locked in Psylocke, who we all know can be a serious threat.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They have a good Psylocke player on their roster, and Snows now is in one of their the bench players, I believe, instead of Ifzy in case DC's come through or whatever. So they're just avoiding that entirely, going for that sub role. Phoenix getting banned on the side of Noir as well, getting rid of Sora. They know that he likes to play that character, so they're using a lot of the information at least found from the last game. They played a lot of the Phoenix. That was their natural comp, was Phoenix Mantis.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, why not, right? Like, take a lesson from it. I do think you're right. I think the switch out is probably a smart play just due to the issues that was there in the past. So we will see likely more consistency, and it's the bans coming through at this time at least. But, it just is it's part of life there. Not much you can do about that. As we look at the next lock, Magneto, again, with that double, we're seeing a lot of that, which makes sense to me. The Emma Magneto, a very threatening duo, handling two very different aspects of the Vanguard line. So a strong lock in there for Las Cabras.
Yeah, and we saw a difference in terms of the approach as well from a team like Dark Zero in the last series. And now here we have a Venom Protect as well coming out from Noir in case they want to play the Venom. Teams are, at least in the last series, Dark Zero, I wonder if this is an adaptation overall, just play dive heroes with Magneto. It just seems like Mag is a hero that you want in every single composition, kind of just flexes over to basically everything. For Emma, though, Shib, I wonder. I mean, maybe you can just give up that team up with a Psylocke and you just go for the stronger overall dive, because Emma, obviously not a dive hero herself. She just kind of does a similar thing to Magneto. I guess in Magneto's case, though, he can sort of give the team a little bit more resources if need be.
Yeah, Yeah, I would argue. Yeah, well, that's true for sure. And I'd argue it's a similar position as Phoenix, like we were talking about, where it's can fit, like you're saying, into a bunch of different compositions. Can protect that back line. Can very much play, in the front line, soak a ton of damage, be the the space taker that need be, and then like you're saying, that ultimate just is so impactful, especially at this level of play. They just really know how to weave that all around cooldowns and understand, who's got what left. I'm sure that is something that as you're climbing ladder, folks, you will see is, for example, things like Groot. You're not going to be using Strangling Prison if Magneto still has that shield ready. You're going to wait for that cooldown to be used and use that to your advantage. The knowledge of cooldowns, which is a very important aspect of the game as you climb, if a misused cooldown happens, and those minuscule little wins are what wins things at this level, as we see Jeff off the rip here for Kanuya.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Speed boost.
Yeah, probably just the speed boost, but also, I mean, we've seen Jeff compositions in general sort of play out, and like how you mentioned that, Shiv. I mean, a great point, I think, on cooldowns, being so important, and a lot of heroes that we're seeing in a moment in this match itself will be, in a moment once we switch off of these nice shots, have the overall maps on Burning the Chala. But regardless, you see like heroes like Adam Warlock and stuff, with the cooldowns of Soul Bond, and a lot of those cooldowns are getting nerfed, right? A lot of them get buffed up in terms of how long they take to come back out of cooldown. So if you can get those cooldowns out early when you play an Adam Warlock, or when they're on Adam Warlock as well, that in a moment, like you said, Chip, you can win the next upcoming fight.
And the portal play begins. Everyone bonded, hyper aggro style. Everyone collapsing from Noir onto the back line of Las Cabras. And Zine goes down. Does have that res, though. Got to remember that they will stay in the fight. Up we go again with Snow. Bang towards the back line. Zine got to res up. Numbers evened out now. Can they get more value? While that is out, Kanuya going to maintain this jet play. This jet play, excuse me. Make going to fall here on the side of Las Cabras. That is another number as Valen 2 goes down. And what a portal play by Noir.
Yeah, huge portal play, and they just able to take advantage of the tempo, right? Committing that soul bond, also Las Cabras maybe panicking, right? Also, you talked about it right before that fight, Chip, as that point flips over. Sometimes if you get portaled on, maybe you use too many cooldowns, right? Maybe, a panic, maybe we soul bond, maybe we also use like a bubble from Magneto. And, we use like one too many cooldowns, and that really can hurt you, right? Because the game plan from Noir is portal, use soul resurgence. We don't want to use anything else. Now we have the advantage because they committed too many into that previous fight. So huge fight from Noir, and now they're going to move on to this next phase, and they're actually going to keep going with the Jeff, and he's got ultimate in a second.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Jeff for those who are, maybe saying, I thought Jeff was not considered great in pull play. He is very strong in team play like this, using these bubbles as a speed boost. You see, there's that bubble. Everyone now has the speed. Gonna make sure everyone's affected so you can just brawl and dive together as a unit with insane speed, especially with something like Magic here, followed up by Snows with the Venom with another pick on a scene who will not have that self-rest. The entire team staying as a unit. Tones, Snows, Tones again, walking them back to their spawn door, using that speed, using that grouping with Adam, and wow, what a bunch of plays here by Noir, who want to take map 2.
Yeah, and this is looking like a team, and beautiful call, Chip, with those dives coming through. On top of the fact that he just has extra healing with the Venom, right? This healing is incredible. They just have 2 soul bonds. Oh! From Gomez.
That is a huge pick there. Are you kidding me? A 3-piece to take point 2. I don't think I've seen it faster than this. 5 minutes and 45 when they walked that thing to point. Are you joking? Noir took that loss personally and bounced right back. Still holding on to 4 ultimates for this next fight. Roughly even in spread in terms of ults for this next fight, as Make should be close. But wow, if they win this next fight as well, I'm afraid the momentum will be too much to handle. Good pick.
Thank God, I guess, in this case. I mean, they come through, they have damage boost from Storm. Storm also shuts down 762, who committed the Dark Child, but the burn again, the Resurrect from Hopeful brings back 3. Las Cabras, though, they are together, they in the neutral, have a ton of damage with this Storm Punisher combination.
Zine with a nice pick there onto Kanuya through that bond is a nice early start to this fight, and here we go. Just a pacing play. Make gonna find 1, Valen 2 gonna find 762. Sora now onto Hopeful, and that should be enough for them to get their feet under them here for a moment and to figure this out. Kanuya is ready with that It's Jeff. We've seen some decent success with that, but there isn't a ton of off map in this location yet, so we do see that switch there onto Invis as we're having that discussion, and Snow's ready as well with the Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, they're figuring out what to play. Hopeful over to the Psylocke, 762 going over to the Storm, down to 30% old charge because they swap multiple times. And you know, they will at least be matching the side of Las Cabras and also could deal with this thing, right? The thing player is going to have to play a little bit safer, or at least understand when to fall back quicker, just because there's going to be so much damage coming down range, and he doesn't really have the mobility to escape it.
And we start again. Tone's gonna find Valen. Snow's gonna take out Sweetie. Zine now onto Hopeful. Back and forth. 7-6-2 onto Zine. And they are heavily up in numbers. Noir should be, actually, excuse me, as another pick comes through onto Snows. They will be evened out. Who's gonna take this space? It looks like Noir still has that momentum moving forward. They do have those strategists ready with the mainline Vanguard, like Magneto, still taking and owning the space. Pushed back, but still holding on to these strategist line alt. Tones with the Meteor M ready too. Into this from Sora, into the final judgment. Will it land? Out we go with the Invis. Instead, they're going to elect to use this cooldown and keep that Meteor ready for another time.
And they're getting so much damage. Here comes the Hurricane as well. From 7-6-2, it's met by the Total Bomb, but here comes the Meteor. It's avoided narrowly, but no, they still lose one.
Yeah, Sweetie falls there from 7-6-2, and that is a good combination, just burning a ton of damage out there from both sides. And here we go with the final judgment now. Zine falls, and another as Mate goes down. Can they keep the pressure up in the sky? Good stuff there as Monotone gonna take out Valen too, and they are holding them. Out goes the invisible boundaries to get them out of the spawn door. Will it be enough? Good push there. Hopeful onto Sora now, and this could do it as Noir have almost 3 minutes on the clock, and they take the final point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see exactly how this team won before in MRC. You know, there was a lot of teams, obviously, in China in mid-season, and competing at Ignite, rather, I think, at the time when Season 2 happened. And, you know, this team, I think, is really good. Like, you could just tell. So, you know, we're playing hard dive. They're playing, you know, in a case where you're putting Lost Cabras back on their back foot, trying to figure out a solution. They did. They found the solution. They played the thing. They played Storm. They played Punisher. But then the counter swaps then come through from Noir. They go over to a Punisher Storm themselves, and the thing is just screwed, right? I mean, then you have to swap off the thing, go back over to a different hero, and at that point, you're already at the end of the map, and you don't have any ults. So for Noir, excellently played. 2 minutes 56 on the clock is a lot of time, like you said. They had 5 minutes in the last phase, and they did that with a Magic Jeff Venom dive comp. So I'm sure for a lot of our viewers and fans of the game, that's definitely fun to see something so unique, at least from like a ranked perspective, for sure.
Yeah, it was like a unit brawl. Oh, man!
He did the thing! No! It's fine. He'll come back in time.
Yeah, that's funny to see, though. We talked about it last tournament, but if you actually take a little bit of damage from those mines and you do not get KO'd, do not allow your strategist to heal you. Instead, turn that right back at them and try to get healed up right as the time ticks and the pre-timer hits 0, and actually give your strategist a little bit of all charge.
Well, you know what the funny thing is that sometimes you can can't you still also get burned as a Vanguard too if you're unlucky? Like, or if you take every mine, right?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, yeah, you'd have to hit every single mine. Yeah.
So it can be risky, I guess, right? Like I don't know. I remember just watching a game, I think of Solaris, and they're like, "Oh, take the damage," but on Vanguard, you still might be scared, right? Because what if that's, you know, 1,000 damage?
Yeah, you'd have to do it with like Emma and Diamond for him to be safe, or something like that, exactly. A shield from Strange. But yes, we do start now. Similar story here. Using that portal, as you can see, folks, take that into ladder as a shield, putting it backwards and allowing your team to use that as a space denial tool. A very smart strategy that every single pro uses very consistently. So these teams will elect to do that as well. Ton of damage out here from the side of Hopeful, who's trying to get that all quickly. Already 60%, 61, likely the most in the lobby. Yeah, it's already at 70. So good play and good movement here by the team to drop back together as a unit behind Bridge and own this space. But out we go immediately here with the Eternal Bond, and that is wild. Very quick timing for the side of Las Cabras as F1 now is walking them in. The whole team gonna have to reset now in the garage, pressing forward onto the point, stopping it before point 3, but nobody has been KO'd yet. This is the patience needed. You don't need to overcommit, especially if they don't have the point. 7-6-2 gonna take out Zine, and now they're up in numbers. Hopeful gonna drop Make, and down goes Valen. Snows onto Sora, and everyone falls. Well played by Noir, who were incredibly patient in that moment.
100%. I mean, that was so smart. I mean, just overall as a unit, rotating back off the point, but then coming back at the right time with Invisible Boundary, hurting everybody. I mean, usually you think of Invisible Boundary just to kind of heal everybody up, but they used it as a sense of, like, engage, right? They used Invisibility Boundary towards that choke point and a little bit out, so they're able to walk through it. Nobody could find the eliminations onto targets necessarily, and with the positioning they were in, just caught out members on the point that were overextended. So perfect use of that ultimate. I think a very unique approach as well.
Yeah, I think that's experience right there. That is one of those decisions that as a team you guys are, are able to do. If you're able to do something like that, that is the next level of play, being that patient and not committing anything until you really need to. So well played again, Tones walking in, trying to find some damage. Down goes Zine and Sora, Valen 2 as well as Snows cleans up Make, and they will walk the rest down. Good patience. Notice there how Tones did not use that Meteor Ram until he believed the cooldowns had already been committed, and then you immediately surprise Meteor Ram on to that final judgment, and that is your best bet at getting success, and it was successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Noir just kind of keeping up their momentum. But for Lost Cabras, at least they have that eternal bond. Last time it got, disengaged, right? You don't have that same, oh, wait. They just walk forward, let Sora get picked. It's not ideal. And minute 12 seconds on the clock now, down one member. Do they even want to fight this?
Yeah, that was a strange, oh my goodness, Snows now onto F1. Nate goes down from Monotone. Snows with 2 more onto Zine and Sweetie. Tones again onto Valen 2, and oh my goodness, Noir is looking lights out again. Just disgusting as a team. Las Cabras will have ult advantage. They've got to make something happen right now.
Yeah, and that's their bench player, by the way. Snows is a sub for this team, and you can see how valuable having a substitute as good as Snows is. Huge shout out for him to come back in warm into this game when he's having problems. So definitely a very strong player in his own right, you can tell via these dives on Venom.
Absolutely. Good call out there. Just a ton of success on Venom as we are holding on. Venom plays, Dive plays really well on attack, but on defense, maybe not so, and not as much consistently, but still Snows showcasing what they can do. Up in the sky, good stuff, and great protection there from the side of Tones as Hopeful finds Zine. Out goes the invisible boundary. Sora goes down, but it might be too late, and at this point, 7 seconds on, they've got to commit. That's a 2-piece though. Valen 2 and F1, Valen 2 with another here with the Sonic Seduction. A 2-piece is crazy. 762 coming right back in with the Hurricane. Sweetie falls. Numbers are back and forth like crazy at this point. Las Cabras likely up 1 as Tones takes out Valen 2 though. 762 on to Make. The portal comes through. They do touch, and wow, they may be able to get this. They do, but that was a battle.
They were almost there to touch too. I mean, they had the portal coming back, also blocked the other portal. Psylocke came through, but it was just a second too late. And with that, Noir now into the streets phase of the game. Las Cabras, I mean, they barely got that point done. They were just like right there from losing a couple more players, also getting their own portal block. But Hopeful was just a second too late. 2 minutes now in the streets phase of the map, and Noir, they have some ults ready to go. And also, it was tough because you can only get so much value done on that tornado or on the Hurricane with 762 without healing afterwards. It's just so much distance you have to cross. He eventually got to the strategist, but even with how quick that tornado moves, the Hurricane moves, you can't find those kills fast enough or KOs quick enough on that first point. But oh no, Hopeful goes down to Sora early on.
And they are going to try to ride this momentum. Sora going to try to walk this through, but unfortunately the team electing to drop back prior knew it was coming. Maybe just a little bit too early of a commitment, but a good idea to ride the momentum. It will buy them a ton of space though, and that is in and of itself a pretty decent win, but they are coming back as a unit. Make and Valen 2 in a difficult position, and we are going to see some follow-up now. Noir does have ultimates. Hopeful going to drop Make. F1 goes down from Snows. Tones onto Sweetie. Hopeful onto Zine. Monotone onto Sora, and again onto Valen 2. And that's been a little bit slept on recently. I think Invis has taken a little bit of a back seat here in terms of the meta, but very strong damage from Invis in the right hands, as we've seen across the stat boards. Invis, the most damaging strategist across the board.
Wow, I did not actually know that. That's very interesting. I think that, Monotone, like you said, in the right hands, he's been definitely the right hands. And every time with him, and then also coming up with Kanuya with the Terra Capes, this strategist line of Noir is so good. Las Cabras at least have ults coming up. Sora swaps over to the Hela for a bit of a difference in terms of playstyle change, but every time they walk up, they lose somebody. Zine goes down to Hopeful.
Hopeful, a nice pick like you had mentioned. Sora going to even the odds now, both down to Duelist, both of which had ultimate ready. So good picks there as they try to progress forward. Immediately dove right on to the Eternal Bond, now matched right back. Will the Meteor M land? This could be huge. Maybe waiting a little too long. Oh, are you kidding me? Make from downtown on a Kanuya. Sora with a 2-piece on a Tones and Monotone, and that could be enough to give them point 2. And wow, Las Cabras are looking like they can make this happen with 10 seconds on. But remember, folks, Noir pushed this point with almost 6 minutes on, so a lot of time for them to adjust, but Las Cabras only have about a minute 30 on this final point. They need to keep this going.
I thought for sure that the cloak would have had the Theta, but no, not in that case. Huge shot off to the back line, and Right now, Los Cabras, you know, not too many ults that are required in the previous fight either. They did use Eternal Bond, but also that Meteor M, which Tones does have. Here comes 762 with the Hurricane. Zine tries to match it.
And we see the Sonic Spear there, still walking forward. Good shield placement. It does stuff the Meteor M. Good patience and understanding there by Fallon, who does make that happen. Shutting down an ultimate with a cooldown is always a win, but you don't have to commit too much. Sora going to keep that momentum and drop Tones now. Out goes the invisible boundary to slow the pace here from Noir. Up we go on a height from Sora. 762 going to find Fallon too, though, as they are maintaining this space. Noir trying to retake here and hold him tight with 45 on, and 762 gets Sora.
Yeah, Sora to try to wait it out on the top right, got found in the fog, and that's unfortunate, right? Because there's no Meteor M. You could easily have found some eliminations with the Hela ultimate, but not going to be happening there for him. 30 seconds left to go now, though. Lost Cabras. Sora's found opening picks with the damage boost from the Storm. Same thing for Hopeful Side, but it's a bit of a difference in terms of burst damage for Sora. We'll see what they can do in this upcoming fight. Eternal Bomb they have to chew through as well, but once that's gone, I wouldn't be surprised if Sora goes for an ult.
As you saw there, and he maybe didn't pick up on it, when you use the smoke screen from Punisher, you can actually bunny hop off it. It's the only cooldown that allows you to bunny hop. So take that over to ladder and learn a little bit more about Punisher right there. It does help. So there is the Meteor M. Does not find too much value. Did drive the strategist line back. Psionic Seduction, though, is going to be a threat. Off we go from 762. He's trying to find some damage onto the Goddess of Death in the Sky. Zine, though, on a Kanuya, and they are walking this in. Los Cabras stepping up. Can they end this series? Will they push through? Noir now a little bit on their heels. Roughly even an ultimate charge for the next fight. Sweetie gonna be ready with Zine, and here comes the Hurricane. Will this be enough, or is it matched? Nice pick again by Make, who is gonna use that invisible boundary. Maybe a little too early. Oh no, it's on the Hurricane for protection.
I mean, they're still in it. Sora, oh my gosh, that damage from him has been huge with Zine. Tones does trade it back. Meteor M could connect. Is it gonna find anybody? No, it doesn't.
46 HP and a Dream dropping back. Does fall there. Make gonna find Tones. Ganuya onto Zine. So back and forth in these fights we go. And here comes the final judgment. The heavy pocket in the front line. As you can just see, a ton of healing directed right at the Punisher, who gets 2 off the rip. 3, and they shut him down. Noir are gonna stuff them before point 3.
2, 3.
Huge map win for Noir. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on their attack. And then on defense, just shut them out, right? Just it wasn't every single fight a win, but regardless, it was enough, right? In the streets phase, they would win a fight. In the offense, they would win a fight, and on the third phase, they would win one, and that's usually enough, right? On defense, if you just go 50-50, then towards the very end, win that last fight. Yeah, as long as you bought enough time off the clock, you're in a good spot. And they played it, they juggled it so well. Noir now all tied up 1-1 after putting their sub player in due to a internet issue, I would assume, with Ifsi. We're going to head to game number 3 between Los Cabras and Noir.
Yeah, I mean, I think Los Cabras look good, though. You know, I think, you know, maybe it was part of everyone's mental, or at least my mental as a caster, to see when I saw these guys come back from that domination. I thought, oh, this may be a tough matchup here for Los Cabras, but they looked really good. I think they just lost momentum heavy in the beginning on that defense and could not find their footing. But once they found their footing, they almost pushed fully through there. They looked a lot more confident. Alts were getting more value. They were winning neutrals. They were winning alt fights that they were down on. Although we know Noir is a very strong team, I will say Los Cabras may have the potential to pull this off.
Yeah, they definitely could. I think this Los Cabras team is no easy task to remove. I mean, we saw when they switch over to Hela, when you have Sora playing that damage dealer, it can just do so much, right? 25k on that Hela, and also when he played Punisher too, but, you know, 9 final hits. I think that he was sort of the comeback mechanic, and we've seen, you know, even players talk about this, right? Delena, after the loss at the Ignite series, he mentioned how, you know, he was getting so much work done on Hela, just sort of at points got let down by the team, right? I mean, he didn't say that in his words exactly, but that's sort of what happens sometimes for Hela players, is that you could pop off so much and still lose. In that case, it was that same similar situation for Sora, right? The team play from Noir was so much. It was so well, right? You even saw, or so good. You saw on first point, right? Back at the point, they would commit that invisible boundary, make sure you could just sit on the very edge of that objective. You see a lot of the good teams do that, the good teams in terms of positioning, right? And I think more than other games, Marvel Rivals, perfect positioning matters so much, because, you know, where you're standing could be the difference between you going down in a moment, or at least a second or 2 of extra ultimate charge. So just because of their overall positioning, I think Noir appears to be one of the best teams in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they looked incredible. I think they put a lot of eggs in one basket there on Hopeful with the damage boost comp on the Punisher, but it found a ton of success. 16 finals, 27k damage. But then you look over at Tones on Magneto. We talk about how strong Magneto is at this level of play, and in general as a Vanguard. 20 finals, 25k damage, right behind a Punisher damage boost. And I want you to think about that. That is a ton of damage. So really well played there. I don't think we've seen Vanguards with that many finals yet in this tournament. So again, shout out to Tones there, who looked lights out. 45k healing from Monotone 2, who was not afraid to swap around. F1 with 54 there on the cloak. So well played. Looking forward to map 3 as we head into anyone's game, folks, right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone. 1-1 on the board. Who is going to take this home or send the other team to the lower side bracket? I've got to say, this has been a battle, and it was even closer than I thought on that second map.
Yeah, I think Los Cabras is not a team to mess with, for sure. You brought that up. In Noir, I think that they just look like a good team, right? A team that's won MRC. And you could say, okay, they won MRC during a time when not all the good teams were playing in MRC. Right now, all of the good teams are playing in MRC because we have all the Ignite squads that are competing, right? I know that was something constantly changing in the rules. Can Ignite teams play in MRC? Can they not? In this case, right, there's no qualification after this, right? You win Season 3, you're just winning MRC by itself. So everybody obviously wants that crown to be called in-game an MRC champion. It means a lot to a lot of these players. And for Noir, they won Season 2. Coming into today, they look like a Season 2 winner.
Yeah, I think teams are just etching titles into the stone right now. That's all they want. They want titles. Everybody wants notoriety. They want fan bases. They want eyes looking at them. Players want to be considered strong players. Everything is on the line right now. It doesn't necessarily matter what it leads to. It's more so, can I get this W on a tournament and be an MRC winner? And that is everything to these teams as we progress forward on the upper side bracket. Noir versus Las Cabras. Who is going to send the other team to the low side?
Ooh. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Venom banned for Las Cabras, getting rid of Snow's hero because they know Snow's the bench player. Maybe his hero pool is lacking, right? That could be a reason why Snow's is on the bench. And I'm not saying that's the case, but I don't mind the idea of targeting out somebody like Snow's, who's just come in last second for this team. And I think long-term shit, by the way, as the ban phase comes out, I'm really interested to see in this game, like 1, 2, 3 years down the line for the esports scene, which heroes sort of remain on top throughout that time, right? Because in esports and in games in general, power creep is always a thing, right? Every month we have a new hero that's coming out in Marvel Rivals, and it's bound to be an incredibly strong hero. Like Phoenix, for example, comes in and is now a top 3, top 5 duelist in the game, and Phoenix protected on one side for Las Cabras, so you could see why. This hero has self-healing. This hero has stuns. This hero has incredible mobility with its flight and with its shift, right? There's so many things Phoenix brings to the table, but I'm really curious. Like I said, we go 2, 3 years down the line. Maybe we have like a, Wolfie VGC, weird shout out, Wolfie VGC type guy that's talking about, okay, Spider-Man was the greatest hero in Marvel Rivals history because maybe he gets some buffs coming up. So I'd be really curious to see where we are in a few years once there's some, more tournaments under our belts in the Rivals esports scene. Which hero sort of is the best hero? And Shib, I don't know. What do you think? Who do you think is the best hero in Marvel Rivals short esports history right now? Who would it possibly be?
Ooh, that is a tough question. I think we have to, so far we have to say Torch. I think Torch, in terms of bans in history, has the most right now, but Loki would be up there, I believe, as well, in the grand scheme of things. But I think,
would it not,
just for example,
would it not just be Luna? I mean...
She's there as well. I think she's in the conversation. You'd have to count like all total bans, I think would be a good answer to that. Right. But you're talking about the constant changes because of these new heroes, which I think, is a blessing. I think teams are loving it because why not have a game that is consistently developing and changing, new answers to problems, new problems to deal with, new heroes that are being banned all the time. It is such a difficult question to answer, but yeah, those three likely at the top. I mean, the only reason I said Torch first is just the raw separation of bans. Human Torch in the last tournament, it was something like 118 bans, and it was 118. The next closest was 67 with Mantis, so like almost double. That's a crazy number. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the way you're saying it, I think, like, by the way, as the bans come out, we have Ultron ban, Psylocke ban, no Psylocke going to be in the game, Wolverine as well as Mantis. So we saw the Mantis ban previously, and then an Emma ban this time for Noir, getting rid of Las Cabras and their Emma player with Valen. But yeah, that's an interesting point. I think there's a debate as well. I'm curious what the chat thinks, just what their opinion is on the strongest hero of this game's history. Because you're right. I think Torch at his peak, I think, had some of the craziest ban rates for sure. Like, he was just so dominant and still is. His peak has been so high. But Luna, for example, has just been such a mainstay. Like, she's just always been in the meta forever. Even before the damage changes and stuff, I mean, the ult change and stuff, it's still such a strong ultimate. And that's what we're realizing about this game, is that ultimates can bring you into this game forever. Like Magneto, for example, has just been so strong as well. So, I don't know, the interesting debate, and I'm curious if somebody takes upon the mantle of that in the YouTube game, figuring out the best heroes in Marvel Rivals esports history. Obviously, it's only been less than a year, but the game's been, the War of the Realms was around. We've been about, esports for Marvel Rivals has been around for about a year and a couple months, so yeah, there's something to say there. Sure.
Agreed. I think that's a good call. But like we were talking about, I just think, just the care for the game, the devs, the amount of consistent updates and changes and stuff. I have no doubt that a lot of these heroes will be, shuffled around as the game develops. We talk about a new hero every month. I mean, that is an insane thing to hear out loud as we got new heroes, I'm sure, coming here with a new season coming up shortly. So we are going to see some pressure here from Sora on Central Park on the high side. Great positioning, like we talked about. Notice the DPS consistently trying to find off angles to make pressure happen towards the back line instead of just pumping into the tanks and allowing these strategists to get ults incredibly quickly. Wow, Torch was at 5 HP there. Sweetie with some good location here. The entire team is holding up on the high side. That's a cool strategy that I haven't quite seen yet, as all 6 were almost maintaining positioning up on those angles, and now they're slowly pushing them back down.
Let's see what happens. Kuya pulls in make. By the way, I didn't realize Kuya was a strategist player playing on controller, and hopeful with the follow-up damage. I mean, just everybody here is getting cooked up live, and right now with Torch and Phoenix, I mean, that's just so much fire down range, literally and figuratively. The firepower has just been next level for Noir.
Yeah, I think that completes the controller players that I've seen at this level in terms of all lines. So controller can be used as a strategist, strategist, vanguard, and duelist here in North America. We've seen all three. So if you are a controller player, just know it is very much possible. Do not think you are down and out for the count, as they clearly are played at a very, very high level. And we start the next fight here. Alts are popped. Supernova goes up. Map for the meteor ram. Potentially trying to land it in the sky. Bang! Down goes Fura. Way to distract there by Tones and find a little bit of a vulnerability on a little bit of a assuming protection, and way to protect a strategist instead of yourself in that moment. That's a very smart play.
Yeah, huge play too, and it's not onto the Luna Snow. She has 275 HP, right, compared to the Invis, who maybe needs that bubble a little bit more and can get taken out through her own ult. So huge bubble, like you mentioned, Shib. Tones saving his team's lives, and right now Noir took 2 minutes off the clock of Les Cabras, who, you know, used some huge ultimates. I mean, Ayabagamoto's big, so is that Supernova, like you said, to match with that Meteor Ram. So they're playing it so well. We'll see what Les Cabras want to do. They do have an insane combination with the Meteor Ram alongside that song from Sora.
Yeah, we'll start up again. Ult advantage going to be on the side of the Goats, who are now going to keep the pressure forward. Hopeful should be there shortly, evening out the odds in terms of ults as we continue the pressure. Notice the natural cover here, folks. If you're trying to climb in ladder, working your way, notice how they're consistently having a unbreakable structure next to them to juke and hide behind, so you don't force out your cooldown 24/7. Very smart play. Do not stand in the open. It is not the way to make plays happen, especially in the front line or as a flyer who should be consistently targeted.
Well, I mean, that's the ultimate committed from Les Cabras, and they don't find elimination, so you know what that means, Shib. Snows, the sub player coming in on Captain America, just takes down your Luna Snow because they danced forward earlier into this right. I mean, it's just cleaning up. 46 seconds left to go. You lost your huge combination. Unless you have a huge Supernova, which is going to be met by a Meteor Ram, and I mean, the only way I really see them winning this Les Cabras is if they have a big Eye of Agamotto again, and maybe some great strategist ultimates, because Noir, you know, is going to be lacking their dance floor. But right now, I think Noir's playing this sober.
Yeah, this is last fight territory here, folks. To the side of Les Cabras, they do have a fair amount of ults, but it is matched on both sides. Zine gonna initiate there, coming right towards the back line. Snow's gonna find one immediately. Sora goes down from Tones. Monotone on the Valen 2. Mate goes down. Make that the entirety of Les Cabras as Noir shuts them down prior to them being able to even teleport on point one. Not a single tick. Wow, Noir came back heavy after that DC incident.
Yeah. I mean, and Snows looks so good, man. I mean, I don't know how much playtime this guy gets behind the scenes, but like our amazing observers aren't doing him justice, right? He is just popping off on Captain America, diving at the right times, going, you know, he's playing one of the strongest heroes in the game, and, you know, obviously you want to point that out. He's playing Captain America, who is an incredibly hard hero to deal with, but regardless, I think that he has shown that he is a top-tier player for Noir, and Les Cabras, you know, they haven't been able to react, right? These pickoffs from Hopeful, you know, 762 in the sky, which, by the way, giving 762 Human Torch is always scary. I mean, this man is just disgusting on it. It's probably more important to ban Human Torch for 762 than it is to ban Snows on Venom, but maybe that's just me because of what we've seen from 762s on Flyers. I mean, he plays Storm to a high level. He plays Torch to a high level. That's basically 762's, you know, OG heroes that he's good at. So that's always a terrifying thing to give to 762. And like you said, Chip, no percentage for Les Cabras. I mean, that's brutal. 4 minutes now to hold. I mean, we've seen teams, good teams, lose in situations like this before, but for Noir, I don't know, you might have to pull some extra things out of your butt right now for Les Cabras.
Yeah, I think it's you know, it's also demoralizing, right? Knowing that you can't win the map at all. It's all about trying to tie. So although, you know, you can try to get the momentum to work out here, it's tricky. It's tricky to push through in that mental state, and this is very much a mental game. All competitive, you know, hero shooters especially have that influence. So you got to try to stay positive as a team, but given the circumstances, it can be difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how they do it. And they walk up, cooldown forced, and oh no, Mate's already gone, man.
That is just clean play, and that's that. You know, I'm talking about the mentality difference right there. Likely we'll see a portal coming back in. Zine, though, gonna find some on 762 and try to maintain positioning, not allow them to get the point, hopefully stalling until the portal comes through, and here it comes. But there goes Zine, and there goes Sora, and that is not enough. Noir with the comeback, come through, take the next 2 maps and bring home the W.
Yeah, great on them. Like we said, sort of almost like a bracket reset type of moment where you give the other team a free map. Because of the situation that happened on map number 1, I mean, they lost Iffy due to, I'm assuming, internet, right? It doesn't seem like there's anything else that it could be. And, you know, to sub in Snow and Snow pop off, force some target bans as well, it sort of, it worked out for them in the long term, right? Lost Cabras was focusing maybe on the wrong player. And, you know, huge work for Noir. They get to move on, promoted on to the next round of into round 9. So this team still trying to maintain, trying to win back MRC yet again. They're still in the upper bracket as well, Shib, so they could definitely make that return to that number 1 spot.
Absolutely, and they look dominant. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, granted, it's very much a, you know, it was one of those maps, right? It's just a difficult thing to even really showcase, but a single elimination, a single final hit, no other even influence on that pick on to 762, no one else being KO'd a single time. So as a team, especially on that map, maybe that was their preference, but Noir just dominant beyond belief at this stage of the competition. Hopefully, and 762 both with 5 and 6, but then Tones again top of the final hits charts with 7.
Yeah, and it's this team is just so smart in terms of positioning, in terms of overall ult usage. You know, we saw like they're doing all of the things right. You know, they're coming through in dealing in peeling off of the Meteor Ram combination with the Phoenix. They're waiting out Luna Snow dance floor to the very last second before they use their own. And then even when they use their own, they know that the follow-up situation that's going to happen is going to be a Meteor Ram followed up with a Phoenix song. So, you know, overall the positioning's great. They dodge the one-shot combinations that come through. And that's a matter of, you know, understanding win conditions in every single matchup. And that's why this game is so hard at the professional level, Ship, that we both can agree on easily, is that you have to play against so many different types of heroes and compositions. And Noir, they definitely came out on top when it mattered most in every single comp.
Yeah, I agree. You know, you talk about all these different compositions and understanding what to run. I think it was crazy. I got a shout out. You talk about bringing in a sub. Snow looked so good. And, you know, sometimes the synergy may not be there with the substitutions, and then coming in with the Venom looking dominant, and then also the Cap, who is incredibly strong right now. Talked about prior, not seeing him much in this tournament so far, and now since I said that, it's been like every game. Cap is disgusting. I'm sure we'll see more of that as we progress through the tournament right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
You're done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, and these games have been intense. I'm looking forward to more of these as we progress to our next match. What'd you think about that last game and Noir popping off there, coming back?
Yeah, it's fun. I think that was my first experience able to cast Noir. I think we've watched some of those players before. You know, obviously you've got to see them win the MRC in reverse sweeping fashion. So that's a damn good team. And, you know, on the opposite side, I hope we see a loss again, the GOATs again. And now we have a brand new matchup again with Lotus and Dubai Matcha over the North American side in the round of 8 still.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had eyes too much on Dubai Matcha. I've definitely seen some of these players over on Lotus here who are now going to be stacked up. I'm curious to see what the band, Ultron off the rip, Ultron Luna. So a little bit of a different band situation off the rip here. Likely going to see a torch lock, maybe not.
Okay, yeah, maybe Magneto protection, Venom protection, man. So we're seeing a lot more of this today, Shib. Priority towards Vanguards, and I don't know if I fully disagree with it. I feel like at the highest level of this game, we see more focus towards duelists, really. So that's interesting that both teams are maybe focusing on their comfort picks of their Vanguards, and a Hulk ban comes out too. So no duelist bans at all yet. Now Psylocke gets banned, but that was late.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're just going to try to ban out all the strats that can support Human Torch and see if that is the way of, like, you know, handling that situation here. But yeah, locking in the more divey composition here when you're going to have that Venom kind of indicates what you may expect. Trying to keep the Psylocke, so maybe they should ban out Psylocke. I'm curious what the answer is, or what the match lock is going to be on this side for Dubai.
And we'll see in a moment as the Loki Protect comes out for Lotus. Luna ban earlier, so we at least get the greens available for both sides. But that's the tough part about this entire, you know, MRC, is a lot of the teams, I'm sure, that have a lot of experience playing MRC are starting to figure out the, you know, sort of ins and outs of these global bans. And when you change the system even slightly, like we do to Ignite in the stage when you have, you know, only targeted bans, it's quite a different setup. So all of these bans are global. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange ban, Cloak and Dagger Protect comes out, Shib.
Yeah, I think the Strange ban is just for the retakes. It simplifies it a little bit. I mean, I think we talked about some of the maps that Strange is very strong on. Virtually every domination Strange is strong on, because you have the ability to retake at any given moment with any single, you know, any line. Everyone is willing to swap at this level of play to where they have somebody that can play Strange for the moment, even if you're on a strategist, and the team will fill. So removing that from the game simplifies your strategy a bit, but you can see here Inspire and Bach both going to be running that Human Torch.
All right, a Human Torch available, which is definitely a surprise to see. And, you know, I think it's also interesting to point out that, you know, because now we're heading to Burden T'Challa, this is the, I believe, second time we've seen it today in North America. But, you know, I'm sure some people are wondering where's Resource Rumble, when is that coming out and stuff. But it's not for a little bit, right? The devs want to make sure that everything is ready to go for Resource Rumble, for the competitive scene, for competitive mode. And I'm sure, you know, a lot of people are excited to see Resource Rumble finally played on the big stage. Eventually, we will get to see it, just not in this tournament necessarily just yet. So anticipation, I'm sure, will build up for that. But now, like we said with the ban ship, we're going to see both Human Torches come out. We saw, you know, that ban of Phoenix, so both teams actually opting towards Hello already early on. Maybe we'll see them change away from it, though.
Yeah, I'm curious too. It's funny, the test there was, you know, we're gonna leave Torch unlocked and unbanned, and are you confident to face me is essentially what I'm seeing here from the bans. It was like, you know, you can ban it if you want, I'm not going to. And then, you know, I believe that we can win this battle, as we see the change off Jeff there just for the speed boost. But a lot of that Loki into Cloak combination, so dunkable opportunities for Magneto, which will not be matched here from Dubai with the Magneto. So a little more opportunity from Lotus to get value, as it's going to be tough to stop that Meteor M from shutting down the Eternal Bond. And that back right off the rip here. Going to set up Torch and just begin the burning on the floor, which got slightly changed in this recent patch.
Yeah, burning the Chala indeed, man. I mean, that's just a lot of damage down towards that point, forcing them away from it, building up ult charge as well as Wizard Dread just kind of going back and forth. And like you said, a lot of these guys trying to tunnel ladder. Sky Rifle trying to find backline one-shots, cannot necessarily though. But a lot of damage still happening here as the strategist doing a good job on Lotus to keep everybody still healthy and build up towards those ults.
Coco gonna hold on the high side here, dropping in now, looking towards the up in the sky. Venom can do a great job stalling on the point right there on the inside of these lifted locations. Colin gonna find SGHT down. Goes Armor gonna find a pick right back onto Wizard. So both of which losing a Vanguard on the front line, as we will not have the Venom or the Magneto for this initiation. Out goes the Sonic Seduction. Crystal's gonna buy some time here. They see Emma being very low, but it gets matched right through with the Eternal Bond. Emma falls here from the side of Colin. His neck rope is walking more forward in its match again, right back at them, as we will likely see Wizard back from the respawn. And yes, we do. Anybody get the point at this point. It's so back and forth as Coco finds one onto Bo, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when a lot of the bans come through onto heroes like Phoenix. You know, a lot of damage is sort of lost in these fights, and you know, everybody sort of hit the Terra Cape. Armor's going to go down to Inspire, or rather to Wizard Dread, but Inspire trades it back in the sky with that ultimate. I mean, he's able to get so much. 2 limbs with that Supernova, also dives on the Loki, forcing Greens out. I mean, so much is done by the Human Torch player of this squad. Nobody has the point necessarily just yet, but he's matched in the sky at the moment.
Inspire trying to deal some damage to back up on the height. Great movement there, and that's just that juking you can do in the sky with Torch. Notice how they're meleeing. They're moving up, down, left, and right around these platforms, biding time, allowing the strategist to heal up. Coco falls from SGHT from downtown with the right click, and there is the pick on the back as the point has still not been taken. Are you kidding me? Back and forth we go once more as Wonderland now finds Inspire. Armor onto Colin. Bo gonna find Sky and Wonderland, and that should do it as Lotus finally gets the point here.
Yeah, I mean, with how that fight went, you would think that we're back in the Adam Warlock res meta, man. Like, that was incredibly long, and it was probably just because of the fact that, you know, like, we saw the Human Torch just kind of float above. We saw this is what happens if you have Loki, Cloak, and Dagger in the game as well, and the Terra Capes, you have to hit them from so far away. So it's how this round specifically is sort of functioning and sort of shaped out. Both Torches need to play it somewhat passive and can't go for incredibly aggressive plays. But on the flank, Sky Rifle, living up to his name, rifling neck row from across the map.
Yeah, good shot there as Colin takes the space, going to drop SGHT, and they want to retake the point with 35 on. Out goes again the Eternal Bond, and bang! Inspire going to find Coco here for Lotus as they still try to maintain this positioning on point, and they are really doing that job as we see Wizard fall, and they still have full team numbers with 3 down and are going to slowly stagger the rest of the team if possible. The reason these fights are so drawn out is it's actually very difficult to not have a Cloak and Dagger ultimate when your team is playing in bubble like this. They're constantly throwing bubble in the front line, and the Vanguards are just essentially sitting in that bubble, taking damage and just fueling these Eternal Bonds, which then gets matched by Loki, and the cycle repeats. So Lotus here holding on with 70%, doing a great job playing with this more unique composition.
Absolutely. I think it's interesting that they're giving up on the Protect too. Wizard Dread now off of the Venom. Meanwhile, huge Sonic Seduction brings in this Fire, who got taken out by that Bucky. So they're just able to kind of walk towards the back line, and side goes down. Same thing with Rukio. So finally, Dubai Macho win the fight. But regardless, I think it is interesting that, you know, they protect the Venom. Now they're going over to the Magneto, getting off of the hero that they thought was worth protecting. In this case, I mean, they're getting countered. You know, they had armor on the Bucky, sort of peeling off Wizard Dread on these dives. Sky Rifle, meanwhile, off of the Hela going to his own Bucky. So they're just trying to match it on both sides, and we'll see if it pans out for Dubai Mancha. I like the comp a little bit better. Into the mirror, though, Lotus, I'm sure, are going to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on it initially. You need to have that Magneto into a very Eternal Bond focused composition where everyone is just launching that Eternal Bond back and forth, right? So there's just so much more of an advantage on a team that has a Magneto in that. So good switch there by Wizard now as we start the next fight back. Does find value on Inspire right before the heal comes through. That is tough. Still being held here by Dubai. Out goes the Sonic Seduction, trying to pull teams towards the center. Armor with a pick there on the back, right back. Adam up in the sky for the iframe. Still gets dunked on out of the moon. Necro falls. Another Sky Rifle gonna find Bo and make that armor as well. Do I hear more? Yes, I do. Rook goes down, and a fifth will be coming shortly. Sight got live. That'll be a Quadra Sky Rifle popping up here on the Bucky.
Man, poor Necrobe got hard timed, man, and it was almost his own Emma that got him eliminated, right? He goes into the sky with the cloak fade, timing the Meteor M, trying to block it is that Emma, but unfortunately he was on the wrong side. The shield blocked only the part of the Meteor M that didn't matter, and you know, rest in peace Necrobe, who copied their cloak and dagger. In this upcoming fight though, Coco doesn't have the copy necessarily just yet, so we'll see what happens. But Bach buys his team some time, popping the supernova early.
Yeah, it can get tricky when you're using Emma's shield. If you place it a little too short and your cloak, for example, floats above the shield, it's actually like a backboard to help take that pick. Wizard Dread gonna find Inspire off the rip again. Dubai at 96%, looking heavily down in the initial start of this fight. But wow, well done. We go once more. Psionic Seduction does not find too much into the back line. We do have ultimates out for Coco, who does launch that Eternal Bomb. Team gonna try to press through with it. Colin gonna chase down the Bucky. Good tackle there. Bang! Right into the wall. Armor falls, and they are still up in numbers. OT just going to be ticking away here for Dubai, who are looking like they will be having this first point. No Strange, remember, was banned out, so it's going to be a stagger fest, but it goes out again, very close to ultimate. Wizard Dread still takes out Inspire, lifting them away from the heel. What a play! And the Meteor M not going to be used quite yet, because it was unfortunately just slightly off during that moment.
And right now, I mean, there's cleaning up, right? Nobody else here. And Dubai, they actually win round number one after, you mentioned the shit, it was a rough start for them. But, I mean, huge shout out to the strategist players. Both Lokis on either side looks good. But Coco specifically, I mean, just dodging everything. It just feels like we watch his POV and he's just stuck in an absolute crazy situation. But he's always able to avoid, and his evasion is definitely 100. So Dubai now on to this next round, man. He talked about how well Bach played towards the latter half of that as well. Inspire, just a tough round to kind of play against that on Dubai Matcha's side.
Spec heavily into Dex, indeed. A ton of evasion there, but I do gotta, I gotta show some love to Wizard, who made that switch. The Intel build made the switch there over to Magneto, and it clearly worked out for him. Still maintaining that ultimate. Wonderland gonna be ready for this next fight. This is a good advantage start here, having Eternal Bond and Meteor M, two ults that can shut down virtually everything on the opposition until SGHT gets that Meteor M here at about 50%. So should be in their favor for the beginning of this point. Getting this point early is usually in domination a huge advantage, but we did see Dubai come back from that exact situation in the last map.
Now they're coming up to the main side, right? They do have that Eternal Bond, and nothing to really match it on Lotus's side necessarily. I mean, they could sort of sustain, but Dubai still sitting in a good spot because of that, copy in the previous fight from Necrobe. So right now, Dubai playing so well, getting eliminations as well, even through Eternal Bond. Incoming hook from Armor again, or rather from Sky Rifle, gives them early positioning, early diamond form committed by Bow of Man.
Up we go. Wizard onto the high side. Crystals get burned instantaneously. Waiting it out a little bit, but does get stuffed here. Good work by Colin to make sure Bo cannot diamond form up. Typically one swing and a kick should allow for those cooldowns, especially if you're close to a wall. Stop those cooldowns. If there's anybody with a shield or a cooldown and you use 2 punches after your choke, it actually allows them to get that cooldown off. So make sure you only use 1. And there's a pick there from SGHT onto Wizard. Right back as Lotus now wants to take the point. Only about 15% on here for Dubai.
Yeah, early pick off by him. I think it was another hook. I mean, both Buckies are absolutely popping off right now. Hitting hooks. Earlier, the Emma getting hooked, forced to use diamond form because of it. Now they come back with Eternal Bond. It's a messy fight, and Wizard Red's going to be back on Venom, so they'll have 5v5. But oh my, Wonderland deleted even through an ult.
Yeah, Inspire and SGHT walking them back here. Taken out back by Wizard, Coco, and Colin, and that's a team sweep, about 40%. That's a good retake here for Lotus. Taking the point back that early still buys you plenty of fights, at least 2 more here on the point should things not go your way, but they are going to also push them into their choke and break the entire wall around them.
Well, and that's off the back of Wizard Dread getting picked. I mean, that was a huge hook by Armor, enabling them, and they had to come back on Venom, and you give up a lot of that space. You get one shot as well because you don't have the bubbles for your Eternal Bond. So really good work there from Lotus, specifically the Bucky player.
And we start again. Psionic Seduction goes out, matched right back on both sides. Nobody walking to their detriment here. Bow of Man gonna drop back. Big kick, bang, everybody into the wall. Still doesn't get too much value as the teams now are just trying to get off. Sky Rifle up in the sky. Will it land onto everyone? It does. And they find 1. Can I see 2 onto Bow? Potentially. Does not get the reset. Does get the reset now. Right back on to Cloak, who's running under those crystals to stay healthy. That's a reset again from Sky Rifle. Bach gonna clean things up. Sky onto Neck, Colin on SGHT, and the retake is real with ult advantage.
Yeah, huge retake, understanding the situation they were in, only against that Meteor M and that Buck Deal. Lotus sort of on the back foot, just kind of got walked on by Dubai, and able to find more eliminations after they commit Coco's copy. Sky Rifle just walks on forward, just finds those KOs, and for Lotus's side, their only way to come back was a Meteor M from sight. Isn't able to hit it. And right now, Dubai still trying to keep up this momentum. Supernova committed, forcing them to sort of go around the backside, go underground. Doesn't see the torch actually hiding behind him, so maybe going to get flanked on here. And in fact, he actually does. 1v1 now in the Sky.
Ton of resource.
Neither goes down.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, that was that's just wild. It's so funny that they both don't fall there in that moment, but a ton of resources being utilized to keep them healthy. Sky ready again to launch with a Kraken Impact. All right, excuse me, that's Armor with Kraken Impact. Sky at about 50%. SGHT on a Wizard. Match right back at Sky Rifle gets a pick. Numbers dead even in this fight. Ult advantage on the Lotus, though, who are down heavily in percentage on the map. It's all about can Dubai shut this down now as Colin begins with a Psionic Seduction up in the sky towards the Kraken Impact. It will not trance during that animation, and instead using that as a way to stay healthy. Crystals get popped now. Rook gonna try to chase down with the blind. A ton of damage out. Way to cloak out. Still holding on, but Lotus now sweeping everybody as everyone falls besides Wizard, who is back on that Venom.
I do not know how Armor didn't go down. Psionic Seduction brings him back in. He goes around the corner afterwards and barely lives with 1 HP. Coming back to Necrobe with the copy on that Eternal Bond, which they committed in that fight. Now, Dubai, though, 99% of the board do give up that objective, but they have that Eternal Bond ready to go with Coco's copy. Sky Rifle as well does have that Kraken Impact. This is going to be a hard fight for Lotus to win. The only real way they win is, I think, via probably a Meteor M from sight. Maybe he can connect with Bowman and his Sonic Seduction. They could probably use both together in tandem, but he's got to get past both the Magneto Shield and the Emma.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here to see Wizard back on, the Magneto seemingly back and forth a ton here. Sky Rifle up in the sky, trying to initiate with a pick. Down goes Rook. Make that 2. Sky is keeping this going. Can they shut this down? Gonna try to get reset on clones. Unfortunately, doesn't land on the clones, so does not get that reset naturally. Instead, playing with the team, just dealing a ton of damage. Bang. Down goes another. Dubai retaking the point has been huge for them. That should be enough. It is. Dubai on the map 1.
Yeah, that fight just was not winnable, I think, for this defense. And like you said, Dubai winning map 1, huge game number 1, and a very fun one indeed. I mean, Imperial Institute of Science just went to the distance, and then same thing with that one, except towards the end, Kraken Impact, Eternal Bond, you only have, a Meteor M and Sonic Seduction on the opposite side. You can maybe go aggressive with that Meteor M alongside the Psionic, but they went for the Psionic early. Meteor M wasn't there to follow. I mean, maybe he was waiting for Kraken Impact, but it just came out too late. I mean, it was just the timing by Dubai was too good. The pacing was too fast, and Lotus just didn't react in time. Their only win condition just slipped right through their fingers.
Yeah, the tough part is it looked very back and forth in all these fights. I do think this was a fairly even matchup. The stats look roughly even too in terms of final hits and KOs. Yes, even in the back line, falling 4 times. It looks like they had a little more success over there on side red with only falling 4 times there with Coco and Wonderland. So it was definitely a back and forth fight. I think it was just a little bit of maybe compositional mistakes, switching a little too much, and not finding as much success with ultimates, which, it's pretty consistent in domination to have that be the determining factor. So good win again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they capitalized off of Wonderland with those Terror Capes every time. I mean, you can see maybe a little bit more damage in that regard, right? That could be a big factor, but getting rid of keeping the Magneto in the game, Loki as well, definitely sort of helped out both sides at the end of it. It's funny because like we said, the Protect of the Venom didn't even end up mattering. I mean, Emma doesn't get banned, so it wasn't a big deal. Doctor Strange does get banned though, so you don't have any potential portal retouch plays, so that could also be a bigger thing because the Doctor Strange does make these fights sort of last longer, and now that he's not there, it doesn't really kind of happen. And for the side of Matcha, Dubai Matcha looks pretty damn good. Moving forward, Lotus on the opposite side. Let's see what they want to change coming into this next map.
Yeah, I'm curious what needs to be the answer. I'm not sure. I think that, they're running the exact same composition besides the slight change to Venom. I think Dubai, I would argue, was losing. They not even argue. They were losing the first map pretty heavily with an insane comeback, and then it was just, it was super consistent from there. It was definitely a momentum shift, which is obviously very important here. Dubai looked clean. Lotus tried to bounce back. They looked pretty good at points there on map 2 as well, but the bye just always seemed to retake after losing a fight and finding success in the very next fight. It was never back-to-back losses on the point.
No, I mean, it's off the highlight plays we see in the Bucky. I think switching to that hero enabled them, right? Getting off the Hela has definitely been big. And, you know, I think we've seen Hela have its the most success when you play it alongside a Storm with the damage boost. But outside of that, the Hela, I guess it's hard to make consistent for sure. I mean, you could find pickoffs, you could find squishies, but a lot of times with how good healers are getting, it's kind of difficult to get those, you know, 2-tap headshots because they usually get healed up or shielded by invis by that time. Too many good strategist players are in the game, and I think that's the biggest point we're noticing from this MRC for sure, is that these strategist plays have been so good in MRC. If you are a strat player, you're probably absolutely loving this. But we're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for map number 2.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, and we have a bit of a series on our hand that was definitely back and forth, although it went 2-0. I still think it's up for debate how the teams were looking. Stat lines look pretty similar. What'd you think of that matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, on the side of Dubai Matcha, I think that they just kind of outpaced the other team, right? And like you said, they made the adaptations, right? They switched to that Bucky, they switched off of the Venom, and it started panning out, right? The first little bit, what happened was Armor just kept disengaging, getting rid of Wizard's Red, right? It took them a while, but eventually they were able to take him out. Once I think we swapped the Bucky up, once we went over to seeing Sky Rifle play the Bucky, I think it was just the lights out from there. And the team sort of took advantage of the compositional matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a meme about how NA region seems to match compositions and just see who can do it better. We haven't seen too much of that today, maybe a couple times. Definitely was very consistent here today, though. Even when the moments they were trying to switch away or they had a different thought in the beginning of the map, it was immediately switched back to the same comp. So curious to see if that'll change up now, or we'll see some different bans, as there was very much a strategist line ban in that map. It was more focused on Cloak with the damage boost Terror Cape and going in with the Loki, and they were just alting off cooldown because of how fast Cloak can get that ult. So maybe we'll see that banned out. I'm not quite sure, but the torch battle was definitely real.
Absolutely. I think this definitely goes back to the ban phase. And, you know, like we said earlier, I think, you know, the bans have been more dynamic this time around from the last time that I know you and I have watched MRC. You know, people are actually, it seems like, just changing things up after they lose a map, right? Even if it's close, sometimes you want to mix it up, change something up in the global bans, and that's fine. I think it's a good idea, especially if you go down, and, you know, it's better than doing nothing and then just losing again, right? Because, you know, sometimes it does feel like games are won or lost in the ban protect phase, and because they're global bans, I guess it's a little bit different. But I don't know, who do you think has an edge, I think, in MRC compared to Ignite, where, you know, bans aren't global? Do you think that, you know, both teams sort of can take advantage of it? It's a different system entirely, right?
Yeah, it gets tricky. I mean, it's almost, I would say, almost more tricky as a coach or as somebody who's watching these stat lines to figure out what is the correct play, because you're going to have to deal with the reactionary. You're essentially reacting on the ban protect phase every single ban, despite just on your the opposition side, which is definitely different. So I would argue that it's much harder to find success on a coaching front in the banning phase in this than it has been for Ignite in the past. So curious what the stat lines are for that, whether, you know, blue or red side finds more success. I've always been curious about that. I know in the past people have told me blue, even though we assumed red. So I don't know. It's got to be very close. But yeah, as a coach, I'm just happy. If I were a coach, I would not be dealing with this.
There's a lot of you're right. There's a lot of minute details that I think don't matter as much to, you know, your average player, like your average Marvel Rivals player who's just logging on for the day and trying to farm those chrono tokens, which you get 2 times of if you are playing the game right now. And I think that, you know, those details do matter here. Like you said, even with go down to which side you're on. You brought it up, you know, red versus blue side, who has those right-handed peaks. It's always something that's up for debate. And in this game, it's a third-person hero shooter, so those are things you have to think about. But, you know, I imagine your average Joe Schmo coming on trying to play and just play Spider-Man for the day after his hard day at work. Maybe he's not thinking about that sort of stuff.
That's just it. And then maybe even, you know, Joe Schmo's jumping onto Torch and ready for the Torch v Torch battles that have been consistent still to this moment. If not banned, was matched on both sides. If that is not power, I do not know what is. Again, Bach here showing the Torch Ultron ban, Luna ban, and no change just yet.
Well, there we go. This kind of comes back down to it. You know, it's earlier we would see, you know, it, like for Lotus, they felt fine, I guess, in the Torch matchup, but you still kind of lost it, unfortunately, even though you could say individually Inspire was as good, if not better, than Bach. But I think just how they played it as a team matters a lot, right? Even if you feel like you have the better individual Torch, how does the team operate around Torch, right? That does impact it. You know, do you have a player who's weaker against Torch players specifically? So that's always something you have to think about, is like, what are your weaknesses alongside strengths? I guess that's the difficulty of the ban phase, like you mentioned, for a coach in this game, Shib. But the Hulk ban coming out on the opposite side for Dubai, they didn't want to play against that Namor team up alongside the Hulk.
Yeah, I think the Namor team up we even saw today is pretty strong into Torch. I think having that auto lock on the inevitable speed and how jukey, you know, you can be in the sky with Torch is nice. And I think that makes sense to me. It's something, you know, I'm sure all of us at some point I thought, oh, you know, that's a pretty decent counter, but it makes sense at this level of play that is what you'd run, especially when these Torches are moving Mach, you know, a billion around the map and just juking like crazy, changing their hitboxes. So very good idea to get rid of that if you believe you have the comp that can, you know, out handle the Torch.
And I don't know if I like this. I mean, so Lotus protects the mag. It's fine. Protect the Doctor Strange, so they want to play that mag Doctor Strange. But for Dubai, anyways, I didn't they want to play the Venom stuff anyway too. But I don't know. We'll see how it kind of pans out. Regardless, I feel like the Emma would have been interesting as a pick choice for Lotus, but they want to get rid of it for now. And you know, they do get rid. They keep Doctor Strange and they get rid of Torch on the side of Dubai, so they don't want to even deal with that matchup. I don't mind that, considering how, you know, in the sky, Inspire actually played pretty well on Torch. So we'll see how Dubai actually mix this up. Meanwhile, Phoenix was banned, I believe, for Dubai last time. That's going to go through. So we have a little bit of a change in terms of just one hero for Dubai, but that could change the entire sort of situation, because now Bach as potentially Wolverine.
Yeah, I think this is a, you know, it's all about what you've scrimmed and what you've practiced. So we're gonna see. I was assuming we'd see. Oh no, this is likely just to give armor out from Bo here, but I thought maybe we'd see a portal play. You know, across the board on the side of Lotus with these mines. We've seen a lot of that throughout these tournaments. Find a ton of success. You essentially set up, for those who don't know, you set up a strange portal, you put you set up penny mines all over the place, and then you try to put the portal down right as the team is walking through, specifically when the strategists are trailing behind the front line, and try to get one of them to walk through right onto the mines, instant KO, and then your team runs right through the backside of the portal towards the rest of their team up a number. And that is what we're going to see here, but there is going to be no mines. Instead, they're going to just try to do it the old-fashioned way with raw damage, but they all teleported up on the high side instead, and they are going to elect to do the same. These teams are playing very similar ideologies, and we start now with SGHT on the right side, tackled immediately here. Sight gets pulled right back down by the Wolverine from Bach.
Yeah, Wolverine in Phoenix versus the Bucky and the Punisher. So a difference of opinion of which duelists are actually the best alongside Wizard Dread on that Venom. Going for these dives at all times. It's fire. Oh, what a hook from him. But again, Phoenix so strong. Gets the bubble, also shipped out of there, so he's still safe.
Yeah, a ton of movement on Phoenix, and iframe even with that dash immediately gets bubbled up. A good pull, like you had mentioned, from Inspire. It's all about building these ults quickly. Now Colin at 70, Rook as well on the Cloak and Dagger. Very close to matching. It is matched actually with the Meteor M, which could be a threat, especially if you're a Cloak and Dagger player. You typically beat the Meteor M, so you try to ult quickly, and that could bite them here. Colin was able to get it, unfortunately. Immediately, Rook gets it to match right back from Wonderland now. On both sides, it's all about who can get value through this, through the shields. Double shields up for Lotus, though it's going to be very difficult to land a meteor through that unless it's followed, you know, by something like a Phoenix, which is not selected here. For Lotus, up we go now. The Phoenix, excuse me, from Dubai. Bang! Down goes Rook from Colin with a great Meteor M as Sight finds Bach. Colin again under armor now as Dubai is looking up in numbers and in cooldowns as we lose those crystals as well for Loki. Make that 3. Well played, Colin.
Yeah, let's go Colin. Just huge shots here. Nakamoto, wait, what? This is a bit late. No, Bowman tried to turn it back. The Bowman tried to turn it back with Sight, but they cannot. And I don't know, this is interesting. To be honest, I feel like Dubai Match's composition is a little bit better, right? You have combinations, like you mentioned earlier, Shib, right? With the you know, Phoenix alongside Magneto. You can go for like one shots. But opposite side for Lotus, I mean, they got no value out of the Kraken Impact or the Punisher ultimate on their side.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Strange ult was going to be a swap potential there and just, you know, trying to launch it to try to reset your team up for the next fight. But it looks like it was just an attempt in the back line. Unfortunately, did not work out for the side of Lotus as this fight begins again. Dubai is already up at 52%. Bach ready with that last stand. We all know how terrifying Wolverine can be, especially at 100 charge. Armor, though, going to find Wizard early on in these fights. And Lotus now has the numbers as they walk towards the point.
Yeah, they get screwed by the map shift, and now Sight walks in. Bach also gets caught out. So as it stands, Dubai maybe not expecting that shift, even though it always happens every single time on this round. Green's out. They want to stall it out, but no strategist ultimate yet till Wonderland's close to it. I mean, they could potentially come back, but they've already flipped the point, Shib, and they just walk away.
74% is not a bad initial take, though, right? You're trying to get above 70 on that first hold to make it a point game, and you know, unless the TP comes through. Obviously, TP will be reset likely by the time that it actually matters, as it is a 3-minute cooldown. But team is setting up now. I like that position there for the Punisher. You know, these are those things you take out into ladder, folks, when you're watching these you know, players play at this high of a level. You know, they're all, oh my goodness, the last thing went out to the Magneto bubble and got 0 value at all. Just pulled out the self bubble cooldown. So Bach there, not able to make too much happen. Up goes everything. Sky, Colin, Wonder, Wizard should be all.
Wait!
Oh my goodness. Sky gonna find Inspire. Does not get the shutdown on the strat line, but still huge pick as Colin takes out armor.
Yeah, Phoenix might be a little bit too busted at points. I mean, Sky Rifle got blocked by Bow of Man. It didn't matter. The residual flames came out and took down one of the most important members of Lotus, who's coming back from spawn as we speak. But one down, Rukio falls. And Shib, I mean, they could still get it done. They had people coming back, but Bach's back with the claws.
Yeah, I think that was all on the back of just an unlucky ultimate there from Bach to try to solo all the side of Sight, which, you know, great bubble there from Sight and good, you know, understanding as Coco going to find Bow of Man again early on in these fights, and this will bring them up into that dangerous territory. Great placement of clones there. Again, a spot to take into ladder up on that high side does give Loki some pretty good positioning in terms of teleport location if you're in a dangerous position, and also just LOS of these heals of you know, shooting down there with the clone. So great spot there by Coco once more. Again, 91%. Definitely going to be a portal play if they want to press through. No, they are not going to portal play. Instead, they're just going to bank on the fact that Bo, if he, you know, follows or falls early here, Coco, great positioning, biding time, waiting this out a little bit, letting those shield cooldowns go through. And they will retake now that it's done. Inspire going to find Sky, though, putting Lotus now back up a number. Coco tries to take the height and put some damage out. Again, oh, Eternal is out. Bach, though, finds one. Wonder finds one. Everybody is trying to make a play happen here as Wonder uses that cloak to hit the high side. Play around as Rook takes out Bach now. Lotus again trying to even the numbers out. Out goes that blind in the heal, excuse me, the heal here for Cloak. Colin gonna find Neck. Rook goes down too.
She was so close to that Eternal Bond as well. Portal now comes out from Boa Man. But I mean, everybody else is just kind of walking in. I mean, they could come back with Eternal Bond, but you have the Terror Kit that's so much damage, and overtime is ticking so quickly, Shib. Rukio could come back with Eternal Bond, but do they want to save it? No, they actually use it to come back, so they think they can still win this, but this portal's going to go away in a second.
Yeah, this is a very intense back and forth. Inspire gonna find Wonderland. Sky back onto Neck, excuse me. This is just such a trade fest. Those are both strategists here. You see Bach now on the Wolverine trying to get those claws charged up to 100, and they are at this point. Just about looking towards the main line. Vanguard's Lotus, ooh, not able to stay on the point as Sight just tries to get back. But wow, what a back and forth there.
Yeah, and this isn't even the best round for Wolverine. I mean, this is going to be interesting moving forward because, like we saw with the Eternal Bond come out, Shib, you talked about how earlier, unfortunately, you know, missed it necessarily. I think basically in that last fight or in the fight before, we saw Sight got kidnapped, then had to come back through with the Meteor M because he's out of position. But unfortunately, you know, you always want Meteor M's to kind of combo with something. You always want to, you know, be on the front foot. In that case, he was on the back foot. So yeah, it was like kind of a wasted ult by Bach. But now we go into the later part of that round. Bach then commits a last stand into Eternal Bond, takes everybody out of it, and they're all gone. So, I mean, just an insane round from Dubai Matcha. On the opposite side for Lotus, they got to figure something out, and it looks like the answer, it's Tamir.
Yeah, Wolverine, right? Like, why not at this point? It's available. They're playing Strange. You have a primary target nearly at all times. You can take Strange out of the sky. You can cancel out. It is the choice. It's also really good, believe it or not, into Cloak. If you have the timing perfect in Cloak, uses that final dash, and you try to pull them off, it can be game winning and cancel out a strategy result without having to commit too much besides your dash. So Wizard going to be over here setting up with Venom. What a tackle! That was nutty here from Inspire with the early pick. That was disgusting. Well done, Inspire.
Well, it's also Bach's over to Doctor Strange. So they're on triple Vanguard now against Wolverine, and they're stuck on it because they've already portaled through. Wolverine's getting his claws charged up, Shib, and this could be worrisome for Dubai.
Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult decision. Do you use this ult or do you switch? And it looks like Bach has elected to use the ult as Lotus now. About halfway to capping this, we do see Wonderland, and this could be that tackle I'm talking about. As we mentioned seconds ago, bang, down goes that strategist line as Wonderland loses the ult and gets KO'd, and that is brutal.
Brutal indeed. I mean, Bach hits a big eye of Agamotto, but Eternal Bond was there to keep everybody healthy. Sky does trade back one. Counter Eternal Bond comes out from Rukio, though. And Lotus, they're all inside of it.
Yeah, and Sky gonna find Necrobe here again early on. That's a good pick for Dubai, who still nobody has got the point. These teams have been duking it out on this point for so long in every single one of these maps.
I mean, nobody's looking at Sky, but it almost doesn't matter because Inspire just got the claws charged up to 100, dealing with all the tanks. However, on the backside, they actually win it. So maybe with the amount of pressure Inspire has been trying to provide, it's kind of resulted in them forgetting about Sky Rifle and the rest of the game. So they're actually coming back into it, win with triple Vanguard against what we'd assume to be the triple Vanguard destroyer of Wolverine.
Yeah, I think Inspired did a decent job though with the Wolf. It's just, you know, I'm honestly not sure. It's got to be show some love to the back line here of Dubai, who have probably just been pumping a ton of healing into these Vanguards, trying to get these ults quickly. Wonderland already at 60 on both sides, just slightly ahead of Rook and Necrobe, so they will have that early, and that's just all about stalling at this point. I would put odds on Dubai maintaining this point for a while with that advantage and still having, you know, that Eye of Agamotto, unless Bo hits a huge eye here or armor, you know, manages to use that Phoenix ult successfully. I'm just not sure that Ensong Inferno will find as much value without that damage boost. That's huge.
Agamotto comes through with green power. Agamotto on the backside, block the low.
And it worked more for Bo on the side of Lotus. Inspire gonna find one too, but Wizard gonna be taking out Rook, and that is tough. Sky Rifle onto armor. Can they maintain this positioning here? Lotus so close to getting the point. They do, and it's only 48%. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, they're trying to force us to the pass out of the Wolverine. They get that switch, but the problem is that Sky Rifle, it's just not being looked at this whole time. He's going to maybe evade everybody else who's getting out of the fight, runs back to his team. And that's the biggest strength that Dubai Matcha have right now, is they swap Bach back over to the Wolverine. Is that Sky Rifle, I think, at the moment is putting on an absolute masterclass versus Armor. I need to see something out of Armor in this upcoming fight.
And we start again. Ton of damage out immediately with the tackle here onto Wizard, who jumps up onto the high side. Inspire really being a threat into this triple composition, which, you know, now is still being held. I believe it. Oh, no, excuse me. They did switch off, like you mentioned, but bang, down goes another mean last stand. And will that be enough? We do see Eternal Bond out. They're still holding on, still maintaining ultimates. They'll have the better ult here as Rook now uses that ult. Good tackle onto the front line once more. Will it get a pick onto this Venom? Wizard is going to use those cooldowns, stay healthy. And Wizard gets the pick now on Inspire. Turns that right back at him, similar to how Hulk can when he gets tackled by the Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, they're still trying to delay. Everybody's flying around the point, but Dubai Matcha is sitting too pretty. You know, kind of coming back into this fight. They lose Sky Rifle, sure, but at this point, Colin, Wizard's red, everybody's there. Flip the point again, Lotus swaps off, and that was a huge ult from Bach, who has built it. Again, another ult, ready to go.
And we begin. Lotus is prepped with Sight, ready for ultimate and Necrobe. And you look over at Dubai, Wizard and Coco ready. We will see a few Eternal Bonds in this next fight, but you do have the ult from Bach, which is very impactful into those Eternal Bonds. So will that be enough for Dubai to hold on and win this map? It's all about if that happens. I would argue if we see Bach land and get rid of that Eternal Bond here, it will be a very difficult position for Lotus to come back with, unless we see some huge ult here from Bo.
Box over the high ground looking for it. Meanwhile, Arm on the right side with the hook of oh my god, Wonderland gets removed. Same thing on the back line, comes in with that song, goes into the rest of the team, and Colin and Bach are both removed. So is the rest of Dubai, man, and they're just, at that point, it's kind of over. Huge ultimate from Bo of Man, connected onto Wonderland. And Dubai back to the spawn, 70%. They're building the tick rate as well. Looks like ship.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it was a bit of an overcommitment. Honestly, probably not. It was smart play. I liked where it landed, but now it is one fight territory for virtually either side. Dubai going to be up in ult advantage. Inspire going to have it a few, you know, let's say arguably like a minute, if not less, into the fight. So we'll be close. You know, Sight needs to land a big meteor here, and up goes Sight right now. Will it find purchase? It does onto Coco. That is huge. But Colin and Bach are going to find 3, 4, Wizard 5. Are you kidding me? Dubai is going to end this right now and take home this W.
And what a series it's been out of them. I mean, it was a good fight on the opposite from Lotus, but job done. Eldritch Monument going their way. Heading to no map 3 today. It was a 2-0 out of Dubai Matcha. And like you said, at points, I think they've bent, but they've not broken, right? They've just constantly come back into these games, into these series so consistently. And that's what you want to see out of a team, especially as a fan, right? You saw incredible plays out of the Bach Wolverine plays, right? He was like peeling as well at points. Like you said, there was a huge ult from the opposite side from Sight, but unfortunately just met by the rest of Dubai Matcha and a huge last stand out of the Wolverine player from Dubai Matcha. So this team's looking good, pretty flexible, and I think, yeah, it was some incredible performances from him, but also the whole squad. I mean, pretty balanced, it looks like stats-wise across the board. Colin as well with nearly 20k damage alongside the rest of his team.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is one of those situations that I would say the entirety of Dubai looked clean. There was no, you know, we saw some hard pocket compositions. There wasn't any of that on this team, which makes sense with what you're dealing with the double Eternal Bond. Not a lot of damage boost composition ultimates, not a lot of, you know, hard pocketing across anyone like a torch in the sky. Instead, everybody just performing at the level they needed to pull this off. Everyone with a roughly virtually similar line on the stats, even in damage. This is a really clean looking team on the stat board right here. Gotta show some love, and might be the closest it's been across the board all day.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fun series, and I think that, you know, going back to it, we saw, you know, the highest damage in the lobby player in terms of armor, you know, just getting or Inspire, getting a ton of damage on Bucky at first. Armor also was on Punisher earlier, so that's why they were able to farm some stats. But I think once we saw Sky Rifle kind of pop off on this Phoenix, that was a big difference maker for me, at least. You know, Wizard Dread obviously looks phenomenal whenever he plays Venom. But regardless, I think that we saw some really, really high-level Phoenix gameplay out of Sky Rifle. And that's sort of going to change things moving forward for Dubai Matcha. I think having a fantastic player like this, they're still in the upper bracket too. That was an upper bracket matchup between Lotus and Dubai Matcha in the round of 8. So we're going to see those guys move on to the round of 9. And that's going to be exciting to watch this team moving forward, Dubai Matcha versus some of the other top teams. Which now, you know, we see teams like Dark Zero there, Nemesis. There's a lot of good teams now moving on.
And right at the end there, seeing Bach with that huge ultimate Wolverine, we know that it can be done with those last stands, but it could not be more clutch than in a moment like that, right after your strategist gets picked off by a Meteor M, coming in and finding a 3-piece. It's just, it could not be more clutch. So really well done. Final KO there from the side of Bach to clean that up and bring home that W, as I believe now we were likely heading into the next set of matches heading towards 9.
Yep, heading to the next matches, but we'll be going to do a short break, I believe, first. We'll see you guys after this one for the next series.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Back, everyone, as we progress forward into the MRC Season 3. A ton of awesome games so far, and they are only going to get better and better as the competition gets closer and closer. What do you think of the game so far, buddy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, today's been a lot of fun. I think MRC is back in full swing, right? Season 3. We have all the teams from Ignite still competing in it as well, or a lot of the teams that aren't on vacation, I guess, from Ignite. And, you know, the teams that have also won it, too, with Noir earlier and now YFP. Now we're going to see Her Champion versus Cafe Rose, and we've seen these guys before. I remember Her Champion and Cafe Rose as well, so it should be a fun one. I think both teams were pretty strong in Ignite qualifiers, and both have a good shot of winning here today. First map is going to be on Midtown Convoy in this best out of 3.
Midtown Convoy. This is a fun map. This is one of those maps that also lends itself to be, you know, Groot is very much a threat here. I think Thing is very much, it can be a threat here. And when you're seeing Thing, it's typically on Midtown for the most part, just because of those alleyway-based locations where it gets a little more brawly, which, you know, there aren't too many locations that are very brawl-focused, but Midtown does have a few of those as we see the band Goodbye Torch and locking in Phoenix. We'll see a Phoenix battle.
All right. Going to see that Phoenix come through, like you said. So Her Champion, pretty strong Phoenix player in their eyes, is their own. But we'll see how that kind of pans out. For the opposite, for Cell or Cafe Rose, they're going to get rid of Captain America. And you talked about how Captain America's been, you know, had been played a lot today, but no bans have been really focused on that hero, right? We saw the Snows hero pool getting banned out with the Venom, but nothing like Captain America just yet until now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Cap is really, really good. I would argue Cap S tier Vanguard. Just a ton of movement, has burst potential with the animation cancels, has an insanely strong ultimate in the right hands and with the right timing and communication, and is a threat with things like Psylocke in that dive. And Psylocke has been locked in, and it's funny how they actually elected to ban Cap after locking in Psylocke, but hey, there's also that lock-in of Groot. When I talk about how Groot can be strong on this map, this enables a whole new suite of combinations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a kind of an interesting thing. Like Wolverine's getting a banned as well. So, yeah, with that character, it could enable, you know, some pretty strong Wolverine Root gameplay. You know, the on the opposite side, you kind of have to play it yourself, right? I mean, you know how strong that hero is, right, Chip?
Oh, yeah. I think Groot is incredibly strong. And we talk about the combination, like, it's just the best setup ultimate there is. It enables a lot of through strat line ultimate changes. We might see a triple Vanguard play here on the defense side. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do, but this is another one of those maps that, yep, there it is. As you can see, at least so far, them electing to run that triple on defense. I do think it's very good here, very similar to how it is on Yggdrasil. So we'll see how successful it is. And you can see the attack already for Her Champion prepping a bit. They showcased that Moon Knight, but did switch off, likely going to go back after dropping some of those armor packs there from Penny.
Yeah, and these two teams, I think, are pretty somewhat evenly matched as, yeah, they're going to go to the bottom of the elevator until we go see them fully play out as we see some old man Doctor Strange, which you can definitely get as well. The new Awaken pack, and let me be switching over back to the Mantis skin, which you get for free back in Season 1. But regardless, these teams, I think, are evenly matched, Shiv. That's the biggest point. Top 32 teams, both of them, in the Ignite qualifiers. We'll see how both teams play against each other. I think they've gone against one another before, probably. I have to really check my history notes for that one, but Cafe Rose and Her Champion, both pretty close teams in terms of skill level.
The double damage boost Moon Knight could be insane here. I like the idea a lot. Damage booster Moon Knight, and you have storm boosting Moon Knight, and you just allow for alt charge already at 85% here for Barry. Make that 100, as we'll see that all instantly. Are you kidding me? Down goes 2 off the rip here from Her Champion, who are starting to figure out a solution to this triple.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what happens when you, I guess, let Mantis and Storm boost up the Moon Knight like that. So much damage from Beery. And now, maybe counter portal play coming out from XL2. They're looking towards Tree, who is trying to portal out right now. We'll see what happens. Counter portal comes through, blocks it off slightly, but they actually get through on the height, so they're all out cleanly.
And the retake right on this bridge is exactly what you want in these triple compositions. The second fight's here. The third fight is right at the end of the point. So great way to get back after an insane fight off the rib. Barry already at 80%, almost 85. Out we go with the Hurricane. Brute's going to try to match here. Everyone popping Q. Who has the most success, though? Nobody yet. On top of these Eternal Bonds, as everyone stays healthy, we still see more damage. I do see an Eye of Agamotto. I'm not sure how successful it is. Some damage onto the high side here again from Barry, who's holding onto that Q. Now it's out. Bang! Down goes one. Bird falls to Undyne. We see 2025 Respect with a fall as Lyric takes out Barry. Hammer now with one. Respect gets revived again, and these fights are very much back and forth. Everyone hit the Q button there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that definitely favors this triple Vanguard comp. I mean, Treatis takes down Hammer on the backside. I mean, now they just have to live. Here comes an Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't actually block it on the other side, but it's two Vanguards. And the clap comes through alongside the pocket. Strangling Prison's onto them. Counter Strangling Prison. Met by a clap, and Pixel lines them up.
That was a really good, really well-positioned clap there by Pixel. A ton of damage and a ton of healing in the same instance, and that's why Luna's cooldowns are so impactful. And you'll see those Loki copies. Make sure they have some time on Luna first to get that clap off, get those crystals out, and just keep the team healthy before you press the Q button. And that is why, just because of how strong it can be. As we start up again, her champion trying to make a same story happen. Up we go with the eye. It's big. Oh, immediately sedated by Mantis, but it's not for long. Ferd falls. Jeb goes down. Tree with a two-piece. Great ultimate there over the Groot wall.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, speaking about trees, the Lyric with a fantastic wall to disguise the tree in hiding, which was a Doctor Strange player in this case, comes over that wall. Eye of Agamotto, like you said, Shib, and now they have to go against ults, but they have 3 Strat ults, and like you said before, I mean, for how much damage was coming through from her champion, it wasn't enough into that Eternal Bond, plus that Rocket Raccoon ult.
Yeah, it seems like her champion took them by surprise with that double damage boost composition, but now they're starting to figure it out a little bit and play a little more separated, not allowing Moon Knight to do too much. And as I say that, Respect falls from Barry. Ferd gonna get another. We see Excel with a pick there on the Lyric, and we do have that res from Rocket from Chad, bringing the team back. Cafe Rose with a ton of ults ready here. 3 left for her champion, so holding on to that Mantis and the Storm. Oh, Fern, wow, popping off with Mantis, gets a Quadra. That is clean, and that's the second time we've seen that on the feed this game alone. Really well done here with the Mantis.
Oh, why did Jeb ult, though? Wait, what? Jeb? Jeb? Well, Jeb just threw that like the presidency, man. Jesus Christ, like what the hell was that from Jeb? Regardless, in this upcoming fight, they'll be missing that ult because Cafe Rose, they have 3 strategists, well actually 2 strategists now because Chad's over to the Iron Fist now instead of playing that Rocket Raccoon that was earlier.
And we begin once more. Out goes the eye, landing on the backline. Tree gonna find Barry, and that's a good start here for Cafe Rose. The Meteor M does not find much purchase. Out goes the Hurricane. Does get Strangling Prison back and forth. A few fall onto either side. Lyric's gonna find 2. Excel gets 1. Hammer gonna find Chad on the Iron Fist. Is this gonna be enough on their attack to keep pressing? No, it's looking dicier by the second. The portal will not be able to come through because they were not able to, fall that early. Strange. The downside of playing Strange is you do not have the ability to transfer over and get that teleport out. But how are they still holding on? Great job by the strategist line to keep, great block and wall off there to shut it down. Cafe Rose with a triple. Shutting them down before point 3. But wow, what a battle.
I mean, Paige and Captain Obvious, they really could have used the Eternal Bond there. I don't know, like towards the end. Regardless, that was some nice figuring out from her champion, I think, on the offense a little bit. Like they figured out, okay, our way forward is to pick off 2025 Respect. I think that was like 4 or 5 times that this, Cloak and Dagger player wasn't really fully reacting to the damage output that is the Storm and is Mantis. It's tough because there is so much damage coming down range, so they couldn't really go for the fade in time. But regardless, her champion was sort of figuring out Cafe Rose, and then they just fumbled the bag towards the end. They still could easily first hold this ship. Like, it's still possible. I think that they started playing well towards the end, like you mentioned. But Cafe Rose, they definitely set themselves up to be in a good spot with only 12 meters on the first point that her champion made on their attack.
Yeah, I like the idea a lot of what the composition they ran was, but it just seemed like it just stopped working for them once they started taking different heights, right? Like once they had the second floor kind of controlled, it just stopped working completely. So I'm curious what the attack is for Cafe Rose. It looks like they're double damage boosting, but this time a Punisher to try to change it up. Oh, and a Moon Knight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this pans out. I mean, we know how strong most of these heroes are with the Storm. I mean, sometimes you could even throw in the Wolverine. Not a lot of teams actually do that these days for some reason. It's interesting. I mean, it's just because Moon Knight can take advantage of it a little bit more alongside Punisher, but This is kind of what I wanted to see out of other teams earlier, right? Just play sort of a quote-unquote weaker backline, because you know they're going to play triple Vanguard, triple strat. So you just kind of, you're not going to be taking like that much damage unless you overextend. So you can play the Mantis alongside it. Plus she does pretty good healing in the current patch anyways.
Yeah, absolutely, and it enables that healing wall from Groot, which, you know, it may be slept on in terms of the healing output, but it also gets Groot that ult incredibly quickly. Put a healing wall down, folks, in any game, and just watch your ult bar shoot to the moon. Chad gonna find one here onto Hammer. Lyric gonna find Barry now, and that's 2. The res comes up. Chad gonna find a 3rd, and this comp seems to be working for them so far, but this is exactly what happened here for the side of her champion on their attack. Will it happen after this portal comes through to hold them on bridge?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely. It's just like right now, be greedy, right? Yeah, that's the number one thing for Cafe Rose with your composition. You want to be as greedy as possible, get away with as little healing as possible, and as much damage output. Here's the portal on the height. Here comes her champion. They need to build up towards the strangling prison, which is coming up close. Eternal Bond committed as well.
Yeah, good pick there from Excel onto Tree, coming right back, and there goes in a mean strangling prison. They do collapse on it. Undyne goes down, Pixel falls, so does Chad, and that is the retake. Exactly what happened here on the opposition, but a little bit of an overcommitment maybe on ultimates. Barry, no, Cabran, Barry and Ferd will have ult soon, so looks like it will be roughly the same.
I mean, I would have liked to see a dance floor there from 2025 respect. I know they're going for the full fight win, though, so in this upcoming fight, that's the game plan. But they're still dealing with this Adam Warlock alongside their own Fate of the World. Do they have the damage up? What they do?
Yeah, that is a disgusting combination. Out goes the rest. This will be massive here from Hammerhead, who's going to keep the team healthy. The storm comes through, though. Will it be enough? No. Oh, it is. Down goes one. Ferd gonna find Lyric now. Hammerhead gonna make sure, Cabras is back up from that fight. These have been crazy battles. Chad with great positioning gets a 2-piece here with Moon Knight. Sure, all the Moon Knight mains are stoked to see that action right now. All 6 of them are pressing forward again. Tree onto Excel now with another huge pick. Make that 2 as Barry falls, and this could be enough here. It's all about Hammerhead holding, but it won't be for long.
Yeah, I mean, the greed sort of panned out for the offense, right? You just take that fight lost and you win the next one. Cafe Rose get it done on the first map. And it was honestly pretty close, like back and forth. I think just an unfortunate attack by the side of, or by the opponents of Cafe Rose in this case. And now they have to come back, right? Tough map number 1. But Cafe Rose, right, through the plays of Lyric, like you saw with that Storm ult against the Adam Warlock after he used that res to go for a full team res. They had nothing else left. I thought they committed too much on that strangling prison, but didn't happen. And right now, her champion go down the first map. Cafe Rose go up 1 on Convoy.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be learned in this patch about how to handle triple. I think we're learning and we're seeing teams try to figure it out together. I do like what I'm seeing. I think Adam is coming into the fold here when it comes to attack or defense, essentially trying to stay in the fight with the res. I think that the double damage boost makes sense, but I'm seeing more success based on this game alone, having that Punisher alongside the Moon Knight. So now you have just a ton of damage and you're really running the solo Vanguard action. It's all about just putting out so much damage. They have no solution for it. It seems like that's what's working at least on Midtown. So I like what I'm seeing. I think teams will evolve from this and learn from this, and I'm curious to see what else we learn over this tournament.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes back to why we see Storm banned on a lot of these maps, at least on Convoy, right? Especially Midtown, and especially with how often we see these triple Vanguard compositions. You know, you see that Storm get banned out a lot because, you know, when you play that triple Vanguard comp, you're sort of conceding that, yes, we will eventually lose a team fight. So that's the problem, is that you want to, like, fight a lot, and I get that, playing triple Vanguard on defense, but maybe you want to go back to 2-2-2, go for something a bit more traditional, because you already know they're going to switch to Storm and sort of counter you. And especially because they didn't make it that far, right? They had 1:43 left on the clock, so obviously, you know, that triple Vanguard comp was just never going to pan out, never going to work for her champion. But we'll see how it kind of pans on the next couple maps, because Cafe Rose, I think they had some weaknesses. 2025 respect honestly went down a little bit too much for my likings. I need to see them sort of patch that up maybe on the next maps. I think with less long sight lines, it should be a little bit easier for them. But regardless, they got picked off a little bit too much. We'll see how it kind of pans out in the upcoming maps. But Cafe Rose, they're in the driver's seat. They're up a map, but I wouldn't be surprised if her champion starts to make a comeback on this next map.
Yeah, I think it could have been a very different game if her champion still had that Eternal Bond, and that is a mistake that happens. Yeah. Mistakes very much happen at this level of play across the board. It's all about who can make less and more crucial moments, and You did see a very crucial mistake there, just a little bit of a delayed ult, which resulted in a lost next fight, just being down in those strategist ultimates. But you know what I mean? Like I'm saying, I'm really liking how these comps are looking, and I'm sure we'll see some more development depending on the map that we see coming up here next, right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone. And that was a fun match to watch. I love to see the thought process behind solving the puzzle when it comes to triple. I think stuff like that is incredibly interesting. And to see the success that they found with those damage boost comps was awesome. So excited to see what we're seeing in map 2 as we progress forward towards a domination map.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to map 2. That'll be a lot of fun, I think, to see who wins. And I feel like that break, by the way, with the Jeff and with the emojis and stuff that we're learning, I wonder what it'd be like someday to have like the voice actors come in and like commented over the matches, specifically the Jeff voice actor. Like all I want is the Jeff in the Groot voice actor co-casting together. You just hear I'm Groot and nothing but Jeff gurgles. So that'd be kind of hilarious. I'm sure the fans would love that.
Honestly, they absolutely would. As we start off here with the ban of Emma, Jeff would also like that. Actually, you know what? Jeff would not like that. That is one of Jeff's owners at one point. But gosh, does it feel good to grab a Jeff that's dominating? You know what I mean? And then
wait,
punch Jeff into a wall. No. Well, it's like a whole. There's like Deadpool at one point. It goes through like a whole list. It was made by MODOK, or Jeff was made by MODOK to be like essentially like a land shark, but he just was not threatening at all. There's like a whole lore. It goes down a ton of different heroes, but it's cool. Jeff's really cool, man.
All right. Yeah, maybe we could bring him in here. Bring in the guest co-caster Jeff, and it's just nothing but.
That was incredible.
the whole time.
That was strong, dude. That was good.
Nah,
Good
it was more Murloc, but her champion. I think at the current moment, they get rid of the Emma, they get rid of the Loki. We've seen teams focus on Loki as well. Shib. I don't know. It's an interesting one because I guess like Loki can be so disruptive versus like dive and stuff, and especially if in this case, oddly enough, Psylocke Protection comes out for Cafe Rose, and they get the Luna Snow as well.
Yeah, I think we might see some more divey Cap Psylocke compositions here. Domination, just allowing those two to do what they do best. Phoenix going to be locked in. Luna is also locked, so that combination is going to be threatening. There are some powerhouse combinations on the table right now. Strange going to be banned. We've seen a lot more of that in Domination. I am surprised, but it makes sense. It's just haven't seen much of that at all throughout the top level competitive play.
Yeah, screwed. I mean, if you think you're the better team, bans are global anyways, and you think you're going to be in control of the point first because that's who wins most of the time anyways, you might as well just get it over quicker. That's all Doctor Strange does, is it just like kind of can make it scary. You could potentially get reverse, it can add a sense of an extra kind of element to it, where if you think you're the better team, you should be in theory more flexible, so you should be able to play everything. Might as well use a ban to just get rid of Doctor Strange. I don't hate it. You're right.
Yeah, as we are going to see, again, there's so much on the table. You have the Phoenix combination with Luna. You have Groot with virtually everyone. And as a combination, you still have Wolverine on the table here. You've got Cap Psylocke. This is crazy. There's a lot of threats. I think we will definitely see some different compositions off the rip here. You see Cafe Rose. They have the Iron Fist. I'm not sure if that will stay through, but it does help out a bit, especially in that pseudo-tanking front line into shield compositions. And we do see the Penny, but that's probably just for the armor packs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Iron Fist can kind of work out to be like a less pungent version, I guess, of Wolverine in this case, or like Black Panther. We see a lot of good Black Panther players on this map just absolutely dominate because it is one of his best maps, and same thing with Psylocke. So for her champion, it's interesting. I mean, I do think Phoenix can at points be better than Psylocke, even with the Emma team up, which is not on the table right now. So honestly, as long as they play this counter dive well, her champion, I would favor them a little bit. I love Psylocke. I think Psylocke's fantastic, especially with Captain America dives. But this should be a good one. I think this will be interesting to see kind of, is Psylocke actually worth picking up without the Emma Frost team up, and maybe more so just for these dives with Captain America, and is Phoenix good enough to deal with it as a counter dive hero?
Yeah, and you may be saying to yourself, why is Groot not being played? This is a pretty good group map. Yeah, it's an even better Wolverine map, and bang, as I say that, Wolverine gonna find one early onto Barry to start it off. A duelist for a duelist, maybe not the biggest trade in the world, but why not as we start off that way? Hammerhead, excuse me. Just kind of biding time here on point. Cafe holding on about halfway. The tackle goes out immediately onto Lyric, who does drop back, saving those cooldowns, just using the push away. See Tree over here now on the Psylocke, which can very much be a threat. Bang! Goodbye to Spider-Man, which Barry's playing Spider-Man to get back to the point quickly to try to get this first point win.
I mean, huge for Tree to swap back over to that, make sure they can shut him down, get rid of that Spider-Man 3-4 in that fight for Tree, who's a phenomenal Psylocke player. And, well, I guess in this case, Beery didn't even have a chance to show what he had on Phoenix, because the first fight he gets taken into the pits of hell, into a train, and then the second fight just gets shut down by Tree on Spider-Man. So 0-2 so far. We'll see how Beery comes back from here.
Yeah, and a complete right back to Phoenix we go. Tree, we talked about the success of Psylocke with Cap distracting, and that's exactly what you're seeing here, folks. Bang! Out we go with the dance of the butterfly. That finds one. Do I hear more? Just gonna deal a ton of damage. We do lose Undyne as well. Hammer finds one here as we do walk in with the Eternal Bond towards the point for the side of Jeb. The team still not able to get onto this point, though. It's brutal as they're still held into this spawn. 40% on. Good cloak there to keep the team healthy as Iron Fist now popping that off. Tries to get the tackle off map. Unfortunately, does not work. Good pick here by Pixel onto Cabras, who gets another, and they're still maintaining this position with ult advantage.
Yeah, Beery comes over to the flank, but here's Tree on the top left to match it. Even with the Snowflake, can he get out? Does have that team up with the Luna, but unfortunately doesn't make it down. Here comes that Meteor from Lyric, and they find two.
And right after that ult does land another shot there on the Hammer. That is a two-piece. Chad gonna find Jeb. Tree now onto Excel, and this is looking dicey for her champion. Cafe Rose still very close to even alts here, even after that fight at 73%. Cafe Rose looks incredibly dominant. So much power on the board, not banned, and they are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now Tree has just been going off, and I need to see more out of Beery, but also it's just tough because Cabron, I mean, what do they really do? There's no one really dive. They have to come back to the team. They're alone in those dives as well. They don't have that Psylocke to kind of combine with it, but Cabron comes out. They at least can stall out with the Freedom charge, but once that's over, they need to rely on Jeb and that Eternal Bond. Nice kidnap as well. Oh no, poor Undyne.
Yeah, Hammerhead with a nice pick there. Tree gonna find another strat line. Pixel falls. There we go as Cabron takes out Pixel. Numbers roughly even. And Barry onto Tree. Once again, traded right back from Chad. Lyric onto Cabron. It's just anyone's fight at this point, but 99% almost off map. Manages to hold on, but not for long as Hammerhead gets a pick there on Lyric. And there's that last stand. Is it necessary? Maybe not, but it will be getting points. There's only 2 left. Oh, this could be a nice stagger, though. Unfortunately, still not able to make that happen. Good bubble there. Still not losing point. Are you kidding me? Undyne, right off the map you go as Hammerhead finally makes that one work out. Still not having the point, though. Oh, my goodness. The stall is nutty here for Cafe.
Yeah, this is tough, and Beery's gone. I mean, that's a lot of your damage removed. You have that Wolverine, but it's all in one place, and Tree has just been absolutely farming at all times with Chan. Just constant damage. And now, no portals as well. Their champion going to be in a really rough spot, man. I mean, they do cap the point. They flip it over. But at what cost, right? Beery switching to Spider-Man. You don't have Doctor Strange, which, by the way, I think they banned it. You grabbed the wrong guy, too. And what a tough round from Beery. I don't want to look at the stats even because I can guarantee they're not good.
Yeah, we got map 2 coming up. We're definitely going to see a change in pace here. A lot of teams, you know, using that Spider-Man just to try to get the touch, but you're right. There's just an unlucky pull there. Saw an opportunity. Unfortunately, happened to be a Psylocke with 2 dashes still available. And that was a quick battle. I looked very much in their favor, but, you know, everything can change here on the second map. You know, Cafe Rose did look lights out, but her champion already has a different composition. I'm not sure Barry's going to be staying there on the Spider-Man, but it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Absolutely. Absolutely.
There's a switch. Right when we say it. Switch right off.
Maybe if you had the torch, but even then, it's kind of mid. And it's just like Spider-Man, I think, you know, after the changes as well with the team-ups, it's just his strongest phase, I guess, really was that Venom team-up, right? When he had the invulnerability frames and stuff. That was definitely his strongest point. That's probably also when Necros was at his highest rank. Meanwhile, Cafe Rose, they've been doing pretty well with this Iron Fist dive alongside Tree. It seems like they just can full commit Chad, sort of like a pseudo tank as well on this front line. I like it. Meanwhile, for her champion, they're switching over to a triple strategist composition to try to counter Cafe Rose's sort of high damage output.
And we start once more. Alt advantage up here for Cafe Rose. Lyric is holding on to that Meteor M. We've got Tree very close here to the dance of the butterfly. And outside of that, not much coming up in this beginning of the fight. Depending on the stall time, could come back. You see that Ultron over there for Hammerhead, changing up the pace. There's going to be triple strategist line over for her champion. Tree with a nice off angle. Notice the positioning here, still holding on to that dash, ready to escape. There it is. Bang, out we go. Meteor M does not land here from Lyric, and instead pays for it as Cabras comes in with some animation cancels to clean up Lyric real quick, and they will try to get this point back. Cafe Rose still holding on at the moment, though. Out goes the dance, the butterfly, and oh, if it made that, oh, it does still find some value. Take that too as Pixel cleans up Jet. Pixel again on Excel. Cafe Rose still maintaining this point even when they were down a number.
I mean, they're still alive on the height. The drone is here into that Iron Fist, but as he flies, okay, they're actually living it somehow, and this has been her champion's route to success on previous maps is play heavily around Hammerhead, and you can see exactly why. I mean, they were able to kill off 2 people, but they have to come back in with triple strategist and play heavily around this Phoenix. We need to see a lot of Beery. They also have the Soul Resurgence. Cafe Rose did commit both that Meteor M and the Dance of the Butterflies, but they need to find KOs right now, and they do.
Yeah, Beery with a nice shot there. Just as you talked, we do see an ultimate up. Will it be damage boosted? They're walking in. The switch happens. It does not manage to get a pick just yet, but a good idea as we see that animation melee cancel there from Barry. Up we go again with the Meteor M. Will this one find value? Cabron during this is going to find a pick onto Pixel. Her champion now trying to get on this point, but still 59% and counting for Cafe Rose, who are just stalling like champions and holding on for as long as possible. Her champion does get another pick here, though, but still do not have the point.
As long as they get out these strategist ultimates, they would be in a decent spot, but right now, they're just kind of sustaining, right, on this backside. Still at the point. Finally, Chad goes down. Nice shot from Beery. This is what you want to see if you're a fan of her champion. Both tool is gone. Cafe Rose finally staved off for now 82% on the board, nearly 81%. And Cafe Rose You know, Shib, in this case, I think they've been doing good on their dives. Right now for her champion, though, if they keep heavily playing around Beery, I could see them definitely coming back into this as well. But they do need to build up to Jeb's ultimate. Same thing with Ferdos. We'll see if they can do it in this upcoming fight. It's going to be tough. He's 50% closest is Jeb. We'll have to watch onto that because Cafe Rose Tree, we've seen what he can do with the Dance of Butterflies in Undyne's dive.
Yeah, Cafe Rose with a slight advantage here. They're doing a great job just stalling, even when down numbers, literally the entire time. It seems like they lost a trade and then would just hold on, find a pick, and then even things out, lose another, hold on. It was pretty well played there from Cafe Rose, her champion. Got to be using some of these alts. Out we go. Do we see the Ensong Inferno land? No, but 25 Respect finds Barry. Undyne finds Jeb. Pixel now onto Cabran. Cafe Rose walking through and trying to get this point right back, and they do. And I don't believe Strand is on the table. So at this point, just shove them to their spawn door, and you take this home. Cafe Rose riding the momentum. Chat finds Excel. Will they keep this going? Hammerhead gonna have to retreat here. Very low in HP, but it's all about touching now. You got 10%. Can you get there, folks? You need 3% on. You got to be touched. The point has to be touched at 97 or above, and I'm not sure it can happen. The body block is happening. They do touch with Cap, though. Good touch from Cabran, who is just going to maintain this point, and everybody's going to press Q now to try to make this happen.
I don't think both teams thought the fight like this or would take place like this. Here comes the Dance of Butterflies on the backside. 4 ultimates are, by the way, pop for Cafe Rose. So they're living, but as her champion, because they also commit every single ultimate. Beery coming up with his own against Undyne, but it doesn't matter. They've lost 2 of their support strategists already.
And the Phoenix lands, but it does not get too much value. Chad gonna find Excel Tree now onto Hammerhead. Lyric onto Barry, and one by one they fall. Cafe Rose are gonna take home this W.
What a game, what a series out of Cafe Rose. Looked a lot better on Hell's Heaven, but still, you know, they did make some mistakes and at times, you know, looked vulnerable. But regardless, a big win. And I think that this team has a lot of fantastic players. You saw Tree was popping off on the Psylocke during that whole match. And, you know, I honestly thought the Phoenix would play a lot better. But just with how they played it on the opposite side, I just don't know if that really is a test to how good Counterdive is. Regardless, that's more of a showing of, you know, these teams that are incredibly good at Captain America dives with the Psylocke. Alongside even characters like Iron Fist. We haven't even seen too much Iron Fist necessarily just yet until, you know, like a game in one specific instance. But the pressure that Chad provided for the team alongside, you know, everybody on his roster was just immense.
Yeah, I was going to show some love to that too. I mean, I'm curious what the mentality is and what your focus is when you're playing Fist into this composition. I know you got, you know, your Psylocke and your Cap are going to be the most flashy because the combination is insane. You see Tree there with 12 finals, but 9 finals there for Iron Fist, essentially likely marking either the Cap or maybe the frontline Magneto. I'm not quite sure what the thought process is, but really clean play there from Chad. With 15k damage, almost you know, the same as the Psylocke, who's obviously known for putting a ton of damage out. Barry though, 17-9, looking really good too, but 10 finals from Hammerhead. He talked about, you know, maybe pocketing Hammerhead and trying to go down that route, but unfortunately did not work out for them at this stage in the tournament, but they will still be around.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll still be around for sure going to the loser brackets, and I think for this squad, you know what, like it was tough. I think that they just lost their backline too much. I mean, their Luna Snow player had only like 10k healing, so that's brutal to see, man. Just like, you know, unfortunately on the side for Ferdas, just getting dove at all times. I think Cabran definitely could be a really good Captain America player and go for dives as well, but they had to play heavily around this Phoenix because that's their strategy, is just to play hard counter dive. Didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need the Psylocke or some sort of commitment with the Cap. We talked about that being the case. I think, you know, Cap with Ultron Drone is really strong too, you know, just due to raw survivability, but you need a little more burst potential. I think with Cap, when you have that Psylocke, it unlocks, like we talked about team ups being really strong with Emma with Psylocke, but there's an unwritten team up there with Cap and Psylocke where Cap jumps in, knocks the team up, and Psylocke just deals raw damage while the team is floating in the sky, unable to move and juke. So really well played. They looked lights out. Cafe Rose with the clean W, especially on domination there. But we'll see who comes up next and what they're going to run right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time
cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, as we head towards our next match, Dill Ducks versus MRT Hashira. Dill Ducks actually in Ignite. This is going to be an intense one. Excited to get eyes on them. What do you think, my man?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dill Ducks, I mean, we got to see a little bit of them play in the qualifiers, but not a lot of people have eyes on the Dill Ducks just yet as a team. And this is a team that's on the come up for sure. There's a lot of good, high talented players on this team. And in fact, when we watch them, there's going to be players, I think, playing under different names. So because people love alternate usernames. So we're going to see, Haluk and a lot of those guys be playing on different heroes or different names. I guess that's their brand now, Shib. I guess they want to be known as, the Turkish Ninja, for example. So we're going to see a fun game between Dill Ducks and MRT Hashira.
Yeah, it's probably for that reason, but who knows? Maybe it's an account they've been working on different heroes or something, or they're changing their name. Who knows? And then maybe they'll pull out some sort of secret composition. We gotta learn a little bit together as we progress forward here. I mean, I am excited as we are going to see Spider Islands convoy. Been a minute since we've seen Spider Islands. I don't think either of us have seen this. We haven't seen this today, have we?
No, no Spider Islands today. I mean, that's what happens, and I guess it's pure RNG. We have every single map at our fingertips, and in this case, Human Torch going to get banned. Wolverine getting banned for Dill Ducks. They don't want to play against that Wolverine, so that Groot getting banned on the opposite side for MRT, that makes a lot of sense. Emma also getting banned, so already priority towards Vanguards and Duelists so far as a Luna Snow Protect comes out, so we at least have that. We'll see if a Loki wants to get through. We have a Hulk Protect, maybe baiting out either a Namor ban or something along the lines from Dill Ducks. There's not really a negative to banning out the Namor if they don't want to play it themselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, at this level of play, Namor obviously is strong, but Namor plays a lot more at the top level. Oh, they're going to ban out. Yeah, they're going to ban out the Namor because the lock of Hulk. Excuse me. I thought Hulk was banned out, but I was going to say it's not. You rarely see teams running Namor without Hulk around. That team up, they're pretty much, you know, they come hand in hand, I would say.
Yeah, definitely synonymous characters. And, you know, that's kind of the great part about Marvel Rivals that we you know, stressed obviously in the past as a ban for Psylocke comes through, but it is the team ups that makes this game so unique. Alongside Destructibles and stuff. So I mean, there's a lot of, you know, things in this hero shooter that make it very, very interesting. You know, like, okay, and they change it up every time too. You know, we get that, the new Torch team up, you know, with Spider-Man and stuff, and, you know, Phoenix and Wolverine. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff like that. Namor and Hulk, like you mentioned earlier, Shib, Emma and Psylocke. A lot of fun team ups, and every hero has one. Too.
Yeah, agreed. As we are going to see a comp that, yeah, it's got to be triple here on the defense, I would assume, but I'm not actually, you know, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to run, but I would guess that's their plan here. As you see Hashira on the defense, showing 3 Vanguards right now, showing the Penny Parker. Not sure that will stay consistent, but maybe it will. And yeah, this is another one of those maps that you really want to try to hold early on and then come through with a teleport.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that's along the lines of that, you know, Doctor Strange is not banned, like you mentioned, and, you know, armor packs being thrown out there for Dill Ducks. So see what they want to do. You know, we've seen some teams even do no Vanguards for at least 10 seconds against this triple Vanguard composition, but we're going to be seeing it now from the defense, right? Shib, you mentioned how they're going to be playing the Penny Parker. Here it is.
Yeah, and he is going to be chosen here. Is going to have that team up with Rocket as well. And here we go up on the high side. You're likely using that jump. You see Magneto. Haven't seen that start at all. Not yet. And down goes Magneto. Sizzle going to drop back to the team. Burner Pyro, everybody, you know, if you're a Penny main, try to make sure you notice the location of the Mind Spawners here, because this is going to be, you know, a necessary evil, I guess. If we're going to be running Penny, you've got to have a really strong spot, especially at this level of play. Biblical going to find Dingo early, and that's going to put them slightly up in numbers since they're still holding tight. But it looks like the momentum is very much on the side of Dill Ducks. We're just walking them down right now. Great utilization and patience there on those crystals. That domain is an incredibly long but smart cooldown, and it's necessary. It counters virtually everything. Biblical onto Dingo again with a nice pick. The res no longer going to be there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the thing, even with the changes where he can now, you know, fly to a teammate and stuff, or an enemy whenever he wants to with his E. Oh, what the? How are you finding those eliminations? That's actually crazy from Baronix. But regardless, the thing is that, you know, he's just so easily taken out and KO'd in the open in cases like this. If you're against damage boosted opponents like that Punisher is, like that Moon Knight from Biblical on that Storm. So he's going to get off of that. Teleporter coming back. Burner Pyro also out of the hole. Meanwhile, oh, you keep falling so low and actually going to go down. That's huge. That's an ult gone.
Yeah, it's a nice pick right there, but you know, we talk about these compositions. Oh, wow, Varanix, nice shot there onto Sugu as well. So again, still kind of owning this space. Varanix going to drop back. Burner going to find reverse here, and they do completely sweep. But at this point, it's about getting your footing and dropping back behind point and biding some time, because now there's a ton of damage out. Hulk goes down. Burner Pyro gets picked in the sky. Varanix still holding on. Sizzle as well. Shifty, but yeah, that's going to be a full. But the res is up. Okay, so Burner right back into the mix. Nothing's really changed yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how this goes out. I mean, usually honestly, for as good as Hulk is, it's tough to play him against a lot of these high damaging compositions. We'll see how Hashira play this. Here comes that Moon Knight with the Agamotto on the other side to slow it down.
That's a huge Agamotto. Wow, that is massive. Almost getting that pick there on Luna would have been game-changing. The team's gonna resort to dropping back with the dance floor. Comes back out. Fate of both worlds. It is gonna find the pick through with the damage boost as Biblical finds Varanix. Great play there. Wow, great communication to come through. He's gonna find a pick on the Dingo again. Yeah, that was clean. That was clean.
That was insane. But yeah, they're still holding on here in Chib. I mean, they have the Hulk as well. So, you know, even though they're sort of bringing themselves back into this fight, and like you said with that Storm ultimate, I mean, they were able to find elims. But, man, it's actually, this defense has been such a nuisance. They're playing these triple Vanguards so well. And you talked about that earlier, how being good at this comp can result in fight wins, even against theoretical, you know, counters.
Yeah, I think it's funny though, because we are seeing a consistent solution. It's the Storm with the Punisher and or Moon Knight. Now it seems like they're switching up now to go something else. They're gonna pull out the Star-Lord, but you pretty much want Storm with very strong damaging ultimates. You know what I mean? That's what I've gathered, to try to burst through some of these strategists, or at least through the front line. But you know, is it gonna work? We'll see shortly, as the defense is still holding with 51 on, and at this point they'll likely get another touch. And here we go. Will they be able to shield this? Up he goes. waiting it out a little bit. Ooh, waiting a little bit too long there. Sizzle unfortunately loses the meteor, which falls and takes a ton of damage, and down goes Sizzle. That is a ton of damage there from the side of Shugu, who does get a pick and breaks an ultimate. That's a lot of value.
Yeah, and I don't think they have the portal up either, so we'll see how this touch kind of comes through. Was this part far enough to where the retouch can't come out of MRT? I mean, they're all respawning now. Overtime spawns never aren't happening, but here's that Venom stack.
Wow.
Dingo going down to Turkish Ninja. What a pick off from him on this triple duelist comp, and yeah, that point's going to get capped. We're moving on to the second phase of the map.
Yeah, that was going to be a Dingo. Dingo was going to touch there. Unfortunately, gets absolutely just like waxed by raw damage there from Turkish Ninja, who is now, they're all walking forward, using this aggro, this aggression. One down, make it two down. As Turkish Ninja finds Shifty now. LG is going to find Varanix, and they are keeping this up. Dill Ducks looking far more confident now and just forcing the stagger through. Turkish Ninja ready to launch that Galactic Legend. They have more ults up by 3, actually, across the board. Not, Hashira's not going to get an ult in this next fight early at all. So this could be another easy fight win here for Dill Ducks if they commit properly.
Yeah, and MRT, they switched full to the triple strategist composition off of triple Vanguard. So they're playing triple with Jeff alongside of Star-Lord. Same thing just going to happen. He goes down to Legacy twice, bubble in the sky on that Star-Lord to let him pop off, forcing the greens out. Does he find any eliminations besides that, though?
Oh, yes. Aronix goes down, but that was close. Good rotation there, but oh my goodness, so much damage coming through as Shugu again with 3 walks them to the door, and they should get this point easily. They are just using this momentum. A little bit of a fail there, but hey, that happens even at this level of play. You know what I mean? One of us, if you will, as we see Jeff now ulting coming in. Will they be able to shut this down? Will this get value? The rotation is a little bit too early, not able to iframe it. Likely off the map unless the fly comes through. We'll see.
Yeah, he does fly. He stakes himself
oh my goodness.
Out no! That might have been one of the most sad Jeff plays we've seen, dude. Oh no.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. I mean, you do have someone that can fly and dodge roll in your hand. You got to jump off with that. I think they tried. Unfortunately, just didn't have the time likely and forced off 2. Shugu gonna find 3. Are you kidding me? Just walking them still. They're not changing a thing. They don't need to at this point.
Yeah, this might be the next canonical Punisher movie right now that we're watching. It's just Shugu just literally can't be taken out, just deleting everybody at all times. And I don't know if the triple strat was necessarily the solution. We'll kind of see it because it plays somewhat similar to triple Vanguard, right? Once you kind of sustain, you live for a long time, you have a little more threat, you have a little more damage capability, I think, through Shifty. But to be honest, the last mag player was actually popping off earlier on, but here comes Storm, I believe it's Hurricane.
Yeah, out goes the Hurricane. It does force out some ultimates. Again, Dill Ducks only using 1 Vanguard. LGCY, though, finds it. Turkish gets a 2-piece. Make that 3. Beautiful Star-Lord play here. Is going to take a quick nap, though. We'll see him in a minute. There's that dodge roll, getting some extra HP spin to win. And bang, down goes Varanix. Turkish with a Quadra, looking very clean, and now has that damage and movement speed boost, depending on what Storm wants in that moment. Galactic Legend could be huge here.
Yeah, it really could be. And I'm not going to lie, I actually kind of like MRT playing triple Vanguard throughout the whole map instead of this triple strategist stuff. It's just not panning out. We'll see what happens. Dingo really needs to go big with his ultimate after greens is on. He does.
Yeah, Yuki goes down quickly. Dingo make that 2 reverse falls. This is a weird comp on the attack here with a single Vanguard, and it's just been working just due to raw damage. A minute left on the clock here. Make that another fall. Sizzle gonna find Shugu. Shugu is gonna find Pumpy right there, and that is a this is pretty wild to watch because now Dill Ducks are coming back with 2 huge ults, and there it is.
Wait, Turkish commits the ult? Interesting.
Little aggro.
I mean, wait, what?
Oh, no way. Good idea here. I don't know. This is insane. I think they're driven back to their spawn. They weren't expecting it. This is one of those moments that the team was kind of separated, just trying to regroup and then finding that window and making that all happen. Honestly, in ranked, without the communication, I would have been a little shook when I heard that, but just build a little bit differently. Sizzle falls 2. Biblical gets 1. SGCY gets Puppy again. And at this point, it might be worth switching off the jet burner. Gonna find Turkish. Bang! Again with a big meteor to hold on. And Hashira says it's not over yet. Frozen up. Out goes the dance floor. We will see everybody kind of trying to get here with 5 seconds on the clock.
I mean, they're still trying. Turkish also swaps to that Doctor Strange. Hurricane comes out. Can they even outlive this, right? It's trying to just delete everybody, and it's doing so pretty well. Here comes that Magneto Meteor M. Legacy connects for 2. That's 2 removed from the defense, but everybody's eaten by Jeff. And he goes down. No!
Oh, it's tough. It's so tough to find value. That was almost a huge ult. Strange just a little bit too high in the air. A lot of the time you can catch Strange even if he does jump up, but that was just a little too much space. Good work there in understanding of how high you need to be. LGCY got to find one on Veronic, who does get a pick two. Numbers pretty even right now. Sizzle with a two-piece. Make that almost three. Well done on the defense. Could this shut them down before point three, making this a winnable game? It does.
Wow. I mean, honestly, how they play this stall is phenomenal. I mean, I kind of trashed them a little bit, and I apologize. I think that on the triple Vanguard, they played it well. Triple Strategist, they just stall out the point. However, it's still pretty far, and you and I both know, Shib, on, these convoy maps, if you make it even to the end without capping it out, that's still pretty damn far, especially when you're deep. When you're this far in the tournament, I mean, there's not even a lot of good teams that can hold or that can cap out an entire convoy map, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, especially when you're running one Vanguard into triple like that, there's just so much to sustain on the defensive side. I think it might have been worth the switch up there, but they were just so committed to the bit because it was working for them, so why not? But yeah, I think that was kind of where it fell off. But still, even with what you're saying, I do agree that was a good push. And, for all we know with how strong Dill Ducks looked off the rip there, especially through point two, they could hold.
I will say, I think that at the highest level of this game, at its peak perfection, even with how strong Strategist ults are in this game, I think you could make a case for triple Strategist or triple Duelist actually being the best in the entire game. Now, it's really freaking hard. I think that playing triple Duelist relies on everybody to play perfect, right, Chip? But,
yeah,
when you're
I agree with that.
And how good the ults are in this game, too. I think in other games, maybe not so much. Maybe you could actually play it, but I think triple Duelist could really be the end game, but not many teams have the the talent in terms of everybody to play that, because usually you run 2-2-2. You have two Vanguard players, two Strategists, and two Duelists, and then you make, like, for example, Turkish in this case flex off to Duelist. But they made it pretty damn far despite all things, and I think that comp triple Duelist at least is kind of underrated just in general.
Touche. I mean, and that's going to develop as we get more heroes too, right? Like, that could very much be the case more, canonically, as you were saying, if, they do add some heroes that make that more, accessible. So here we go again. Biblical going to find a pick onto Dingo there. We see the cap now. Turkish going to find Pumpy. It was no longer on that Jeff, instead going to be on the Phoenix. So still holding on tight here. Dill Ducks cap. Another one of those Vanguards that can live indefinitely. Nice shots there by Sizzle onto the Loki of reverse, and that gets rid of crystals, which is a huge problem, especially when you're defending or attacking. So well done there. Good pick. Veronic's gonna find Shugu here, and that's another start here. Veronix is Luna putting a ton of damage out, so holding on to that dance floor.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that Veronix, we could definitely show some love to. I think this person has been popping off on that Luna Snow multiple times, hitting that, those aggressive Luna shots like you mentioned earlier, and then, Pumpy on the backside tried to find picks earlier, could not. Here comes that portal play coming back with the Adam Warlock, though. We'll see what they want to do. Committed early ultimate by Fizz, has to follow up, but can they get a limbs through this with the Phoenix ult? No, they cannot.
Good idea. Unfortunately, did not work out there. Image boost only bringing folks about halfway. Pumpy going to find Biblical. Ayavagamoto could be huge here. It is, and they do get some serious value out of it with that damage boost. Two more go down. Phoenix holding on, but maybe not for long. Potentially walling off the healing. The double dance floor still is happening. Reverse. Back out there with the Luna, showcasing how strong Luna can be. And there is the copy back. Sizzle going to find Shugu. And again, that is good for Hashira as they are all spawning back and using that momentum to walk. Born again we go from Biblical, and here comes Shugu again, still kind of holding on. Meteor M up, waiting these crystals out, hoping, so bang, and that is some good combination timing right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's not much you do to counterplay it. Everybody just runs towards this objective, and there's a shotgun in your face. Ding does go down, gonna have to go back to the spawn. But regardless, that combo came through, and Dill Duck sent back. However, in this case, Shib, on the defense for MRT, when Dill Ducks was on the attack, MRT lost this fight like well past the corner. So this is kind of a retake is available basically for Dill Ducks because of where the fight took place.
Absolutely. They won't have portal, but they don't need it, as they do have access to hide in this alleyway. They're electing to all fight to this alleyway, which is a little strange at the moment, but they do have double shield, so that's likely why Hashira is going to have that Venom. Nice pick here by Turkish Ninja on it. Sizzle immediately. Shugu going to find Pumpy, and at this point, they're going to be able to walk right out as another pick happens, and Hashira is going to be back at the spawn door with a minute left.
I mean, I think how Sizzle on the other side was playing, he just assumed that he was playing against triple Vanguard again. Because he was just playing so aggressive, just didn't think there was any, threat, any KO potential. And just kind of walked into biblical shots, same thing with Turkish, right? So Dill Duck switching up the composition at the right time, and adaptation needed to come through from MRT. Now they're playing onto the thing as their switch up. We'll see if this pans out for them.
Okay, and we do have ults up. Dill Ducks heavily in ult advantage. Big Eye of Agamotto from downtown up in the moon lands. We are going to see that melee cancel here. Shugu is going to wait for that damage boost. Here it comes. Will it find value? No. Once again, great separation there by Dill Ducks and not allow that to get some, a huge pick or multitude. Sizzle going to find the Vanguard front line of LG and walking in once more with the final judgment. Will this be enough? There is no Magneto to shut it down. Very close to up, but not quite there. And here comes that Hurricane. Puppy gonna find Yuki. Veronix on a Biblical. Sizzle on the Turkish. And they should get this first point.
Yeah, I mean, this MRT team is just so good at snowballing, at deathballing, basically. Like, they just play heavy around somebody, and they just kind of disengage, re-engage, split at the right times. I just think how they're playing in terms of just being a pest on the server is just perfect. MRT. Heavy around the thing as well. You would think that the thing wouldn't do that well versus the Punisher in this case, but there's no Storm on the defense, so it's not like his damage boosted. And right now, he's actually doing so much. Dingo is on the thing.
Yeah, I think it's not a horrible choice. I agree. With Punisher is pretty strong, but you're right. Without damage boost, you still have some good. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Shugu with their Turkish and Legacy are going to clean up. Biblical's going to find one too, and that's going to shove him right back to the spawn door. 2 minutes on though, but yeah, this is a very different story than what we saw when Dill Ducks were attacking. They walked through this early take here, which is, I would argue, this is a very defensible position here because it does kind of force them through some very tight chokes. They forced right through that when they walked in, and now at this point they're going to be held, and this could give them some serious time needed to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. Sugu's now over the high ground, and oh no, Puppy goes down. And the retake has been tough. Clobbering time doesn't even connect on anybody, Shib. That's tough. And they come back now with the Fate of the Worlds as well. Towards the spawn, they're looking for stagger picks. Everybody's trying to run away on the side of MRT. Can they even, though?
I don't think so. Legacy again on the burner. Now they're just trying to put some damage into the thing, who is going to have to reset with the team. I liked the thing, but at this point, it's going to be difficult to get moving forward. You can't really burn any of your cooldowns right now because you need to have it for escape just due to the raw damage that's on the side of Dill Ducks here. When they've got that Phoenix and Punisher. Here comes the Magneto. Meteor M shortly waiting out some cooldowns, burning all the shields, and now Magneto likely will come in to try to dunk from the side of Dill Ducks. Agamotto is huge here. Can they follow up? Back and forth. The Shugu gets two with some good headshots. Burner gonna find Yuki though. Down goes the strategist. Legacy on a Sizzle now. And it looks like they're still up a fair amount of numbers. Veronix trying to maintain. Shugu gonna find Veronix. Dingo gonna find Shugu though. Like you're saying with the thing, getting close, make that two. He's trying to get some more with the clobbering time ready if needed, but it is not needed. Really well played here by Dingo.
Yeah, absolutely. And it didn't cost them too much. I mean, they did use Punisher, so did Biblical on the other side. But man, I mean, Veronix just hit some nice shots, just consistently brings the team back into it. And that call out, I definitely can't be understated. I think we've talked about how Shredder's play is evolving. This player is definitely at the forefront of that. Even though they went down, still opened it up with the freeze and the final hit. But now Dill Duck TP's back in, and they're trying to get 3 fights here in the second phase of the game.
All right, ult advantage going to be slightly up for Hashira. MRT ready. They've got Shifty ready, and here comes the copy. But will it work out? No, it does get stopped at the moment, or at least didn't commit on the top left of the screen. We see Storm coming in with a Hurricane. Veronix going to find Turkish early on in this fight. They're still kind of making this happen. Ton of damage out. The rotation of the map completely reversed here as Hashira still walking this. The rest of the team behind falls. Pumpy on a Biblical. Yuki falls. Reverse goes down. Puppy here on the Storm, getting a ton of value by Hashira. And will they be able to make this happen? Will they push through point 2 and head towards the potential victory?
It's gonna be close. They have ults, but it was on one of the players that died in overtimes. So 3 seconds left till Sugu spawns. They're not even gonna be here. Also against the Storm, that's gonna be a lot of damage downrange. I mean, they can maybe stall out and delay if they find a pick, but it should favor MRT until now Meteor M's available for Legacy.
And the final judgment, a ton of damage on Thing. Thinking has no solution to that right there, and that's where he struggles. Biblical gonna walk into Dingo. The rest of the team's got to maintain the point. The OT ticking, and they touch at the last millisecond. Out goes a Big Eye. Turkish gonna find another. Biblical finds one burner on a reverse, but will it be enough? I don't believe so. The dance floors are out. Will we see a teleport come through here from Dingo, who is now no longer on the Thing? Biblical gets a pick. Oh, Burner gets one. Legacy back onto Burner though. Portal comes through, and Turk. Oh, and they don't touch.
Are you kidding? Legacy was exactly 1 health as well. Oh my God, Shib. What a close game it was on Spider Islands. Oh my goodness.
That was a fun one, man. I like these teams. These are matched. These are very well matched. That was a battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well-deserved MVP, I think, for Turkish on Dill Ducks. I think there's definitely a fun debate, I think, to be had when we talk about triple duelist in the future. I think it's definitely triple strategist, triple duelist, and triple Vanguard, by the way, if you're wondering. All that we mean when we talk about that is like teams versus each other. Sometimes there's certain points in maps when you could play, a composition where you have 3 Vanguards and 3 strategists. We usually call that triple Vanguard. And then when you play like a triple strategist composition with Adam Warlock, and you have a Mantis and a Luna Snow, for example, that's what we call triple strategist. And then a triple duelist is alongside the Storm and a solo Vanguard. So it can get kind of complicated. But like you said, Shib, I think there is definitely some merit to be had where this other team with MRT, I mean, they were playing that triple Vanguard in stall comps in general so well.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I truly, at one point, I thought MRT was going to take that point too. The momentum looked very much in their favor. I like the map switch. It looked like they had control, the complete switch in composition. That Storm was starting to get some value. Sizzle had 19 finals, but then, Biblical and Shugu as well, 20 and 19, 21 for Turkish. I mean, this was a crazy game. Everyone had some serious final hit counts. It was very much back and forth. Both teams trying to run triple, and the fights were extended, man. It was a battle.
Oh, yeah. That was an absolute battle. And Dill Ducks, I think that's interesting because, like you said, this is a team that isn't Ignite. I mean, you brought it up earlier. I think that Dill Ducks is a team that we're going to see in Ignite because of, some situations that happened with America, I believe, with the slot. They just sort of take it over considering what happened, I believe, with Techie XD. They've let us know on social media what's going on. So it's cool to see a team like Dill Ducks perform in MRC and have a tough matchup, honestly, Ship. That wasn't necessarily one-sided. It was a back-and-forth brawl, like you mentioned, between MRT and Dill Ducks.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of this game state right now. I think there's so much tough competition, and I think that we've mentioned it before. I think it's literally any given day. It's all about who shows up in that moment. That's why these tournaments have been so crazy to watch. There's been so many Game 7 series, and we're getting later on in these tournaments. It's just a ton of fun to watch. So, I mean, I'm excited that this was a close one. This one looked, like I said, anybody's game, man. That final fight had me worried for a minute. I was like, I don't know where this is gonna go. It was a beauty.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, and we'll see what happens in map number 2. That's going to come up in just a second versus Dill Ducks and MRT Hashira. And this team's fun to watch. I think you saw that there was some fantastic Luna Snow gameplay from Varanix, also from their Vanguards too. Dingo was popping off on the thing as well, onto Magneto early on too. Was that Dingo the one that was popping off, or was that Pumpy or Sizzly or something? But they had some fantastic mag play and also Vanguard play along strategists. But we'll see this team go to map number 2 against Dill Ducks in just a moment. We're going to short break. We'll come back for the next map.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Back, and that was a ton of fun to watch. You and I just had that discussion while we were waiting here in the green room, if you will. I'll tell you what, man, that got me juiced and hyped up. Dill Ducks pulled out the W, but it was very much up in the air, and I love the way they were handling compositional changes. We even saw a little bit of the Thing, which found some success. What'd you think?
Yeah, no, I think if you this kind of goes to show that if you think that you're hard countered per se, there's always a way to outplay, I guess, the hard counter, right? You would assume, okay, yeah. Punisher, okay, Phoenix. I mean, I imagine you, Chib, as a Thing player, be like, damn, that's like a lot of damage coming my way. Yeah. You would think you'd get hard countered, but I guess not if you play well enough.
Yeah, touche. I mean, and you know, Lord knows, not like these guys. I'll tell you that. I cannot play the Thing to this level, but no, this has been awesome to see these change ups. I do think, as we're heading towards a domination, things will be a little more traditional, I would imagine, as we see at least the showcasing. Oh no, goodbye Torch. I thought there might be a chance at a Torch matchup, and Psylocke likely going to be seen too if that's not banned out.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, Emma ban, I believe they did this last time. MRT likes to prioritize towards the Vanguard bans, it looked like. Last time, Magneto got protected. Then they protected the Hulk. So that forced out the Namor ban last time. It's an Ultron ban this time around. I'm trying to remember if that did get banned on the previous map. And we've seen so many games today at this point already. And it kind of blends in. But Mantis banned on the opposite side. Looks like both teams don't want to play against Triple.
Yeah, I think Ultron was protected last time, if I'm not mistaken. I just can't remember exactly by who. I remember that being kind of strange, and the Hulk was protected too for similar reason. I think it kind of forced out different bans, which, you know, you just kind of touched on. I think that's a strategy in and of itself, man. Don't be afraid to lock in something that's going to make some weird bans happen, allowing you to maybe get some different heroes snuck by that you didn't think would make it. So there's definitely something to go along with that idea, at least that strategy as well, as we see the lock in of the Loki, who is such a strong pick in this meta, and the Storm.
Yep, lock into the Loki and the Storm. And I mean, that's the fun part about this game, is that there is no role lock, right? So you can play any hero you want at any times, as long as you're not duplicating each other. So because of that, you know, you could play these, you know, interesting comps when you have just full on damage with the Mantis, you know, with Storm, with Cloak and Dagger and stuff, and maybe you throw in like extra Duelist if you really want. So anything's really possible. And Dill Ducks, meanwhile, banning out the Punisher, knowing that he synergizes well with that Magneto, and they don't want to play against that again. So that's going to be interesting. Meanwhile, Hulk and Namor get through this time around because they didn't protect the Hulk. So bear in mind, MRT protected the Hulk last time, understanding that maybe Dill Ducks is just looking to counterban based on your protections. That's why they're banning out the Punisher, because you protect the Storm. So it looks like MRT, in this case, we're just trying to bait that out to make sure they got the Namor Hulk team up, which is kind of cool.
That is cool. And also the Ban of Strange. Again, it's, you know, do you feel confident in domination to win that early fight and not allow them to come through the portal to try to hold on and make something happen? So again, you know, some more unique bans. Punisher being banned out might be the first time today, or at least the, you know, max 2-3 times. But, you know, that's a pretty interesting ban, as we do see a little bit of more unique stuff pulling out that Hulk Namor, which can be a huge threat here. And then obviously you got the Squirrel Girl and the Penny. Not sure that they will last this whole round, but maybe I could see a Squirrel Girl on this map.
That could. I mean, that character is heavily underrated. I mean, it's just, we've seen teams like Solaris pulled out. You know, we've seen EMEA teams also play some Squirrel Girl. I think that character definitely has her place, especially if, you know, in this case, Punisher's banned. She's not a bad alternative. Like, you could play it theoretically. It's obviously reversed to, you know, to try to display her. So it's not going to happen. But Dill Ducks playing that triple with the Jeff, and just the speed boost out of spawn. He's going to go back over to the Venom. Meanwhile, for MRT Hashira, this is the comp that they wanted to play the whole time, Shib, with that Namor and Hulk. Now they finally get it. So this is the perfect ban phase for MRT. If they lose it here, that's rough moving forward.
Yeah, I think this map lends itself to be a pretty good spot for Namor squids as well. There's a lot of height and like weird angles with those structures that you can put the squids on. And wow, they're immediately going to find a pick on Biblical there. And that's a good start here for MRT Hashira now, which are going to try to take this point early on. A ton of damage right back at him, still holding on and maintaining that position. Hulk going to dive in. Do you see Dingo? About half HP, does get healed up. Good utilization of the shield there. Unviz again from Sizzle, who's now going to reposition towards the back line. Hulk is playing a dangerous game 24/7 here, takes a ton of damage but is very, very threatening up close, as we all know. But look at those squid positions on height in an angle that the duelist can't even see, and Sizzle is going to assault that back line.
Oh my goodness, it's going to go down to Biblical though. So both Psylocks kind of going down early. However, on the offense now comes Turkish, met by potentially some greens, but no ultimates coming out necessarily from MRT necessarily just yet. They lost Burner as well, but they actually commit the copy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brutal dive. Well done by a Turkish ninja who almost gets a two-piece there, and that early alt display still battling this point right now. And here comes the whale. Is it boosted? It does find one. Down goes Yuki, which is a nice fight there. Yuki very close to alt, so huge pick. Good tackle, tries to off-map, does do so, but has it right back at him. That's crazy.
I don't think I've seen a Hulk in his ultimate get pushed off the map in that case, and meanwhile, it doesn't matter. Kasuga goes down to Pumpy.
Just right back. It's just return to sender either way, and they're still maintaining this point. But what do you know? Nobody has the presence yet. And as I said, MRT gets very close, but Dill ducks, managing to touch and using that dance floor. Going to cancel out one off for Sizzle as well. Great position here for Loki. The clone setup, the triple clones are so threatening. As you see on the Biblical there, that damage nerf may not be enough to stop the damage it was in that moment. Just missed a couple final shots there. Out goes the Venom to try to pressure that high side away. Good shot here again by Legacy, who is going to find Pump down immediately. So again, the point might head back towards Dill Ducks now on the attack. Are you joking? This is so back and forth.
Absolutely. Meteor M comes out. 50 finds Turkish. Also, Dingo finds another one. So they're still halfway to capping, and Biblical hasn't found enough. The Psylocke goes aggressive. They do find him eventually. But now we're about even in terms of players here on the point. You still have a Hulk. You still have a Magneto. And both of these Lokis are just blaming each other. They're pointing fingers. Like, who is the reason this fight has lasted this long? Is it this Loki? Is it that Loki? Coffee comes out. The fight, Shiv, I hate to say it, this might last another 20 more minutes.
This may be the longest stall on point we have seen in any tournament. I know there was one point that there was a stall when it was at 100%, but nobody's gotten the point yet. Are you kidding me? This is disgusting. Legacy goes up. Crystals get popped. Bang! Goodbye, Pump. That's another shot there from Legacy, who finds one, but unfortunately, I think Namor was kind of in a doomed position there, so not as much value as it could have been, but still is a nice start here for the fight for Dill Ducks. But, you know, look at that. Nobody has any percentage even on the capture. Might as well stay dead even. Why not? Here comes Phoenix now onto the back line. Ton of damage goes out. They are going to pop a few, but nobody goes down. Biblical is going to get that pick finally now. Now heading towards the Psylocke. Psylocke use the dance of the butterfly. Loki just trying to maintain that position. Good location. Bang, the stun comes through. Biblical now onto Sizz, and they're starting to get an inch of capturing onto this point. Dingo with the ult is going to be healed up by Varanix on the backside, and oh my goodness, are you joking? No one has the point in the dance floor.
Dude, those two warriors on Warrior Falls are pissed. They're like, where's the bloodshed, guys? Can we just get some KOs here? Like, we're watching a bunch of nothing. I mean, this point hasn't flipped it. I love it personally, but I'm sure those two warriors who have been through many battles finally get to see the end of this. And that might be, like you said, Shiv, that if it was 100-0'd, that would have been quicker than the fight we just watched, I think. That's crazy.
That may have been the longest back and forth I have ever seen. I think we saw at least 10 ults committed on both sides, so that was wild to witness. I literally have tears in my eyes because that was so funny. So back and forth as Dill Ducks will come out on top with ult advantage and the point, so well deserved there. What a battle. These teams, we talked about in the first point, so evenly matched. Biblical gonna find Sizzle now, and that is a Phoenix battle diff, if you will, at least for that moment. But crystals were popped here. Turkish gonna dive onto the back line. Nice fight there. Reverse gonna take out Shifty too. And again, Dill Ducks still maintaining those ultimates.
Yeah, they're on their own Namor Hulk now as well, seeing the power of Hulk whenever you can just stall and jump around the point, pump your ultimate, just go to 1,000 HP, 2,000 HP, whatever he has, because it's just a lot. You know, it's an absolute demon to have to take care of. And Dill Ducks, 50% on the board right now, sitting pretty. MRT, though, they're able to walk back up, at least have some ults ready to go as well, but they're going to be going into, you know, a team that's set up on this defense with that hole, who can commit it just to stall, or commits the ultimate on the right side. Shore is getting pushed out, but Shore able to jump back as well, gets the mag bubble too. So much sustain. Eventually, actually going to fall out of Hulk form and going to go back into Bruce Banner. Baby Bruce. Turkish will go down.
Yeah, I mean, but that was a decent enough stall, at least to buy time for point. You know, right there, I don't think it was a bad idea to just try to get everyone to turn around for a moment. Already at roughly 80%. Now the team's going to try to run in, but they are committing to holding those ultimates. Turkish might make it back here by the time Reverse is even done with this dance floor. So, good decision. I'm not sure that's going to find much. What? I lied. Psych, I lied. As Yuki goes down, Legacy going to take out Ver as well. Numbers once again even out as Hulk's now back in the fight. The spin to win. The Beyblade. A ton of damage goes out with that melee cancel. And again, Hulk falls, and there's that tackle trying to off-map. Goodbye. Good idea there, Legacy. Gonna fall off the map from Dingo, and now MRT is gonna get the point, but 99%.
You can tell Dingo is a bit of a Hulk enjoyer. I mean, that's just an incredible amount of work done. Doesn't even go down, too. So great displacement. And I think in that case, he went down to that earlier on that song. Oh my God! Wow! From across the map onto Yuki. Yuki, meanwhile, in the last fight, also struggled trying to dodge that Meteor M. Went to half HP, then got followed up on by the Phoenix, which you don't even have to aim. Like just you AOE, everybody gets burned up. And unfortunately for Yuki, went low to the Meteor. And now this next fight got taken out by a spear, or rather a trident. At the moment, MRT sitting pretty, but they will be against ults here, Shib, on this retake.
All we need now is we need them to get to 99 and then stall the point for 5 minutes to give us the world's longest first map we have ever seen. These teams are just duking it out. Chugu with the pick there onto Baronix in the back line, and that's a good start to this fight here for Dill Ducks, who want to retake and end this now. Ults out as we see Biblical launch. Yuki gonna bring the dance floor out. Magneto up in the sky. Does not manage to find too much value, and bang. That is a nice, actually they canceled Magneto if I'm not mistaken. I heard the voice line. Turkish gonna find one. Shugu gonna find Shifty in the back now, and Hashira is falling one by one. Great exile, and now just gonna try to make Luna pay for it, who's about 5 HP. Goodbye, Luna. Walk into the Magneto, who's still stalling, 70% on. Will not be enough. Dill Ducks at 99. Can they stop this? The portal will not be here. It's all about if the Venom from Puppy can maintain positioning, but at very low HP, and they will pay for it. That should do it. Dill Ducks gonna take home point one.
Yeah, and he also committed reverse ultimate. I think that Hulk also uses ult in that case. I wonder if he's going to switch on the next map potentially. But Warrior Falls, you're right, Shib. It's always Warrior Falls too. I feel like I've seen this once before, maybe with like was it 100 Thieves versus Shroud X or something like that. Maybe that's
yeah. It was stalling. Yeah, it was stalling at 99%. But you're right. It was like another one of those 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's just some domination maps just have closer spawns than others, and yeah, Warrior Falls is one of them, where the spawn doors are just not that far from the point, and you can stall like that. For
yeah, and just perfect. You just can't make mistakes. You know what I mean? And in those moments, like a mistake means loss. So the longer you can go, just trying to make as minimal mistakes as possible against the opposition is all you can ask for.
You see, Shib, that's why Eternity players are called Eternity, you know, because the good players can make fights last in Eternity. So that adds up. That adds up.
I like that. I like that a lot. Take that one to the bank, folks, as we start up map 2. Dill Ducks gonna be slightly behind an alt charge here. You talked about Turkish committing that alt there from Dill Ducks, and it looks like they're still staying on that Hulk. So maybe it was just more so to ensure they got the win there. Probably just tired of how long that stall could have happened and just wanted to ensure it ended. As we see an off angle here from Turkish again, looking towards the back line. The whole team gonna be taking that high side on the left. A very strong position. And honestly, not a lot of teams, you know, start off there, at least not in ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely a smart place to go, and yeah, there you go, Shib. Immediately rewarded with their position that you mentioned.
Yeah, that was a good shot there by Sizzle, right onto the back line. Early pick on a Biblical, who's actually playing that Phoenix again with a nice start there. Pick one of the same hero, Sizzle, actually using. It almost seemed like the fly there to reload animation cancel. I'm not sure if that's what I saw, but interesting strategy as Hulk immediately going into Savage. Gonna find one. Dingo on reverse. Immediately exiles Yuki, who gets another with the right click. Bang! What a play. Oh, man. Cannot be stopped. Sizzle gonna clean up Legacy. Puppy gonna take out Shugu. And Hashira now gonna own the point.
And on top of that, Dingo went to 1 HP, didn't even change to Bruce Banner form, and was still alive. So you can tell this Dingo Dial guy is probably getting a cult following just for being an incredible Hulk player. I mean, the amount of juggles that he's done, and the ultimate, the amount of eliminations, the stalling, it really is just pinnacle Hulk. And I think that this is arguably one of the best Hulk plays we've seen just at a raw mechanical level, right, Shib?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much nuance to Hulk. There's animation cancels with a left and right click when it comes to that range attack and melee. You can actually do both at the same time. There's juggling aspects. There's hitting your exiles. There's shield timing. There's so much to Hulk. And we've seen a lot more Hulk in the EMEA region, but not as much here. Wow, Biblical gonna find one. Yuki as well. Pumpy gonna turn back into Turkish, though. Down goes that Hulk. Can they retake this point? Dill ducks it about halfway through, but we know how long these stalls can happen. Out goes the Whales. Does not get too much purchase. And a great position here from Shugu, who gets two. Do I see more on Dingo now? A ton of damage goes out. Dingo very low. Make that 3 as Biblical cleans up Sizzle. Legacy onto Dingo, and they will get the point. Only 54% there for Hashira. That's a pretty good retake.
Yeah, pretty good retake indeed. Biblical comes in with the song. Turkish kind of goes in, throws his body on the line for the team, and you know, gets traded out. But the amount of damage Biblical's been doing alongside that flank from Shugu, like you said, and oh my god, he does it again. I mean, Pumpy's gonna go down early on. That's absolutely brutal after they use greens too. So no cooldowns. Turkish pops the ultimate as well on the inside. And oh geez, it might just be as brutal as we've seen from Dingo.
Yeah, and that's a good dive there. Shugu gonna find one. Legacy on a burner. Bang, down goes another as Vernix falls now. That's a double. Well done by these Hulks. You're talking about a ton of value with these ultimates, and you ain't lying. These guys surely understand what to do. Was that a... No, Strange is banned out. I thought that was a Strange cancel. I was like, what is going on? But no, that was, I believe, just a Loki clone, if not just Loki. But he's gonna have to drop back. Legacy in a kind of a dangerous position. Does have that bubble, waiting that out, and has ult if they need to use it to escape. Legacy gonna look towards that Hulk. The whole team heading towards that high side once more. That off angle right, which seems to be the play for this level of play.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to the left side now towards that health pack, or right side in this case for them. With constant poke damage. Green's already forced. Turkish falls low at the very least. If he doesn't go down that tube, Turkish sort of slowly figuring things out here. Here comes the combo with the meteor.
Bang, bang! It is huge! And that's why you use Phoenix. Goodbye to all the shields and immediately follow up with a Meteor M, and it is giant Turkish. Gonna get another pick. They're just stalling. Wait this out as long as possible. Try to get to the edge of the map before you get right-clicked by this hooker. Exiled, even stall longer. Yes! Maybe even a freeze from Luna if the dance floor stops. Oh, just missed. That would have been insane.
That was brutal, man. I mean, Dingo's got to run. It's unfortunate. In the case that he has to just go off the map, just run away from the team as the stagger. Now they know they're in a 5v6. They want to go aggressive, take advantage of the situation they're in. They need to use ults, MRT does, to kind of come back into it. And there's the fate of the world to make sure they don't lose anybody. But it's a 5 versus 6, like you mentioned earlier, Shiv. And here comes the song. Does that the follow-up?
Oh my goodness. Sizzle with a 2-piece burner, gonna clean another. Shugu now gonna find one for the side of Dill Ducks, but will that be enough? Can they hold on and grab this point? Hashira with a great retake now, gonna dive onto Luna. Dingo gonna get one. Turkish is gonna get one as well. Dingo another. Vernix cleans that up onto Legacy. Goodbye, Turkish, and yes, Hashira retake this point. These teams are insane. They're so well matched.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MRT to come back into that fight, knowing that, you know, they lost one, but you still have to win and use your ultimates, especially if you're in advantage like they were. Loki on the high ground, bit of a jump scare. It looked like for Sizz. He just gives up that position, falls back to that high ground that you talked about, Shib. We'll see if they can take advantage of it. Pumpy's meanwhile going to have to come all the way back from spawn. We'll see where he sits, but you know, you've got that Meteor M. You also have the Hulk ultimate on the opposite side. We'll see if they can connect. I mean, everybody's already low for their luck. Turkish going to have to use his ult early. Meanwhile, Sizz actually forces out cooldowns from the Namor. Could potentially find him now.
Oh, goodbye with the melee cancel there from Sizz, who gets Shugu out. Burner gonna find one on a Biblical. Turkish gets a pick here on a Shifty, but Dingo, another on a reverse, and holy moly, this is insane. It looks like Hashira might actually turn this all the way around and pull out the W on the map too, but we'll find out shortly. Sizzle onto Yuki. That's another one of those examples of could stop this right now. OT ticking down shortly. Legacy in a dangerous position. Goodbye. Legacy with the double here from Sizzle, and that should do it. Wow, we're going to map 3.
Oh my god, this Burning T'Challa has a good shot at beating the world record. I don't know what the last one is, which is still funny because that was on Adam Warlock compositions when he had the team up where he could you know, just have Mantis and Star-Lord constantly resurrected. Now that's out of the game, and it still has a chance to go a solid 20 minutes or more. So for MRT, it might have already gone that distance. I don't even know. What time is it, Chip? Where are we at? What year is it?
It's kind of where I'm at. I once had a convergence, or actually no, I think it was just convoy. It was like almost 40 minutes. It was in double OT, and it was insane. And I've never had a domination, I don't think, go as long as I think this game could go. This team right here, incredibly well matched. Almost, it was 99-99 on map 2 there, but on map 1, even before the map even got going, it was like 5 minutes on. So can't imagine where this domination is at. We'll have to see what point 3 looks like. Pumpy here, holding on to the whale, ready for action as Legacy is holding on to that Meteor M. That's all we're going to see off the rip. Psych lied. Both of the Phoenixes will also have ult, and that should be about it for the very beginning of this fight, but close to the strategists on both sides, but more so Hashira, who should be up in ult advantage this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest one, like you mentioned, Shib, is the original point, right? That got the Meteor M to combine with Biblical. But we're more in an open spot, so they could maybe break Biblical's ult in the sky. Maybe not, though, because Meteor M's going to protect it, potentially. Here's that Meteor M. Did they split well enough? No.
Oh, man.
To live. Rest in peace, Pumpy, who had the ult, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a good combination. We saw that a lot in the MRI. So, yeah, just a little bit today. Honestly, not as much as I would think of that combination. It's more so the damage boost through is all they're looking for. Good shot there by Burner. Is going to find Shugu again, and Hashira now are trying to maintain this point. What a game we have here. Good bubble once more, trying to take the off angle. Turkish going to find a pick on a Burner now as Bruce putting in some work, is going to Hulk out. Doing a good job staying on that dance floor, biding some time out for the shields. Lands right in the center of it. Still stays healthy, though. Good job with the dance floor once more. The fate of both worlds onto the back line now. Great Crystal timing. Way to be very patient and ensure you get the most value out of it. This Turkish Ninja is just going to try to clean up some of these clones.
It does. I mean, there's a whale towards the point, but Dingo in the ultimate has been big. Last time, Namor in the ship. Pumpy's going to go down to Biblical, so even though Dingo, I'm sure, is creating space in the back, does get Legacy. It doesn't matter. The duel is doing so much. Both Sizz and Pumpy fall. You're going to lack a ton of damage now as Dingo has to fall back. You do have both duelist ultimates. Nobody's capped out the point, by the way. So these strategists of both sides are just keeping everybody alive at all times.
Oh, that's a great exile, and the teleport away, that just does a great job. And Crystal's out. Finally, the point has been capped by Dill Ducks, but I wasn't sure for a moment there. Great job by Turkish to just be really in the face of these strategists. Dingo now going to fall to Turkish, trying to showcase how strong they can be on this Hulk. Exile likely going to be shot. Bang, does not land. Good idea there to try to slow up this side of the Phoenix. Now the whole team's going to have to retake, but what a battle off the rip. Ult advantage still heavily up for Dill Ducks. They look like they won this one convincingly for the first fight.
Yeah, I mean, any team looking to poach, by the way, and both of these team strategists have looked absolutely amazing. So the fact that these fights have lasted 20 years, you can thank them more than likely. Here they come, Meteor M on the outside with the Phoenix. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of damage.
Hashira wants his point back quickly. Biblical going to find Baronix, though, and that's going to be a nice trade, but still down one number. Can they collapse off it as Legacy goes down now? Hashira trying to get this point, only 40% on here for Dill Ducks. Hulk going to try to run and escape, or at least buy time on point. Just for as long as possible, jumping back and forth. Bruce, can you touch? You can, but exiled right up, and they're going to try to stall now. Do the same thing as Turkish goes on. Yeah, the squids were a problem.
You better turn off your squids in this case to stagger people. You know, the guys, hold boy.
yeah. A command.
Yeah, I guess the squids don't listen to Namor as much as like a cute dog would. You know, you can tell your Jeff player to stop shooting. You can't tell your squid to stop shooting. So, who's the smarter fish of the sea, I suppose?
Oh, that's great. Hey, as we are holding up here tight now, Hashira 24% on to roughly 50 from Dill Ducks. The entirety of the team now pressing it. I like these Hulk battles a lot. Sure, a lot of Hulk mains are getting some enjoyment out of this right now. It takes a lot of skill, but they're just jumping 24/7, and that's what you should be doing. If you're playing Hulk, you better be holding that space button all the time and getting ready to jump consistently just to kind of throw eyes all over the place. Dingo was right about to turn into Savage, but does get dropped, and right about at even percentage, what do you know? Dill Ducks now takes the point.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, the Hulk main's absolutely feasting today. As somebody that does not like Hulk mains because it's an annoying hero to play against, the good ones at least, that makes my blood boil whenever I see a Hulk in the game. And meanwhile, for Dill Ducks, they've got the combination with Legacy and Biblical. And we're already nearly 70% of the board for Dill Ducks, so they have a huge combo coming up.
And here we go with Phoenix getting rid of those crystals. Legacy going to clean up on Baronix again with that combination, finding so much value with that non-stop. And now a tough position. Biblical with a 2P. Shugu going to find Dingo, but Pumpy takes out Biblical to reverse now on a Pumpy. Shugu on a Sizzle. And that is a threat now. Ults are up here for Hashira, but they've got a touch. 20% left. Can they get there?
I don't want to play that. 15%. I mean, you got to pay attention to the top. Who's even going to touch? Is it going to be that Hulk? I mean, he's already used the ult in the last fight, so Dingo's going to get melted. I mean, this is going to be a close one.
Yeah, it's going to be a dance floor, I think, walk-in if possible, but that's going to put them in a worse position here. And there it is. There's that dance floor walk-in from Shifty. It's matched right back by reverse, only about a second better. Ooh, the whale goes out, not boosted enough, but Burner going to find Yuki, and that puts them up a number now as MRT is trying to maintain this position. Hulk going to go into Savage. Can Turkish get a pick? We do see Phoenix landing towards the back line. Does not manage to get one from the side of Sizzle there. Sizzle going to maintain this spot on point. Turkish gonna find Veronix now though, and that's a win for the side of Dill Ducks. Pumpy turns it right back though as Shugu goes down now. Who is gonna come out on top? Dill Ducks losing the point now as Hashira are maintaining control. Can they keep this up, or will Dill Ducks end this and take home the W?
I mean, you see something out of these duelists, right? Both sides. Specifically, I think Dill Ducks' duelists have taken advantage of MRT's duelists on the right side. He does it again. Biblical takes down Pumpy, and right now, just so much damage. Biblical comes in with the song and wipes out Sizzling.
That is a good sweep, a two-piece and a side of fries there as Biblical walks in now. Goodbye to the crystals. Let's get the stun on the front line here. Still going to keep that damage up. The dance floor is in, and still Hashira's holding the point, biding time. Shifty with another ult here. We're going to have Burner soon. Dingo on the Hulk back into Hulk form. Very close to Savage as well. Veronix close to another dance floor. Dill Ducks has that copy up. But now we have a Star-Lord from Shugu who could make something happen. Yuki with more. Another dance floor. We're going to have so many people dancing right now. Legacy still holding on, but it is 99 to 99, and this has been an absolute battle here on map 2.
Overtime takedown, boots around the map. Here comes the Phoenix over the high ground, and he does it again. Oh no, Veronix goes down off the map. Oh, Dingo takes himself and Legacy out. Are you kidding?
Was that worth it? We'll find out shortly. Shugu going to keep the damage out as Burner goes down. Now Turkish gets one. Oh no, it may have not been worth it here. Oh, but Biblical going to take out Sizzle. Sizzle going to take out Reverse. It's just over back and forth. Pumpy with a two-piece here on Venom. Are you kidding me?
Is that how it ends? That's how it ends? On Stellar Spaceport? Oh my god, Pumpley, the DPS player, switches over to Venom and kills KOs 3.
This is the script writers going crazy here. What are we looking at? These teams are so well matched. It is insane. 1-1. We go to map 3, Dill Ducks and Hashira. Oh, this has been one of the most fun matches to watch. Look at these stat lines. Wow, Biblical though. What? I'm talking 23 finals, 48 limbs is disgusting, but still not coming out with the W. Stats don't matter, folks. It's all about the W. And you can see here, pressing forward on, oh man, this series has been wild to watch.
Yeah, it's been absolutely insane. I mean, 20-minute game. Pumpley had 17 deaths. So, like, that's crazy. He had 5 more than the lowest death player on the other team, and they won. So that's just crazy. I mean, like, the amount of times we saw like a first pick as well from Veronix on the Luna Snow. Eventually they were able to shut Veronix down, right, making Veronix go down 15 times. Reverse on the opposite side, only going down 5. So you can tell both sides have really good strategist players that keep these games going, right? And you definitely got to be looking at both these teams if you're looking to pick up a good strat player. And Vanguards, honestly, too, because they're a large part of the appeal as well. So, I mean, everybody was popping off, like you said, with Biblical as well.
Veronix here with 56k healing. I mean, just the most in the lobby by a significant margin, to be honest. Great accuracy there with 56 as well. So really well done there by Veronix to help push MRT Hashira, excuse me, through. And that's just wild, man.
We just got to think about uptime, too. I mean, Veronix was literally not in the fight 6 more times than Yuki was, right? Yuki did not go down as often as Veronix does, and Veronix still pumping out 7k more damage. You know, that's the biggest downside with dying, obviously, and getting KO'd is that, you know, you just lose uptime, right? You just lose that amount of time to heal your team, to build ultimate charge and stuff. So it is impressive, despite the situation that they were in with just so much pressure from Turkish Ninja, from Legacy, and from these divers. So, you know, huge shout out to both teams as well for putting on an incredible performance. And I'm excited to see them go to map 3 because we still have another one. That was a 20-minute Warrior Fall. I mean, it's a 20-minute map that we just watched. And it was domination of all things, too. So that's crazy.
Oh man, I like I said, I just got a smile on my face, tears in my eyes. That was such a fun map to watch. It was ridiculous, so back and forth, everyone doing some crazy things. We even saw Hulk jump off the map to take someone with him. Still ended up working it out, I believe. This was nutty. And then at the very end, the Venom to clean up 3 to take home the W. Was a wild watch. Burner was 14 and 14. Couldn't seemingly couldn't find a ton of value there. Switching over to Cap at the very end for the touch, but it was just all about these back and forth fights. And what a fun experience. I cannot wait for map 3.
Yeah, that entire map was a highlight. I mean, that's why the highlight reel is lasting longer than the game did at points, right? There's like an incredible reel of just mechanical performance. And I'm curious what gets banned. You think Hulk gets banned this time? You think they get rid of the Namor? I think that it might not be a bad idea, considering Dingo has been that guy on Hulk. To be honest, it's not that Turkish has been lacking in any sense of the word, but man, it is this team MRT. Man, they just know how to make things rough for the opponent for sure. Just stalling out these fights for 20 years. Playing Hulk and being annoying, playing Thing and being annoying. So many things this team does well, and you can see why they're competing against the team Ignite already in build-ups.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about them changing up the banning strategy. I'm going to be honest, man. I hope they don't. That was so fun to watch. I want to see it again. I want to see that again. So, man, that has me just so gassed because of how crazy that was, but also just so juiced, so excited. That was so much fun, man. These teams are disgusting. That Hulk-Namor combination getting a ton of value. Seeing some really strong plays. A lot of compositional changes there just to try to match each other and to try to figure things out. Times where I thought the game was over, the percentage on point was roughly the same the entire time, but will that happen again as we head to game 3 right after this break?
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
And one of the longest dominations we have ever seen, Hashira comes in and takes map 2 as we go to game 3. I just had so much fun watching that. How about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was just a absolute barn burner back and forth. You know, I just, maybe it'd be a good idea to get rid of Hulk just for, a lot of the strategist players, hopefully for them, they didn't get to see that ban. Just because, we saw 15 deaths, I believe, on one of the strat players on the side of MRT, and they still won. But, regardless, that's going to be something that I think it should be a priority for at least both strat players just to feel better by themselves and not want to just tear their eyes out.
Yeah, goodbye Emma and goodbye Torch. No major change yet, at least to the banning. Well, I'm a little more curious as to if this thing goes deeper in the banning. If we do see something like that, Magneto going to be locked in. Surprised they are not locking in the Hulk at this point, just trying to diff each other again, because that was insane. But yeah, oh, there it goes. Goodbye Hulk. Good call.
I mean, it makes sense. I imagine both strategist players on either side is like, guys, can we please not have a slugfest on the Hulk? It'll make my life feel a lot better. But for MRT, it seems like they like that sort of stuff. Maybe Veronix and maybe Shifty just love to be beaten and battered for the whole game. Maybe that's their vibe. Doctor Strange ban comes out. I think they did that in the last one too. This time we're on domination again, so they're gonna go for that early Doctor Strange ban, which is unique for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely the earliest we've seen Strange banned in this tournament with you and I so far. So, similar story there. It is going to be domination, folks. It is Krakoa. So same story. If you think you have the map covered, if you think you can win these fights early, which honestly is kind of up in the air right now, both teams just fighting on point for an hour. So, the Strange ban must just be a confidence pick where they think, they don't have maybe the ability to match the Strange at the same level. I'm not sure, but obviously both teams are incredibly skilled. So I don't mean any disrespect by that, but the lock in the savior of the storm, allowing for some of that damage boost composition similar to Ultron on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, they go for... they went for the Ultron ban with the second ban last time, I believe. And they do like to prioritize Vanguards, but in this case, it is getting through. But what do they want to match with? Is that going to force out the Mantis? Is that going to force out the Loki ban? Is that going to force out the Psylocke ban? Okay, interesting. With the Emma ban earlier, the Psylocke ban then came through. We still have Phoenix getting through, so it is interesting that I don't want to play that. The Punisher ban makes sense for the Storm Protect. MRT did that last time, but I don't think MRT even really wants to play Storm Punisher. You're at least forcing out the Punisher ban onto MRT, so that is interesting. Maybe Dill Ducks have a sort of a wasted ban, I guess, with the very last one. But like we all talk about at the end of the day, bans are global in MRC. It's not Ignite, right? It's more like the qualifiers for Ignite, and also just MRC itself has never done anything besides global bans. So that's why 6 heroes total are getting removed, and maybe in this case for Hashira, their Dill Ducks are fine just getting rid of the Punisher as one of their 3 bans.
Yeah, and I think they're actually, they're electing to run that very much focus on Shugu in the sky there with the, they're trying to damage boost the Ultron. So that's going to be a force to be reckoned with on this composition here for Hashira, who at this moment really only have the Star-Lord, which can do a pretty good job at anti-aerial, especially with the spin to win there, with the Blaster Barrage, with the pocket from Burner with that shield. So that combination's great. It does help with the anti-fly, but it is not the same as something like Punisher or Hela or even Phoenix looking up at you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how Dill Ducks plays with this triple alongside Biblical, because we've seen this before. We saw this composition sort of play out, and I think at points it looked good, but a team like Dill Ducks, I think at this caliber of team, we haven't seen play this triple with the Ultron and MRC in this MRC, at least in season 3, just yet. Meanwhile, MRT running that very fast-paced Jeff version of the comp with a Star-Lord.
And we begin once more. Dingo onto Yuki in the back, gonna find one immediately. Burner onto Shugu, and that is not exactly what you want to see if you're gonna try to pocket that Ultron falling early like that. Turkish is gonna fall from Sizzle, and Hashira gets the point very early, looking like a totally different game than what we saw in the last domination.
Yeah, that was a clean, aggressive play. With that Jeff speed, they kind of got there a lot quicker, I imagine, than Dill Ducks assumed. So coming back into this one, MRT constantly looking for these dives with that Venom. They're over to that group now, maybe trying to lean heavily into the damage output of their Vanguards alongside the Phoenix, and then obviously sustaining with that Ultron. Green's out forced early, though, from the side of Dill Ducks. Or, sorry, from the side of MRT as they save their Venom. And now they just gonna walk in. Oh, no, Burner's already gone.
Yeah, good shots there early by Biblical to find one pick. Remember, though, still 34% on. It's not as much. You know, you pretty much want to stop them before 70 percentage. It does guarantee 3 fights. Up in the sky we go. Venom going to try to find some value. Jeff coming in here from Pumpy. Will this work out? Trying to get to that off map. Oh, walled out. Still escaping. Not a lot of time on the clock here left. Is going to have to throw them into a corner. Sizzle going to find Turkish. Dingo going to get a 2-piece. Sizzle makes that 3 now, as Hashira is still holding on at 60% and counting. Ult advantage going to be slightly up here for Dill Ducks, though.
And it's something I like to talk about, pace of play. I feel like MRT, you know, despite the map 1 loss, now going over to this one, I feel like they really have a good macro understanding of the game. I mean, they're just constantly, you know, figuring things out in terms of their composition. They're going for aggressive dives with the Venom now. They're playing, you know, into the backline when they need to. And oh no, Varanix goes down early.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Oh, but matched right back. Sizzly going to find Shugu after Shugu gets one downtown from Legacy. Is going to find Shifty, and Burner goes down. Sizzle goes down for Biblical. Yuki on a Dingo now as Dill Ducks is maintaining this point. 89% though for Hashira. That is a lot. Could be a huge play here from Turkish with this Strangling Prison to try to make sure they don't have to commit too many ults to win this fight, because that is going to be a big deciding factor here. How much do they have to commit to hold this, because they cannot teleport back with Strange being, you know, removed.
Yeah, and it depends on who this Loki decides to copy, right? This Loki more than likely going to have to copy out the Mantis afterwards, or at least maybe Mantis ult early. Regardless, here comes that friendly prison. Oh, it's right onto that Loki player. He's going to go down lower. Varanix gets caught out by Turkish. What a perfect kickoff, because that was one of the huge ults in this fight. Now they're going to be lacking it. MRT.
Yeah, that's absolutely worth it. That shuts down the strategist line. Oh, that's another one of those, like, you know, it's a big advantage. Granted, Hashira now coming in with 3 ults, almost 4. Will be a threat here to Dill Ducks, but trying to get as much percentage as possible, as early as possible, as Biblical's going to find Burner. It's all about staggering now. If they're able to do this, this could be massive for them. Walking in, good bubble there. Shifty 1 HP, and we do see Turkish trying to make a play. Still not able to get that pick onto Shifty. As Shifty escapes, Jeff going to find a little bit of value. Dingo goes down there from Biblical. Biblical with a nice pick once more. Out goes the Galactic Legend to fall. I can't believe Shifty escaped there from Turkish and manages to get the pick. That is wild. Not sure how that worked out. Varanix gonna find reverse, and Biblical makes that 3 as Legacy falls to Hashira back on the point, 90%, and it's all about, can they get this touch now?
Yeah, I mean, this has been huge from them. Also, the Doctor Strange ban makes the portal play not really available. 2%, 1%. They touch with the group, and he goes down immediately to Varanix, who is on a roll right now. I mean, about 6 KOs in a row or something like that. 5 in a row. Copies the Mantis. Now counters the Soul Resurgence against that Ultron's Rage.
Yeah, good idea here. And remember, folks, Loki with a little bit of a damaged nerve, still finding a 4-piece in that fight is pretty wild. Burner going to get one Shifty now onto Biblical. Yuki falls, and that should do it for Hashira, who are looking dominant on this point right now. Well done by Shifty again to clean up onto Legacy, and that is it. Hashira going to take point 1 here on map 3.
This team looks damn good, man. I mean, MRT, they are really playing to such a high level. Just constant pressure, constant space taken away from the side of Dill Ducks. Is they walk in, it gets shifty, right? You come in, you get rid of one, you get rid of Dingo, for example, going in for those dives, but you know, Shizzly then pops the ultimate. They get a few eliminations. Also with the changes to Star-Lord, I mean, he gets overhealth every time he, you know, presses right click. So, you know, anytime that Shizzly's in the game onto that Star-Lord, it seems like that character can get so much value, even without that Adam Warlock team up that he used to have. Just constant pressure still provided through his sustain that he has in this current patch. And MRT right now, they've got the Soul Resurgence available. Dill Ducks do have that Meteor Ram and also the team up, or the combination with the Phoenix, but at this point, it's actually way harder for them, considering MRT is just playing so scattered at all times and are always, you know, aware of the situation they're in. I feel like this team is just so smart. But Dill Ducks, they're also an incredibly talented team. I mean, they're in Ignite as well, another team that can play the macro to a super high level. So this is, like you said earlier, Shib, an absolute banger of a series.
Yeah, and you know, one thing to call out is you've got that Mantis team up there with Loki, which I think is maybe slept on. At least we haven't seen a lot of it on the pro tournament, but 25% damage boost in those Loki crystals is wild to me. I mean, there's a lot of damage potential out of that combination. So Hashira really taking advantage of that right now. Obviously no group right now. They were considering running group just based on what they were showing throughout the maps, but Shifty gonna put some damage out go those crystals like we're talking about. Gonna make sure Mantis is a little bit more of a threat while trying to stay healthy. We've got Dingo on the high side here with Venom directly on a Loki, who is going to pull out those crystals once more and maintain some space. That regen domain is disgusting. Sicily now on the Biblical, and the fight is up here for Hashira. Reverse going to find Burner, though. Dingo on the Legacy, and every single fight has been back and forth as Veronix now drops Turkish, and they're still battling on the point. Sicily going to find Reverse, and that should be enough here. Find out shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is. The cleanup now comes through. Dill ducks back to the spawn. They take the point in MRT. I mean, it's just relentless pressure every single fight. Dingo goes in for the dive, gets the damage booster, gets healing from Shifty, and then the follow-up damage is always there. It seems like Shifty and them, they don't even really care about their own lives. They're just making sure they can finally eliminate one of the duelists or strategists on Dill Duck's side. And now Dill Duck's swapped over to the traditional 2-2-2 composition. Maybe with Sugu onto that Wolverine, it could pan out for them, but regardless, I mean, there's going to be so much damage coming in. Stun out, at least from the Venom, will get it canceled, but it doesn't matter. Reverse still falls, and now they just, a little bit too late. Biblical trades it back, but is it enough here, Shiv? We'll find out.
Yeah, they need to make something happen now. Yuki is going to pull out the dance floor damage. Veronix doing the same thing. Pumpy ready, though, with the Jeff, and that could be game-winning here, at least to buy a ton of time on points. Still maintaining and holding on, and not necessarily needing it, I guess, as Burner finds some value right now. Dill Ducks have no ults to commit besides Turkish, soon to be Reverse, and maybe Legacy if they want to try to use everything at this moment, but likely holding on for Sicily to try to counter that. So I just think this team comp is very difficult for Dill Ducks to handle. Maybe something they don't have a ton of practice against. This Jeff composition really working out, and the triple strategist here with that damage boost from the Loki has been clearly a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this team has been so unique in their approach of the game. Damage coming through into the backline. Oh, and finally Legacy can find Veronix. I mean, those were some nice shots as well from the dive of Turkish, but can they finally get more elimination? Dingo trades it back. Sugu goes down.
Yeah, it's another early start here for Hashira, who just keep finding a ton of value. Again, no percentage on point at all for Dill Ducks. Out goes a combination. We see Jeff with an ult, but it is going to be matched here. Jeff is running while the pressure from Star-Lord keeps him healthy. Sicily gets a two-piece. Do I see three? Yes, I do, as Puppy takes out Yuki, and wow, I think that might do it here for Dill Ducks. Then I'm going to try to stall. Turkish goes down without too much work. Dingo going to make that happen there with the Feast of the Abyss. Reverse going to try to apply some pressure here on Dill Ducks just to try to get there to touch the point, but I'm not sure it can even happen. It does not.
Wow. And Dill Ducks get wiped out in MRC on Krakoa. 2 domination maps that we've seen, and they were absolute bangers, but in this one, it was actually closed out by the team that they didn't even get to play Hulk this time. They played the Venom. So, Shib, they move on. Obviously, MRT Hashira is a dominant team. They look pretty damn good. This team, I'd be worried about playing them in the upper bracket now as Sizzly takes that MVP for a good reason on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, they looked, especially good on the domination, right? Like, it was something they're clearly confident with. Running those 2 doms back-to-back may be something they didn't expect. But, I mean, it was... That composition at the end clearly was just dominant. They really didn't see too much sign of struggle. If you look at the stat line, it's very apparent there wasn't too much sign of struggle there. Everybody on the side of MRT was lights out. 14 elims there for Sizzly, who was pretty much running the only duelist on their side. 30-2. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I mean, every resource was pumped into Sizzly, and he just made it worth it. It was he popped off. They popped off on the Star-Lord. Got all the damage boosts, just got constantly in the face of the other team. And I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happens, I guess, when you let that guy get Star-Lord and play against this specific composition. I thought that Dill Ducks would have put up a better fight on that second round, but it was not the case. Every elimination they would find, it was immediately found on the opposite side. And yeah, man, that was an insane performance from MRT, from everybody in this lobby for sure. That was a fun one.
Yeah, a ton of fun to watch. I mean, again, another one of those compositions here when you're looking over at the Jeff. It's the speed boost Star-Lord spin. It's terrifying. Yep. Speed boost in general, that's the value of Jeff at this level. It's not really the ultimates. You can see only 2 finals there from Pumpy. It's not what it's about. Instead, it's about using that healing stream to try to deal damage at the same time. Use that speed boost to enable your duelists, even things like Mantis, who can be a threat. Your frontline, even Venom, damage boost your Venom, so they can try to use some combinations with ultimates inside the Loki crystals, which is a damage boosting composition that can help burst through and get one shots. Like, there's so much unique play with this comp. I really like seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, this Jeff comp is definitely making waves, quite literally in this case, because he's a shark. But You know, I think he's like, he was nearly at the same amount of damage as Magneto. Like you said, not getting the final hits, but every time you could just, you know, left click, do damage and heal at the same time. I guess it is a lot higher than, like you said, a lot of people give it credit for. And then also the fact they get to play the Venom with it, so you get the team up there. Yeah, I mean, that was just really good. We only seen other teams like Rad, and in this case, Team 1. You know, I think there's not a lot of teams that can play that Jeff comp, like you said.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it takes a lot of coordination, and it's very much around, I mean, it's funny because I would say very much around those like cap divey compositions, but here it was just really Venom and then speed boosting Star-Lord and damage boosting your Venom and Star-Lord and seeing what happens. And I guess that works as well. So still figuring out new metas and stuff, and we'll see what new metas we might find in our next match coming up here right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the brightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, everyone, and that was an absolute slugfest of a match, and it was a ton of fun to watch. But now we're going to be moving forward. We're going to see Intergalactic, actually a team built on the bones of old Shroud X, and then Double Tap, a team we've seen previously in these qualifiers. So this could be a really good matchup as well, and I am stoked to dive into it. How are you feeling, bud?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, yeah, that last series was an absolute banger, like you said. I mean, it got you a little bit lower in terms of the height department, it looks like. I mean, it's like everything just like it drained you. It drained you after going down. There you go, stepping back up to your normal height. I think that was an incredible series that we just watched, like you said, Ship. And now we get to have an incredible series yet again. I think with the two teams that are phenomenal. And MRC, I think, is, like you said, the competition's getting tougher, man. I mean, I think we were talking to Crimzo back in MRI, back in the midseason, and Crimzo was warning his own teammates before, the changes happened to Sentinels. He said, things are getting tougher in North America. Everybody's getting better, and it's going to be even harder now than ever. So MRC, this is indicative of that. I think everybody's leveling up, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see the future of this game, because all these teams, we're getting really deep. We're really early into the tournament. I think we're already seeing a lot of really good teams have to go against each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. We've said this a lot. I think teams are understanding the game more. You mentioned Crimzo mentioning how everybody's developing as a team. They're also finding new metas and ways to shut down things that may have been considered, quote unquote, overpowered, that there is a solution for, right? And that will continuously happen forever because of how frequently this game gets updated with new heroes, with new balance patches. It's updated far more than I've seen any game ever, which is a testament to how much care these devs have for this game. So very excited to see these teams develop further. But yes, the competition has been insane. It's been fierce. I mean, that last game, even matching up compositions, it was just a bare knuckle fight back and forth. So a ton of fun to watch, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so much fun, and we have another series that should be equally as good, if not even better. Coming up in a second with Intergalactic and Double Tap, and both these squads, like you said, Intergalactic from before, and their previous sort of relationship with an organization. So you get to talk about that in a second, and then also Double Tap's another good team too.
Yeah, I think, we mentioned, I touched on it a little bit before. Shroud X was a team that had, some great success, was very close to pushing in to the MRI. Unfortunately, not able to do that, or the midseason Worlds, I should say. Fortunately, was not able to do that, but it looks like the team has restructured a bit here, and you can see a lot of familiar faces on the top side with Fidel, Doom, Flamme now making an appearance over here. Was actually on old Arrival 7, Blur, Hoffman, and Dongmin. Dongmin had some crazy ultimates on Shroud X. We saw a ton of that, but looking down towards Double Tap, you got Double Tap, excuse me. You got Katachi, you got Bendy, Anga, you've got Ubi, Madan, and Sehu, another strong team. So it could be, it could be a battle here. I'm excited to see how it shakes out as we go to Yggdrasil, which I don't even know. Have we seen Yggdrasil yet?
Maybe not. Yeah.
Oh, one time, I think once. Yeah.
Maybe it was the very beginning, I guess. It must
Yeah.
The very beginning of the day. It's already been a long day. We've been here for about 8 hours. Maybe a little bit longer for us, but for our viewers coming in, I believe we came in at 1 p.m. PST. So still going on, and tomorrow I believe we'll start a little bit later, but we'll talk about that towards the end of the broadcast. Meanwhile, both the teams are good. Like you said, Intergalactic, they have Blur as well from Techie XD. That team now is, sort of in an interesting spot where I believe they even gave up their spot in Ignite to Dill Ducks, the team we just witnessed. Just because, a lot of their players are getting picked up. And in this case for Blur, he went to Intergalactic for Double Tap's side. They have a lot of really good players. I know Bendy's really good. On God's good. Ube, we've seen these guys in the qualifiers. They've just played against tough teams in the qualifiers for the Ignite series, for Ignite Stage 2. That just finished up and wrapped up. And that's why in MRC, we're seeing a lot of these incredibly good teams. Now, Wolverine gets banned. Make sure that, you don't get to see Doomed on that Wolverine, as well as the Ultron and Phoenix. So priority of, the hero pool of Intergalactic's Duelist alongside getting rid of the Ultron. Torch also being removed makes a lot of sense. Emma also getting removed with the Psylocke Protect also makes sense. It makes sense for double tap specifically because they have Bendy, who's a really good Psylocke player. Namor banned on the opposite side because they don't want to play against Namor or Hulk. So we'll see how this pans out, but a lot of duelist focus, it looks like, this time around, Shib. And we'll see if, you know, either team can play, you know, certain things like the Mantis, potentially, that does get through. And Ultron ban makes things interesting as well, instead of getting rid of the triple with the Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to see a similar, at least, you know, in the showing here, a similar damage boost composition as to what we just witnessed with that Loki, Mantis, you know, potentially Jeff, or that could just be the speed boost there from Flamme. You've got Doomed, who's going to be on that Star-Lord. Such a similar design to what we witnessed there in Domination. Could see a ton of success here, a lot of off-angle plays. It's very long line of sight, alleyway decision or like structure of this map, excuse me. But Intergalactic not going to be running that triple. I don't think we've seen too much of them do that in the past, but has been so strong in the meta right now, I'm surprised.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And by the way, you're gonna see that Mantis skin, the Twitch skin for Mantis available right there. I believe it's alongside of some other skins that you can get right now is the Ignite skins, right? That's still available until, I believe, early September. If you're watching, yeah, that's sick, man. We got our own little Ignite Star-Lord costume. That's so cool that you can get right now, and that Mantis one as well.
And here we go, folks. Off the rip, double tap now. Gonna press out. You got the cap structure, and it looks like Ungod is going to be having that. We're going to be playing Winter Soldier, but yeah, that is the comp. Intergalactic not going to be making any changes from almost exactly. It is exactly what we witnessed here on that last map. So clearly a strong composition, but look how large those crystals can be from the side of Hoffman, and you get damage boosted while in those. That team up is wild.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be so much value in terms of those, you know, that team up and those heroes kind of working in tandem. But nobody really elim just yet until now the clap comes out of Ube, and across the map, Doomed, unfortunately, will get KO'd.
Yeah, obviously no res, no rocket, anything like that. It's not the old Star-Lord there with the Adam Warlock, so gonna have to be reset. Team did not do a great job holding early on, but I know this team is strong and they could retake totally fine. I believe Strange got through the bans. I'd have to double check the top of my head here, but that is some strong damage out immediately. Doom gonna turn that right back though into the cap, which is a very strong Vanguard pick, especially freeing up your backline to look forward a little bit more, allowing the rest of them to walk forward as Dongmin now is gonna take that space. The dance floor is match, spin to win to try to get this off quickly. Doom gonna now head towards the backline. Ooh, double dodge there, and just to have those iframes in case the meteor was thrown his way. And another pick early on again. Doom showcasing the power of Star-Lord. Fidel now gonna find one. Flamme goes down there from Sehu, who is back here on the cap. Good sleep to slow up the pace again. 80% on for ultimate, but a ton of ults ready for the side of Intergalactic.
And they just use greens as well. Poppy now comes out from Hoffman's side on the back of the point, and able to try to wait to use it as well because Ube's ult just runs out. He's going to commit that ult last second. They just engage knowing that ult's coming. We'll see if they can find a pick or at least force out that ult. Now they do. But do they get out with their lives, right? That's so much damage down range. And like you said, Doomed on that Star-Lord is always a menace, but the hook comes in, slows it down. On God, and that Bucky's looking good. Double dash comes through as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, once this cap ult gets used, you can really pop off here with the Star-Lord, as both strategists have committed ults already, and that is really working as Flame's gonna clean up on God again, and Fidel with a nice pick there on the Bendy into a Psylocke. You gotta love that trade, as a Mantis into a Psylocke feels real good. Spin to win again. Doom gonna find another pick. Doom, a ton of resources being implemented or forced on to the Star-Lord, was really showing up right now with this really cool skin that you can get for watching.
I love this Ignite skin, and you know, right now Intergalactic, I mean, you talked about the Jeff earlier and how strong it is. We can kind of see it everywhere now, right? It's just kind of played at all times, off into the backside. Does get picked off by Bendy though.
Wow.
Great job, Flamey.
Yeah, down goes LeMay, Fidel, everybody falling Blur. We're going to see Doomed go down now. Will the portal be able to come through? Yes, LeMay making the switch quickly off the Jeff, and just going to try to commit here with the portal. Should be enough to get there. The freeze is coming. Will they be able to stuff it? The freeze gets launched. Does it land? We'll find out shortly if the stack moves. It does not move, which means it was blocked. The team is here now. Everybody on point. Will it work out for them? Ult's ready here for Intergalactic, and they have to pop greens early. Up we go. Dongmin trying to find a Meteor M. Will it find Purchase? Flamme now going to be on the Strange. Going to get a pick early on here on the Mad End. Bendy onto Hoffman. Shield goes up. Spin from Doom. Going to try to clean up. Oh, good position. That was kind of crazy there by Ubi, who does fall. Doomed again on the Sehu. Make Hitachi fall. Bendy fall, and wow, what a retake by Intergalactic.
Yeah, massive retake. They come back through. Flame trying to get past the bodyguards of Loki's very own clones, able to take down Mad Ann. And now Intergalactic sitting pretty. 15 seconds left to go. Damage boost on Doom. Doom has the ultimate ready to go. Also, no Meteor M on the opposite side. Ube, though, does have the dance floor at least to sustain. But after, and maybe even during, Blur could always go for that copy, or at least the ultimate, and maybe a one-shot if his Loki can get the copy onto Luna Snow on the opposite side.
And here we go again, forcing out some ultimates. Doom just gonna force and apply some pressure. It's really not gonna do too much in terms of finding pick value. Unless you see a Feast of the Abyss damage boosted with it, that gets a ton. That is insane. Damage boost again from the Mantis with the Luna boost is enough damage to not even need tendrils. It's an insta wipe, and oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
That's what we're talking about. I mean, Hoffman, great on him to read. You got to look for that Luna, obviously the strongest strat of this ult in the game. And you just got to copy their Luna because you don't have your own. I mean, your Luna swapped over to Jeff from Flame A's side. And then also, you know, he swapped over to that Doctor Strange earlier. So great selection of the enemy teams. Luna Snow of Ube comes back through damage boost, like you said. And Blur just gets that one shot on 4 freaking people. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so clutch. It was mind-blowing. That might have been, well, it was definitely the biggest Venom ult we've seen of the day, and likely of the MRC, especially in crunch time like that. To win a point over in OT while touching is just next level. So really good utilization. You know, there's a lot of damage boost potential on this team with those crystals out, with the, you know, using that damage boost from Mantis, and then having just the free roam on Venom to know that if you see both of those things and you press Q, goodbye to the backline. And it clearly worked there as Flame A is just showing off the Jeff. You know, just so cute, man. There's nothing else to be said.
I will remain loyal to my friends.
And nothing else to be said, indeed. I just love that hero. Now coming into 10 seconds left to go, Intergalactic. It is nice to see also Doom play a lot of his, you know, hero and Star-Lord. And this can't be understated. Double Tap is a very good team. You know, they get that Psylocke, but unfortunately for Bendy, and this is the tough part about the game, is that triple strategist is just so good right now in a lot of different ways with Jeff and some of the heroes like Ultron. You have to focus a lot on the Banes if you want to make sure triple strategist is not a comp that's played. And even then, it's still pretty viable.
And we're spinning, folks, once more. 26% on instantaneously. Goodbye to the greens, as Loki with some good positioning down there in the point, unable to even be seen. But Dongmin walking in. Oh, geez. This Groot is a threat right now. No answer for it right just yet. Cutting the LOS in the front line, and they are just walking everyone as Double Tap was really trying to run that triple composition. It gets shut down instantly. We will see that portal coming in here from Katachi, but still, that did not bide or bode well, as it did not buy enough time.
Well, the crazy part is that they just still ran triple strategist against triple Vanguard, triple strat. So, like, they just ran at them, had the Jeff flank, like you said, and the backline's, you know, safe location, quote-unquote safe location, was just snuffed out. So, honestly, this comp just looks to be pretty versatile.
Yeah, Fidel going to start damage boosting everyone around. Good idea with the flicks there, trying to put some damage out. Blur on the Venom. Again, going to get a pick here on a Mad Ann, and that cannot be overstated how strong that is. Do I see 3? Come on now. Another set of the back line says goodbye as Doom cleans that up. Dongmin walking forward, and this is looking very tough here for Double Tap. It looks like Intergalactic could shut this down very quickly now as the stagger comes through from that portal, and we still see a few holding on there.
Yeah, Intergalactic X-Shot X, like you said, with now picking up Blur, I'm sure is definitely a godsend for them because how good that guy is. We know Green's out of Kamada, but they're here to stall for now. Coming out as well at the fate of the world. So they're just kind of stalling as long as they can, but nobody's gone down. Hoffman as well gets the copy on the opposite side.
And Doom gonna get one here, and here comes the Star-Lord. Galactic Legend is up, and it's gonna devour, much like the Feast of the Abyss. Goodbye to the backline. Bendy gonna have to touch here and use as much time as possible. Out goes the Mantis. Gotta keep the team healthy. Goodbye, Bendy. That should do it here. Intergalactic played absolutely lights out. No teleport available. Gonna switch over to Cat, and that should do it.
Yeah, after that game, I imagine we're looking to ban out the Mantis, right? I think that it was just too oppressive. The damage boost, it was just too much alongside Doomed on the Star-Lord. There was too much value found there. And you could say it was the Jeff as well, but the Jeff's also enabled by the Mantis. Basically, everybody is, right? Just with the damage boost in general. And the pace of play was just so much right now. So, for Intergalactic, they look about as good as they ever have been, or have. And we talk about, you know, the old duo on Techie XD of Blur and Brute now. Now Blur coming over, getting poached on Intergalactic, as well as Tap getting picked up by Envy. So that team kind of got picked apart. It looks like, different players going in other directions. And Blur, it looks like he found a home over here on Intergalactic, X and Doomed MVP. Pretty similar to the last series we just saw, right, Shib, with that very high damage dealing stalwart gameplay with the Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, people, were asking me all the time, why was Mantis banned so frequently in the pro scene? And I'll answer, yes, it was also because the Guardians Revival comp was insane, but Mantis enables so many issues, like the one-shot Venom comp that you witnessed right there. That Feast of the Abyss got a 4-piece, and you really, no disrespect, it doesn't require that much work. As long as you're damage boosted, you're inside of a Loki crystal that's damaged up, or, you're on a Luna Snow ultimate that is switched over to damage. All you got to do is press Q, and goodbye to everyone. It's that simple. It just requires coordination, and this team, incredibly coordinated. 1, 2, and 3. Only 1, 2, and 3 times falling across the board. Hoffman falling 3 times outside of that once or twice. So just great coordination, pushing through point 1. Plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point. I think it's even easier to hit than something like the Phoenix ultimate, right? Because at least, like, you can break the Phoenix ult on the way down. You can sort of sidestep it like we saw earlier. So yeah, I mean, that combo is just beautiful, and oh man, just in the highlights you get to see it.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. 4 people, 5 in total. And Intergalactic, man, this team doesn't look like they've lost a step either. I mean, we know they're a good team. It's a matter of, can they make that next step as a unit, right? They've picked up some new players. They have a totally changed up roster, new players all around the board, basically with Hoffman, Blur, and Flamey coming in. So it's going to be exciting to see how Intergalactic does moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they looked cohesive. You talk about, me and you had a conversation earlier about how teams that have played together longer can have an advantage, and maybe that helps take over some of these less favorable matchups, whether it's a team that has made it farther in past tournaments, et cetera. But this team, they look cohesive, I'll tell you that, and there was no mix-up. So we will come right back and watch the next map right after this break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, and Intergalactic showing us why damage boost compositions are terrifying as they hold them 0.1 and come through and sweep right through it with plenty of time on the clock. And we are heading again over to another non-domination with Spider Island's Convoy. Big fan of this map, saw it once today, excited to see how these teams elect to tackle it with their different compositions. What do you think we need to see here for a comeback?
Ooh, I mean, I think that for the side of double tap, yeah, Mantis getting banned makes sense. Everybody locked it too. Look at that. We talked about it before the break. The Mantis was too strong. There we go. First ban Mantis. And, you know, now I'm sure when you tell people in chat why Mantis is strong, Shib, you could point them right to this game, you know? Like that last game was just absolute dominance by having Mantis on the floor for everybody, basically, and the Jeff too.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's funny, yeah, Jeff, we found in the MRI or in Ignite at the midseason, that was a great Jeff map. There is some off-angle locations there, and just because teams really stack up and fight on that map, it's very readable where they're going to go, and if they're trying to retake, it's through an alleyway. So Jeff just gets a ton of value with an off-map location always close by. So really good composition ran by Intergalactic there. Like we said, just looked like a team who's been practiced together. Obviously, built off the bones there of Shroud X, but coming in here with a little bit of a different composition, a team that looks well oiled. So now it's all about, can double tap bounce back here with these bans? I like what they're doing so far.
Yeah, I think these are good. Nice analysis right there. So I think it's good. You're right, Chip. You know, they protect Magneto. Yeah. It works. I mean, they protect Mag, they protect Wolverine. There's some high-level train of thought here. You know, they protect Luna Snow too, guys. I don't know if you could see that on your screen. You know, just helping relay the obvious. I mean, that's just what we do here. You know,
that's it.
But I think
that's it.
Regardless, like you do let some things through. Like we did see, I think Intergalactic banned out Namor last time. The Psylocke ban, it makes sense once you ban out the Mantis because you can't. I mean, the Ultron does get through right now. Maybe double taps thinking about the Ultron. Maybe thinking about getting rid of that. They ran out of the Hulk. Interesting, because they know Intergalactic haven't banned out the Namor yet, and we've heard of how good. I think it was actually the ex-teammate of Intergalactic in Nuck that said, yeah, Doomed is like that guy on Namor. He's like one of the best Namors in the game. Makes sense to get rid of the Hulk because of it, and they banned out the Thing. Interestingly enough, on Convoy, we've seen people run triple Vanguard.
That's definitely why.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me. I was curious too until you just said it out loud. Yeah, that's 100% why. It's just to get rid of the triple off the rip. They don't run it. It's from what we've seen here. Intergalactic.
Oh yeah.
Not doing it on Yggdrasil was enough to show me that they're probably. Well, I'm saying that now, and now who knows what they're going to run. It looks like Blur
a penny or something.
Yeah, with the penny, I was like, interesting. Maybe that'll happen, but might just be for. Oh no, they are going to run it. So Psych, I lied. I'm misleading everybody. I think it's just to force the other team, as if they're going to run triple as well, you're going to have to do it with a penny. You know what I mean? We'll see if that stays consistent. It looks like it will.
Well, now every time I see this map, it just makes me miss Shin Shibuya. So I'm like, damn, where's my Royal Palace? Where's my Shin Shibuya at, man? Bring it back. Bring it back to rank, devs. It's time. It's time.
That's so funny. Cycle them on home to us, if you will.
Exactly. I think a lot of people actually. Now people like Shin Shibuya. It's a good map. And same thing with Royal Palace, one of the better dominations.
Yeah, there's the library's up for debate, but I do think that
it's debatable. I will make a tier list on this right now. Map tier list this kid. When's that coming to the TikTok?
Don't get me started. We will do it. That's what I do. All right. As we start off here.
Anything that can get tier listed, we will tier list it. Let's start tier listing the casters, Shib and Dogman. Put them in F here.
Put them in F. Might as well. Good tackle immediately by Katachi here on a Dogman. He's going to use those crystals in great patience there. And just immediately switch over to Emma, because why not? Emma's available here for Blur. Katachi is going to match it right back. Bang. Good tackle again on a Dongmin on the Strange. Dongmin has found a ton of success with Strange ults in past tournaments, so a very strong in the conversation for one of the best Stranges. So did find a ton of success. Again, Doomed going to be taking out Bendy. Blur onto Angad now. Still holding early, and now they're switching once again. If you get the team panic switching like this, it just consistently reduces alt charge, and that is what you're looking for here with this triple composition. And it is matched with the Adam Warlock, which we said was probably a really good addition to this composition. So it seems like everybody's picking up on that, and likely seeing it during scrims and saying, hey, if we can't beat them, join them type business, as they hold on tight for this point.
They lose Bendy, though, in the middle of the fight, right as they commit the Sonic Seduction. I mean, they also disengage it perfectly. Meteor M committed. Doesn't really find an elimination, or rather, yeah, it doesn't find elimination for Doom. Try to take some space, but Shehu walks back in. Dongman goes down. Hoffman as well falls, but he actually got the res, or Flame got the res on the backside because he copied Hoffman.
Yeah, well done again. Bendy gonna take Doomed, but the res is still happening. Remember, folks, Flame is using that ultimate, but your body is the beacon. As long as you walk forward, the res will still happen behind you. It's not about where the placement of the res is. You can be kind of crazy with it as long as you follow up. Wow, I don't know how Flame was holding on there, and hey, make it pay for it as On God falls there. Doomed is gonna get that pick right back, and like I said, it just kind of a trade as Hoffman res is back in again now for Intergalactic.
Yeah, this time it's not the Loki, it's the actual Adam Warlock himself, and they're just going to keep it up. Right now they walk in with the Terra Cape. Unfortunately, it cost On God his ultimate in the last fight, right? He went so aggressive, able to take down Hoffman, but the problem is it cost him his life. All it cost Hoffman was his passive, which just brings him back into the fight again, which then he can ult and bring everybody back into the fight again. And now Flame is close to another ult, which he can then copy Adam Warlock and bring everybody back into the fight again. So Shiv, if you get the pattern, that might happen again here as Flame has another copy up.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. Honestly, I don't think we've seen it yet, the copy up for an Adam, but why not? Adam's ult is so much better now. It's, you know, significantly better now when it comes to bringing everyone back with that additional HP. Doomed onto Bendy, and Ube says, I want to stop this right now as another two get taken out. Still holding on with ult. Why not bring him back, Flame A? Might as well, as they're going to use that ult and start walking forward. Unfortunately, nobody falls, so at this point, it's just because the copy is falling out.
Yeah, they're trying to go down for the overhealth that you get from it. So he's trying to make sure. Look how much health he has right now. It's just like eviscerated, but that's so funny.
That is really, honestly, not a bad idea. Might as well, while it's up, just send it completely. Bendy going to try to find a pick there. Hoffman on to 7. Dude, what is going on? What an power hold here for the side of Intergalactic. I didn't think they wanted to run this triple because they didn't last map, but I guess they just figure it wasn't worth it and they could do it right now because they're looking lights out. 40 seconds on and the point hasn't moved like at all. This is obscene.
Well, this is kind of the difference between, you know, the top echelon tier teams and, you know, the ones that aren't up there. And Double Tap's a really good team, I feel like, but Intergalactic showing today why they're a little bit better. Bendy gets one. How many can he really get? It doesn't matter because they're brought back by Adam Warlock yet again.
Hoffman bringing the squad back. Flame is going to have all two if they want to do it as well. This is an insane composition. Another one of those comps that has me just, this is so funny. I love to see it blur. Gonna find a pick there on to Bendy, and they're still walking forward. And yeah, the point moved a few feet, but immediately gonna get halted again as Flame is still holding on here. Dongmin is gonna find a mean eye. Can they collapse? Katachi gonna take out Hoffman. Hey, you know what? Come on back home to me. Why not, Hoffman? Hey, Doomed, start the fight once more. Here's a ton of HP. Let's get after it as they press forward on a point. Dongmin onto Bendy. Down goes another as Mag falls, Katachi falls, Ube falls, and wow. Are you joking?
This was better than the Mantis comp we saw. What the hell? 33 meters, man. That is nothing. That is absolute air. My goodness. Yeah. This team's good, right? This Intergalactic squad is good. Double Tap is, I mean, we've seen these players around. We've seen On God, Bendy, Ube, Madan, Sehu, and Katachi as well, top tier players. I mean, definitely a lot of them in Eternity as well. But damn, I mean, Intergalactic just destroyed them. And it was. This
is just, it's like a strategy diff. Like, you know what I mean? It's, you know, that was a comp that we have yet to see. The copy nonstop res comp. I'm gonna be honest, that was awesome. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That teams are still learning. Like, yeah, maybe there's a counter to that makes that not as successful. Maybe there's a comp that is run, but I'll tell you what, Double Tap surely didn't know what that answer was, right? Some teams might. This team did not, and that's the beauty of still developing this pro scene. And it looks like Intergalactic are not afraid to potentially run some more unique stuff because they feel confident about taking this win home.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well try some stuff out at this point. You can sort of experiment if you want, but you will be against that triple Vanguard composition that we know Double Tap like to play on defense, and pretty much every team likes to play on defense, except a choice few. But yeah, I mean, this is why we see Loki bans come out. So maybe we try to focus Loki, Mantis, or you just got to play, you know, really well against around this 2-2-2 composition. But, you know, it's scary because Intergalactic, they do appear to have a lot in their bag. And at this point, they're playing Iron Man, Spider-Man, Thor, Loki, and an Ultron.
I think Dom is trying to get a portal. Yeah, try to get someone to fall.
Ooh.
Why not? A little bit of, you know what I mean, showmanship there. A little, you know, just a couple feet, but still was kind of a cool idea. Try to make a ground
pothole in the street. It just leads 5,000 miles down to the ground.
Oh man, Dunzo going to fix that pothole, please. It isn't worth it. Oh, good pick there again by Zehu on to Flame. Down goes Doomed. Hoffman on the Iron Man though, gonna find on God. Gonna res right back, but that is that cooldown down relatively quickly. Still, this is gonna be a tough hold here by Double Tap, but there, you know, it is very much still a possibility. But Blur is actually on Intergalactic now, switching over to Thor. Potentially the first time we've seen Thor in, you know, competitive play at this level.
I mean, this might be too experimental. Here's a Thor ult on the low ground, but Bendy goes up to the height, understanding that, you know, our observers understanding that Thor ultimate is one of the hardest to get off in the game. So, unfortunately for Blur, not finding elimination until now. So, Tochi gets brought down, but the res gonna bring people back, but it's gonna be off the cart, so they have to run back into the poles from the high ground. Doesn't even find anybody on God, finds Hoffman.
Yeah, I think they might get a little too cheeky with it here. They've got to kind of lock it in a bit. I think like they're trying to make some unique stuff happen. I know the team is very confident. There's still plenty of time on the clock, but you got to be careful when you're doing stuff like this, because it could blow up in your face, and next thing you know, the momentum shifted, and then you lose the game. I'm not saying that'll happen, but very much still a thing that can happen. So that's why it's a little dangerous. Katachi on the high side off angle, trying to make something happen with the Sonic Seduction. Not able to get anyone yet. Iron Man with some good positioning. Does get trance though, and will pay for that. Hoffman, wow, is able to escape Ultron drone. Going to help out a ton. Good ultimate there by the side of Doomed, who is going to keep Iron Man healthy in the sky with that Rage of Ultron. Now going to get pocketed heavy. Doomed now, the complete compositional switch once again. Goodbye to that Thor. Here comes the res now coming through for Double Tap. LeMay going to be finding Katachi. Blur goes down. Ungod going to bring 3 back. Hoffman on a mad hand now. Still trying to keep that pressure very close to ultimate. And this is looking dicey here. The side of Double Tap, to where everyone now is falling.
Yeah, once they find that Adam and his passive already out in the previous fight, back to the spawn on God goes. And job done for Intergalactic, and they made it look easy. Obviously, they switched to, you know, Iron Man, Thor, and some other wacky stuff, but, you know, they got it done. 33.34 meters is all they needed to get to win the series, to win the map, and they're moving on, man. They're moving out of this round 9. Top of the tournament for sure. Blur with the MVP on the group. That character just farms damage stats. And regardless, Intergalactic looks still good. Haven't lost a step since becoming this team, Intergalactic, outside of, you know, picking up pieces from other squads and obviously being Shroud X.
Yeah, it was really clean. I mean, there's nothing else to even say about it. They started, you know, almost messing with comps, like just to try to have some fun with it at the end there. And that's, you know, when you're this deep into the tournament, having that kind of confidence is nothing to joke about. That's really good. That's a sign that your team is comfortable and you know that you can get, you know, push through and get the job done. Holding them that early, obviously, you know, when you're defending first is a huge confidence boost and momentum push. So clearly riding off that, but wow, I mean, Intergalactic on our first showing that I've seen of them as a team looked lights out together, and I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, in this other squad, it can't be understated how Double Tap is actually a pretty solid team. Right? A lot of the players make it deep into you know, Ignite qualifiers in tournaments in general, and are all high-rated players. So Intergalactic, shout out to them. Very short highlight reel compared to the series we watched earlier, Shib. You know, if you remember, there was a highlight reel that lasted longer than that map did. So that's crazy that, you know, we got to see a highlight reel as short as that.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as fast as it comes there when it comes. It was, you know, I mean, I guess on the attack it could have been a little bit smoother, but the defense was not even really touching OT. So just, again, Intergalactic looked really good together. Excited to see them as they progress through the tournament. Remember, this is still, I believe, the top side of the bracket. So we'll still see Double Tap coming back around too. So they still have a chance to press through. So I think these teams, it could have been just a case of the surprise. That comp was really strange on defense. It was definitely something I've never seen, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I think we'll maybe see more of that, right? For sure. I mean, you see how strong Adam Warlock copy is, or sorry, Adam Warlock ultimate is once you get the overhealth. Yeah, I guess it's tough because, yeah, maybe if you're against like a Phoenix and stuff, it may not be as good because, you know, they can just slam dunk on you and all that shield just goes away. But regardless, you know, that definitely has some viability. Bringing everybody back. We already see how strong Res is with Res Beacon. If you can't find it, bringing back a member of your team. You could definitely just play the Adam Warlock instead of the Rocket Raccoon when you play triple Vanguard for sure. But, you know, guys, remember, in game right now until the 12th of September, you can get 2 times Chronostorm tokens, which, you know, like you talked about earlier, Shib, you can use in the Battle Pass. And even if you get to the end of the Battle Pass, you can get extra units.
Yeah, extra units to use on skins. It is absolutely worth it. So definitely make sure you're knocking out some of these challenges and getting these chrono tokens while you can, because I do think, like you are saying, it finishes up that battle pass and then converts right into units for skins. So make sure you're checking that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just finished my battle pass. I hate to say that it took me so long, but sometimes you need a break to witness the beauty that is most of, in all of these skins, actually, the Ancient Powers Awaken. My personal favorite is that Venom skin that you can get by getting a premium pass. That skin's just so fire. And you said that there's like, what, individual voice lines that he says too?
Yeah, yeah. So the first time you can hear Eddie talk. Yeah, I think that's sweet. You know what I mean? Like you talked about that being your favorite skin. You know, I think that's a really cool look into, not having Venom speak, and instead Eddie's going to step out and talk to Peter a little bit and just have a discussion about his state of that. And I also got to show some love to the Old Man Strange skin. Might be my favorite skin in the game. You know, wish it had an MVP. That thing is sweet.
You relate to it so heavily, or?
yeah, you know what? That one hurt deep down. Sorry. We'll be feeling that one, but you did nail it. As
we're
we
fighting like this advertisement right now with this with Star the Witch fighting off with Hella. You know?
Yeah, you know what? Elevate your expressions to a whole new level, buddy. With this next round of emojis that you can use in the game coming out here, available on August 28th, so should be out for you right now. And
I can't tell if that was a diss. I can't tell if that was a diss. You said elevate your expressions, like you're talking directly to me. Like I'm just the guy that doesn't move his face at all. Damn. All right.
Literally the copy. Literally the copy for the ad is the funniest part.
This is like sometimes, you know, when people are trying to avoid cursing and then it just ends up sounding way worse than a curse word. That's what it was like for me, buddy, right there. I'll tell you what.
Oh man, just trying to do a good job of reading the copy. All right, I didn't mean to roast you up a little bit, but it's been incredibly.
All good.
No,
all good. I'll put the clown makeup after the stream. Don't worry, buddy.
Oh man, what a fun experience, though. I've had so much fun working with you day one here of MRC. As always, my brother, working with you has been just a blast. A ton of fun. These games have been crazy. You know, once again, I have been iRun Shib, and this is Dogman. Make sure you guys go check him out over on his socials as well. And we will be seeing you guys very soon. Thanks for joining us. Join back up here tomorrow for the next set of games. Good night, everybody.